Okay, let's continue. In the previous session, we discussed about supply chain resilience of how people, when there was some during the supply chain process, some problems came and how they rectified it. They bridged the gap. Later, we saw about the agility and flexibility for how people were able to move faster and quicker, became flexible to whatever ways they were. They shifted their production lines to this area where their market was closer. And later, we saw about reshoring, nearshoring, and regionalization. How during pandemic all these things were disrupted, but after it they were resilient. We were recovering from damage, and that's where we started. Like various companies brought their production line closer to the end market. Let's see a few examples. Like we have Nike here, as we saw how they brought their production line closer to North America. Similarly, this had a faster order fulfillment. So when you have your production line near to the end market, it's the faster way of your customers' demand to be accomplished. Later, Apple. Apple is a tech giant. This company partnered with Indian countries and various Vietnam manufacturing. So these countries it collaborated and it reduced their production with China because after pandemic, like we were not able to be friendly with China anymore, and that's why Apple they started giving manufacturing to local people. They gave them this opportunity that rather than these companies who are going to manufacture Apple products, now local consumers, local manufacturers also have this chance to manufacture Apple products. Then Volvo cars. These cars, so it is a Swedish automaker company. What they did is they opened a plant in South Carolina. So with this South Carolina was closer to this North American market. So due to bringing their production plant near North America, they were able to analyze the demand ratios, the fluctuations, where every day when the market trend changes, how this demand also varies. So for that, Volvo cars shifted and brought a plant near North America. Then there's the example of Samsung. Samsung is a South Korean electronic company, like mobile phones, televisions. This is what they make. So this company stopped the production with China and started doing with India and Vietnam because these Indian people, these laborers, are skilled and flexible. Like whatever atmosphere you give them, they'll adjust. Like for fewer countries, food it will not be, they don't adjust in the food habits. Few people, the ambience is very different, the climate is different. They don't get easily adapt to it. But these people in Vietnam and India can easily be flexible to any type of climate conditions, to different type of dynamic environment in the workspace. That's why Samsung collaborated with India and Vietnam more when China. Then we have Walmart. So there's a retail giant. This company reduced its overseas suppliers. Why? Because sometimes when you're shipping your goods or importing it out of your country, there is a lot of tariff taxes. So to reduce that, when you know your products in your own country are selling good, you have a very good cash inflow. The markets, the shares of this particular company is not fluctuating but is constant, like it's increasing. So for these things, Walmart, what they did, this technique where they anymore don't have to be supplying overseas, rather they do it domestically. So this is few examples where we connect of how people, as we saw now, how people earlier, in order to be flexible, they brought production units like Nike, and later to adjust to this market dynamics, how Samsung thought that producing things in India and Vietnam, like people, you get more customers there. And later, how this flexible production, how people understood that building or implanting this plant in a region is essential to fulfill customers' demands. Our next topic is sustainability and ethical practices in global supply chain after pandemic. So here they say that the environmentally stability, like various companies, they do a lot of processes. Either it's a mining company, or the companies producing steel units, or it's just a medical industry, or even a toy manufacturing company. They deal with a lot of toxic chemicals. Some or other way, there's lot of waste generated. So these companies, like after pandemic, many companies, what they did, they brought this sustainability in their company where minimum waste will be generated. And the waste which is generated while the manufacturing a product can be reused somewhere. They say no, wealth out of waste. How we use these products, we combine them and we make it to a beautiful flower vase. Similarly, to minimize this wastage factor, they started continuing to do processes where they don't have the waste generated. Now, for example, like we peel vegetables, and the peels we don't use it in cooking, only the inner part is used. So now, what do we do with this waste? Now we can convert it to biogas, and we can bring back to kitchen and put in instead of using cylinders, synthetic cylinders, we can use biogas, and that's how people started understanding how this waste generation can be minimized by doing choosing alternative ways. Then it's about conserving natural resources. Sustainably term we have learned in geography, even in AI we learned that use the resources now in a good way by not exploiting it overly, and later save some resources, conserve some reserves for the future generation. They say no, if you continuously use fuel and keep mining, now one day there'll be a hole in the earth and all the mining, all these ingredients what we get for coal and all this thing will be exhausted. We cannot bring back it again. For that not to happen in future, we're using sustainable measures. Like we are going to minimize the usage of coal. And in that aspect, what is the alternate object we can bring for coal? Like we were using electricity. Now we understand that some or other way this power supply can go down. So they brought in solar panels. The solar electricity. We're using sunlight also, we can generate electricity. So how it switched to sustainable farms. Similarly, various things where lot of reserves are used, lot of natural conservations were used to try to minimize the usage and find a sustainable option. Then we have social, every type of company who is having the supply chain. Like every company, when they make a product, the process is same. They say no, format of writing a leave letter is same, but the subject is different. Somebody's sick, somebody's gone to wedding. Similarly, the format of a supply chain is same. As I explained in the beginning, how a supply chain works. But in real life, it comes out to be more complex. So for that complexity to get they build this responsibility in people, in the company owners, these employees, to follow strict rules and regulations. When they follow it, they're able to minimize the potential use of resources as well as end of the day. When you calculate the production or the outcome they have done from the practicing of the work, it's increased. So in this way, we analyze the strict rules and conduct. This is very helpful for the employees. If you let them loose, they work on their own timing sometimes. Like a few employees and few factories, IT sector, it's understandable. But companies who need proper labor support, like one machine is manufacturing ice creams now. When a person is not there to stop the generator, then the ice creams will keep on manufacturing and there will be a lot of wastage. So for that, you need human labor. So they identify like where and what, how resources are to be distributed. Then we have circulation of economic initiatives like circulating. We Yes, right. Recycle, reuse, reduce. It's something like that. What this initiative is about, like there's this product. What they do, increase the lifetime of the product. How long you can stretch and use the product. We have this clothing. Now with this clothing, I wear this jean pants. Now they're no longer fitting me. What I do, I customize it and make it as a bag. So in this way, the product is the same, but I customize or I redesign it to reuse it, to stretch it longer and use for a period of time. So in this way, when a lot of manufacturing goes down, but in this way, what happens when you're reusing the product? You might wonder the companies their sales would go down. No, when we are trying to customize it, other people's job opportunities raise. How? We want this customization. We want our jeans to become handbags or to become a backpack. So for these, we employ people. Now I don't want the plain jean. I want to customize. I want to put some emojis, some stickers, or something which I like. So in this way, we employ people. We might think they're producing milk. If milk industry stops, they might wonder if cows stop generating milk or giving milk, what's the other way? Like they can prepare milk using coconut, they can prepare milk, lot of other natural resources are available. Like you can convert this fruit or this seed, you can extract milk from it. So they say no, like there are a lot of things happening around. You might think that only cows give milk, but when you think that coconut milk is also good, this type of almond milk also is good. You can get milk not only from the animal husbandry or from cows and bullocks, but also from other resources. So they searched for different practices. They realized that people wanted different variety of preferences. Now there is this goat milk, this is cow milk. Now they were wanting to try newer milk. So people became vegan. This veganism, this activist, there's this animal activist who came to a school one time where she said this, like how animals are converted, like the poultry farming, they use animals for food consumption. But at the same time, there are a lot of people who don't want to do that. They want to conserve and protect animals, and they go on the side of protecting them. They become an animal activist, where they are going to produce milk in a naturalized manner, and they are going to. You would have seen this channel called Nas Daily. This channel says that people are preparing plant-based meat. Imagine now you don't have to kill to extract meat from them or chicken from them. You can even prepare meat from a plant-based materials. So how people are starting to think the innovations don't stop. We say no, think out of the box. They have removed the box store now. They're thinking out of the store. They have become more genius. People don't want to be smart, they want to become engineers. That is more than smartness, more innovation that no ever anybody like in the human era has ever thought of doing it. Did we ever imagine meat can be made using plant-based items? Never. But when it was made, we were very astonished. Like, okay, I can become vegan, I can still have meat, I don't have to harm animals, and still lifestyle will continue. So we got different options of resources. So in this way, we didn't stop doing certain things. We kept on working. Like how that's why they say no. The future is going to be AI, robotics. People you see around yourselves, now robots will be around you. They'll be helping you. Now they'll be doing your work, and you will have more time to focus on the body, to focus on the mind. So what you do, you design your company's materials and all, and the labor work will be done by machines. It's very simple. You design the idea, you put the input, and they do the output. Like the middle resource is where sometimes, like every machineries will not understand human language. And AI's main aim is to make machines behave like humans, understand the language of humans, to view this computer vision, this act of data science. Everywhere AI is there. The project that I'm using, it's because of the computer vision. And computer vision is one aspect of AI. The device that I'm using now, when it's connected, it has some network in it. So this connection also has AI. So the building when I make, I want it to be modernized. You would have seen this movie. I'll be very childish right now. The Barbie doll, like she's having this aim to build a dream house. So what she does, she's having a lot of technology built in her house. Now imagine when you want to cook food in the oven, sometimes you forget and it burns. But now this AI will identify that when a human being is not around, how I will manage. I will turn it off. Now people, they're like, hey Siri, hey Alexa, can you turn on the drapes? Can you close the drapes? Technology is improved so well that now I don't want to go and close my shades or I open my shades. Technology is doing that. And now, if your kid, like maybe in future, our parents or some family members who have children in their house, they want to make them happier. Now, I don't have good voice as a mother. Maybe I'm a mother. Now I have a kid. He's not sleeping. So I want to sing him a lullaby or sing him a rhyme. I cannot do that. I say, hey Alexa, sing a rhyme for my kid. Tell me a bedtime story. So the workload is decreased and I can focus on other aspects. So this is how AI works. How we make a product's lifetime increase. Like when we put in AI, the usability of the product increases. Now, for instance, there's this computer system. Without this AI, without this updation, the system will become old. You have to buy a newer system. You install the software. where every time when that owner of the company redesigns or brings some modifications in the company, you have the same system, but you have updation of software. That's where, like, in our mobile phones, you can update it regularly. You don't have to always purchase a new phone. So these new features, these new tools really help for a mobile phone to last longer. Usually every year in a new iPhone 14 Max, this color, pink color, baby pink color, this green shade, like people want to try it out. Now people are not materialistic anymore. They are like, how will I conserve it? Like to prepare this, a lot of resources are used and they are wasted. So to minimize this, they are making sure that they have a branded phone, like they work it and use properly, but they make it long lasting. Yes or no? This elastic rubber band is long lasting. They do these ads now that this product is long lasting. You can wear it for a long time. This dress is stretchable. Anybody with any body shape can wear it. Similarly, it's how this circular economy initiative help people reuse products rather than buying new products. Then our next topic is the next point is ethical sourcing and responsible procurement. Here, what they say is whatever thing you're doing should be anti corruption. The work you do should be done legally. You have lot of resources with you. You can Google, like, I'm making a new product. Now, what should I do to get registered, to get verified? Because without doing that, if you sell the product in the market, it'll be considered illegal. So, we don't want that to happen. And that's why companies have started using ethical sourcing. They know what is right and what is wrong, and that manner the process works on. Yes, I know. In from our childhood, they teach us good habits, bad habits, this touch, bad touch, this atmosphere, this friend groups. They say stories. Like there's this basket of mangoes. There's this spoiled one, and how it spoils everyone. And this is how they say that your friends are. If you have a spoiled friend in your gang, you'll all be destroyed. Well, that's not how always it works. What we do, we can remove that. Is what they teach us. But you know what I'll do next time? We will use that product again. Now we know that it's spoiling, but some part of it is reusable. So what do? We use it, like I said, no, vegetable peels are converted to biogas. So we can use this thing and put in the machine where it can also be converted to gas. No longer I can tell that this friend is spoiled and spoiling me. I can say that I converted him to a better way. Now I can use him. I mean, the product I can use again. Now my friend is a better version. He never imagined that he could change. But what I did, I gave him a chance. So in this way, I recycled him. I recycled that mango, so did my friend change himself. When the atmosphere becomes better, you feel positive, things go well around you. So, this is what sustainability and ethical practices were happening in the supply chain. So, next time when you receive a package, you receive something, make sure you thank the delivery boy, okay? Because he's working so hard, even in the sunlight, even if it's winter, it's raining, he delivers you the product. Something that you wanted for a long time. You were longing for this thing. And then your mama surprises you with this night light. Even it's a very small thing, huh? But you feel like, wow, I got a night lamp. So you're very excited for it. So we have to learn few things. Like when a lot of process happen, the product reaches to you, you must learn to appreciate their efforts. So this is how in pandemic we learn, like how people they work very hard and how we must appreciate it, feel gratitude. And that's why we had this session where we people, like in the country, like the neighbors, we came to balcony, we appreciated, applauded all these frontline workers who were working tirelessly, these doctors, police officers, and even the staff who were cleaning the area. They also have to be given a good respect. You might think that he's just a cleaner or he's just a warden. What is his work? He was staying there whole night protecting that building. He was the security person. So that's why we celebrate Workers' Day. We give them a free day, and we have to appreciate them. Like without them, you don't have doctors, you don't have laborers. When they don't do now, how you are going to do your work? Like future, I understand machines, but now we need them. Their importance is very valuable to us. So this is all about sustainability and ethical practices. Next is risk, enhanced risk management, collaboration, and partnerships. For in these global supply chains, also, many people partnered, they collaborated with a lot of people. The first point here is about supply chain visibility. You might wonder what is this? This is nothing but IoT, Internet of Things. These are sensors that are installed in your tracking system. You know what happens? Like, you don't want your transactions to be known by public, so you duplicate the information, but your material is correct that I produce 1,000 products, but you don't show to whom your products have reached. So to maintain that privacy, this blockchain is used, where you show the public, you show government that I have produced, supply these many goods, but I'll not tell which customer it was because I'm revealing his privacy. So that's where they use this supply chain visibility. They found the privateness of people, of how their privacy is important to them. Now you share me a secret. You believe me that it'll be with me and it's stored in me. I don't share it out. And but when I do it, you feel bad. You feel like this person is not worth loyalty and he's talking behind my back. We don't want that happening. And that's why you start seeing in the future, like what are the circumstances? Like once you do something, how different ways it's going to be, and you have to make sure that it goes in the right path. Similarly, when these supply chains, these products are manufactured and going to reach to you, these sensors make sure that your package is not spoiled, it reaches you on time, and that's why you get this message in your device that your order is shipped, and later it'll deliver in 2 days, it'll deliver in delivery. And then sometimes when you buy a lot of things, they give you offers, they give you discounts. Sometimes they even give you vouchers. And for doing that, you buy a lot of things. So spending sometimes in your life when you're well to do, it's okay. But sometimes you must learn how to save our money also. Okay? Our next point is about business continuity planning. So in COVID time, now many managers were sick, maybe due to some reasons, they were not able to go back to their factory. Now, this factory gave this freedom for the employees. Like anybody can come forward and become a leader and work with them. A leader doesn't mean that he is only giving guidance and rules that you must do this work. Leader is someone who comes forward in a problem and he guides you and works with you. That is the best leadership. So here what I say is, to continue business, when managers are not able to support, employees come forward. They become this leader. They say, no, my teacher taught me in my class that she asked me a question like, who is this person? Even if the answer is wrong, the first person who raised the hand was a good leader. How? Because we have this potential. Like something when it's ours, even if I'm not able to give solution, I at least advocate the problem. Like, what's the problem? I cannot provide you with solution, but I think I try to give my opinions, and that is a good leader. This is what we learn of how when business plans are to be continued, because there's joint family business. When the next karta dies, the new karta comes in. Similarly, to continue business plans, some or other person from the family, from the employment area, they come forward and guide others. In this way, you're able to learn how to communicate with people, to understand how everybody have different mindsets of working, their own practices to work, their own flexible schedules. Like in online classes, what we did, we had our own time to do our homework. Everyone now we had a break. Like my classes start from 9 to 10. I have an hour break. What I do my homework that time itself. Later next hour, I get 1 more hour break. I complete my homework. So in this way, my 9 to 4 classes, where I get 1 hour break in between, I utilize the time. And after the evening, like from 6 to 12 o'clock, I can do whatever I like. I can play, I can watch a movie, I can talk to my friends, and even I can focus on my extracurricular activities. So, in this way, when you make use of the time more efficiently, you be effective during the particular time. You don't have to work 9 hours a day, work 4 hours a day, but be productive. Bring the outcome to be worth it. And now, as we do this online education, even that 1 hour that we learned was useful. Even if we were not doing assignments properly, we were gaining a lot of knowledge. At least we were listening. We improved our listening skills. And with that, we also learned how to operate the technology. And in this way, this technology will be used in the future. Like whatever you go, wherever you go in the college, when they give you assignments, technology, you have learned it. So you don't have to learn it again. So this technology will be used for you, with you, like be with your backpack. It'll travel with you everywhere you go. So this is about business continuity plans. Then we have customer collaboration. Now there's a specific product that I launch in the market. Now I feel that if my customer, they say no, B2C business, like business to customer, C2C, it's C2C basically, where these company owners, what they do, they collaborate with customers. Because more than suppliers, customers know what preferences they want. And when they collaborate with these customers, they build in the power of increasing the demand of that particular product. So in this way, customer collaboration not only increases the demand of the product, but also gives an opportunity for consumer, this customer, to work with them. You are buying their product, you are helping them, and in a way you're earning. So you buy a product, you help them, you earn back. So your money, your when it's generated, it's balanced, and that's very nice. So that's where people, to reduce these gaps, to remove these hindrances, they did this collaboration with customers. Now, collaborating it with customers is not enough. Like we know what the product is. Now, to make the product, we must collaborate with the industries. So your industry collaboration comes in. Now, whatever product I'm going to make further in future, or some updations I'm going to bring in the package. Yes, you know, there's this soap. After like 1 year, you see 20% extra. You see this chocolate company, there's like 5% extra, bigger in size. So there is this two type of things that happen. So here they identify. I don't know the proper term, but I'll explain you the concept. Now, when a product is updated, you see now the products are available cheaper. How they're cheaper now? Maybe the quality is reduced. Or if you feel that the quality of the product is increasing, but the amount is constant now, they have did something with the ingredients. So this is how sometimes when they make a new product, they use a lot of resources which are precious. Yes or no? These resources cannot be reused again. Like once put in the toothpaste, you cannot extract it back. That's why for all these products, what they do, they make sure that their packaging, their testing, it's very friendly to human and they don't have any sensitiveness when they use the toothpaste. They check it. They do testing of every individual product of how it should be. And best, if the package is good, inside content is not nice also, you will just buy the item to keep it in your cupboard to show people that I'm using this product, huh? And few people they say they have ordinary items. They value its quality and they are customer loyalty. So these people they don't show that I'm using this product. They know the benefits they gain from the product and they keep within themselves. The next point is about sustainability and CSR partnerships. These companies do a lot of innovations. They do collaborations with customers, industries. And the main thing is they're not only profit making, they also have this corporate social responsibility towards environment, towards people to provide them some opportunity. Like I discussed in earlier sessions of how few Reliance company they gave this opportunity for education. Few companies like Mama Earth they're planting millions of trees every year. Why? Like every new product they make, they plant a new tree. In the way that whatever products custom like they use no, some resources to give it back to the nature, they plant it again. So they do these type of sustainable practices. So let's know some CR practices. So before we know what is CSR and their practices, let's look over to this diagram. Here, this diagram says like during the pandemic, how these factories encompass various things. They had this connection with youth engagement, education, vocational skills, healthcare, women empowerment, digitalization, Swachh Bharat mission, and later years focused efforts. So this CSR activity not only comprises of charity events, not only to help environment, but also in some way engage youth. How you give this is train people and make them ready for future. The logical thinking in them. You give them questions in such a way that in future, like there is no prime minister, no president in the country, and one among us have to become somebody to make a country continue. Like you need somebody to control the country. And if you don't have any rules and regulations, the company will become disastrous. The country will not be going in well space and you'll have war within the country. You will not fight with other countries, but people themselves will start fighting. That's why, like, whenever there's this chance that comes, where somebody has suddenly to become a prime minister or president, he must be ready like now itself. You're maybe 20 years old. So in your school life from like 16 years, you must train you logically when you're given the social problems. How are you going to respond towards it? What are the measures that you take where people accept it easily? Listen, no, I do a new measure now. People don't like it. Few people are like, whatever going now is better. But few people want updation, some enhancement in the process of how the democracy is working. So, not for people to fight among these variances, we must bring them a measure that everybody, when I say it, everybody's like, do it. Yes, let's bring this initiative. They understand it easily, and how it's done is the way you speak, the way your communication reaches to them. It should be effective, and that's something that we must learn from now. That whatever we do, our actions, like from you are going to do something in front of hundreds of people, but even if two people among them, or even one people, or one person learns something and he becomes a greater personality, he'll remember that day. I went to this comedy show. I thought it'll be for fun, but he learned something. He valued his life, that what education he was having right now, even though he might not get some seats in the colleges, he still stayed. Whatever opportunity comes to him, he is going to learn it. He's going to skill himself again because humans are given this capability to think, have emotions, feel. And animals don't have that. They don't have the sixth sense of thinking, feeling, helping people. And that's the way humans are special. So we can adjust to any circumstances. Animals and plants are just not movable, they're just constant. And we sometimes consider them as non living. But it's living things because they also breathe in carbon dioxide, they breathe in oxygen, they release oxygen in the atmosphere for us to breathe. And that's why trees are also important. So it's like the ecosystem, like everything is connected. When you start doing a process, it doesn't not stop by collecting the raw materials. You have to bring in more labor, manufacture it. Manufacturing is okay. Next, you have to process it. For the process, also, you need some people. You have to bring in employment. And this is how, when you want to bring in a product, I have made this new Apple product. You think that it's very easy to make it. Lot of people from the very beginning, there's a cycle. Like how a butterfly is born. Like there's this cocoon, and then it larva, and then it pops out, and it flies. It becomes the adult monarch. So this is how the supply system also works. This supply chain also works. This is about youth engagement, then education. Many countries, many industries, what they give importance to education. They think that if the youth is to be engaged in these activities, first they should have the common knowledge. What is supply chain? What is trading? What is a democratic country? What is an aristocratic country? Or what is a country which is a laissez-faire? Laissez-faire is a type of scheme where the manager or this president of the country will not always involve in decision making. The people, like they have the CM, PMs in the country, they'll decide it. Only during the emergency purpose, they'll enter in if it's necessary. Otherwise, these people are trained like without a president, without a prime minister, still you must be able to make decisions. And only in the crucial time you can come forward and help them and guide them, like maybe this is new policy, new law that you are going to bring in the country. That time you can talk with the president. Otherwise, the smaller things about the corruption or about digitalization and all these new techniques, the normal employee can continue. They can make people understand that. This is how we must categorize which type of work, when and where, what type of people are to be used. Like we have hierarchy, levels of department: top level, middle level, and lower level. How this works is top level management are the CEOs, the presidents, the prime minister. Middle level managers are these company owners, these people who works as a department head officers. And who are the lower level management? People who work for them. So this is how you have to be supervised. Like this is supervised by lower level management, and top level management is superior to middle level. So during pandemic, when they had to make urgent decisions, this hierarchy was break down. Now you don't have to ask the lower level management if they had a problem. They can directly ask the top level management. This freedom was given to them during this period when there's a circumstance. changes were made around, people were not understanding, they were panicking. So at that time, if they had a doubt, if they had to clarify something, they don't have to follow these hierarchy levels. They can directly talk to the top level management. Directly, the top level can talk to the lower level management. So the system here, it's shuffled. It's like, you remodel it. In this time, you bring centralization and decentralization of how employees are to be participating in decision making. Are they not required? So it depends on them. So this is flexibility, like better understanding of it. And this is how decisions were made. And later we have vocational skills. You might wonder vocational skills is only is about talking or voice. It's not about that. It's about your own creativity of how you come forward. You're special from every person. Like when they say no, they give you puzzle. Everybody they take their different pieces. Like when you join it, it's a picture, it's a scenario. When you take it out, it's a different piece. Similarly, people. When you join them together, you think that they're common people. You take them separately, they're unique. They're different. They're not the same. Then you would say, yeah, obviously they have different nose, different hairstyle, the heights. No, no, no. It's always about the appearance. It's about also like how you're inside. They now know in the future they not qualify you of how you look or how your height is or what language you speak. They find like how you're from inside, how loyal you are, how you can really connect with people, and you can understand like due to difficult times you don't panic and you don't say your manager because of you I cannot have the job, and they don't have to do these things anymore. Now these employees when they're going to a new company they are processed. This things happen in a process. So they have changed the process of thinking where they understand that it's not about appearance, it's about how you think, how your brain functions, how innovation and how creative you be at that particular time. There's this emergent decision you have to make. Now they test you, they give you this opportunity. Now in a company, what they do, like the manager will not always take decisions. They have given this freedom to the employees. Like now, there's this problem in the company, supply chain disruption. One employee is brought forward. He is asked to address and fix the gap. In this way, every individual is improvised. He's becoming efficient just as the manager. Like not fully. He's not a specialist anymore, but he's developing. And that's more important here. So these CSR activities help people develop themselves, make themselves ready for any type of circumstance the life is going to throw you. I have said this a lot of times. When life throws you curveball, take it and roll along with it. And that's how you're going to enjoy most of it. So let's see some CSR activities. The first one here is Protect and Gamble, PNG. You would have seen in lot of companies like Pampers Pants. Like you have seen no various companies like brands come under a bigger company. So this PNG they brought this control tower method. What they did is this PNG identified the disruptions, like why the supply chain is getting disturbed, why is the problem causing. They initiated this control tower where they made measures immediately. They said no, you get a wound, you put a bandage immediately, like you fix it. So they instantly identified these disruptions, these breakdowns, and they put a bandage to it so that even if it's not flowing deliberately, it is flowing like in a way with some ups and downs, but end of the time it reaches to you, right? Somehow, some other way, like in a roller coaster form, it reaches to you. You experience the joy when you're on a roller coaster. You don't experience that much in the train journeys. Similarly, now the supply chain, how it was going like in the train journey, due to some problem, it became a roller coaster. But you enjoyed it. This product was not damaged. Somehow it reached to you. Your product is delivered at your home. And now Nestle. Nestle, this is a company where they had communication with their employees. They asked like, what's something that we can bring in a company to enhance our product? So like when I talk about Nestle and this communication and decision, I remember this example of Colgate. This Colgate, they were having very good production, but they asked a lot of employees like how we can enhance it, how still can we attract people. They were like, there is no problem. Packaging is good, the quality is good. But the driver of that founder, that Colgate company's founder, his driver told him, you increase the size of the nozzle of the toothpaste. So in this way, the production will increase. People will buy more toothpaste because it's going to get finished easier. Now you are using this toothpaste for maybe 2 months. Because of the nozzle size is increased, you're going to use more of the amount, and now your production is increasing. This is some strategy that when you sit and discuss, you're able to identify how you can increase your manufacturing. The demand remains the same, but it increases every month due to the improvement in the nozzle size. See, now Colgate is more improvised. Similarly, it did Nestle. What it did, it had this regular communication with their employees, asking them suggestions like how can we reduce risks and maintain our demands. This is what Nestle did. Then we have Marsec. This is a shipping company basically. What it did, it used this blockchain technology. I've explained blockchain. So this blockchain is basically going properly, but when it's given to the government or somebody is going to check like how the process is, it'll be duplicated. The real version will not be placed. I say no. Few things are privacy. Like we have this importance we give to privacy. Things they must not go out of our chats. So it's end-to-end encrypted. Similarly, this blockchain technology will tell us that this company, like in every day, 1 lakh products it's producing, but it will not tell who are the customers. So this chain will block the privacy but still show the amount of products it is released and how it is produced and supplied to the customer. And even there is this digitalizing and documentation. Every time, I mean, still we're using documents and paperwork. Even when we have this technology, this mobile phone, this projector, this computer, still we people use this paperwork. Why? Because it's more efficient. We think that using these papers will not be harmful to our eyes. But now this, smart devices, they have this view, like book reading mode, like lower visibility. You can enhance your mode to black and white, and your viewing compression will go down. So they're bringing a lot of innovations. So here this Marsec, this company, digitalize their documents. Now, whenever somebody asks, like, send me the first 5 products of your company, what you've shipped, so they can easily document it. They can share it via WhatsApp or mail. They don't have to go to that particular company and show them this is my registration, these are the people, and these are the products that I've shipped. They don't have to do this anymore. What they can do is just share it. They're more digitalized. The shipping company has become more digitalized. The next company here is Unilever. Unilever, we think that it's only in India, but in India it's known as like Hindustan Unilever. Maybe in Sri Lanka it's Sri Lankan Unilever. So in every country, in order, they said no. You have to be patriotic. You want to show that it's from my country. When this country started adding their country name before Unilever, so other countries like India and Sri Lanka, they started that Unilever is common. How to identify whether it's made in India or not? So they had Hindustan Unilever, Sri Lankan Unilever, Russian Unilever, like these names. So commonly when I talk about Unilever, they improve the supplier relationship. We discussed in our supply chain processes of how it's very mandatory for suppliers to have this relationship with the customers, retailers, distributors, and manufacturers. Now, when you have a good relationship with your friends and your family members, you have open communication. You talk to them. You say that what's missing, like how can I improve myself? You put on suggestions. Similarly, this collaboration with suppliers, this relationship with suppliers, when it's increased, we get to know this product, this is the company A, this is the supplier, manufacturer, retailer, and the consumer. Now they discuss like why this product is not being able to sell in the market. When they discuss it and when they go and tell to the manager, it's easy for them. So when you build a good relationship with the supplier, customer preferences enhance it. Updations in the product, the packaging changes, or maybe there's improvement in the size, like 20 more percent extra. This is extra. There's buy one get one free. They bring in these initiatives for you to get attracted. So this is how various companies, when they think that they're losing their customers, the customers moving out, they bring in offers. 4.99, 99, 3.99, and then they give you buy one get one free. So this is how it happens. Next is IKEA. The term IKEA, like this is a company where you can buy furniture and assemble it in your home. Like they'll give you the parts You go home, you can arrange it yourself. So you don't have to carry the whole furniture, buy a truck, do transporting. You can just carry it in a bag, go home and fix it. So this is basically what IKEA does. They sell furniture in a way where you can go and make it from your home. That's die, like do it yourself. So IKEA, what they did the initiative, they started using renewable energy. Energy where which is not going to be exhausted easily but can be regenerated again. And then they supported employees during this harsh condition. When many employees like due to the COVID, they were stopped working or people who were dependent on their to the work they don't earn. For these type of people, these this company supported their employees by providing them some resources, some relief measures. We saw no, some relief measures like during COVID, like what are the necessities they want? So they provided these employees with these measures where you have the food necessity, or maybe you're provided with some ration cards, or given some offer where you buy food. So in this way, it's very easy, even when you're not earning, but government is supporting you. This company believes in you that when you come back for working, you will work the double. You will work very properly. So this is about IKEA. Starbucks. So it is a very good giant cafe. Like it's a coffee shop. You nowadays you can get a lot of snacks also. So this is a very famous company and its shares are skyrocketing. Like it's having a very good flow. Now the company, they realized that during pandemic, the farmers who were supplying them with these coffee beans had some problem. Maybe they didn't have water facility properly, or they were not able to buy seeds, and sometimes they didn't have this fertilizers and manures. So to do this initiative, what did Starbucks do? They started having eco-friendly packages, like along with helping these farmers by providing them water management resources. Like usually they open the canal and the water is like flowing in the field. Instead of doing that, they taught them few practices, like the common farmers who were having like small farms, small feet, small square feet. They were taught to use irrigation sprinkler systems of how you can give water to your crops, but at the same time you can save a lot of water. So this is how Starbucks told their farmers that now in this time I want coffee beans from you, but you don't have the resources. I'll support you. That's government subsidy. Where when you don't have proper resources, government helps you. Now you need this machinery for 10 lakh rupees, but due to your income is not balanced, you're just a medium earner. What they do, they give government subsidy. They give you this offer like 50% off on whatever seeds and machinery you buy, or 20% off. In this way, government support these farmers to buy the machinery, to buy the seeds, and later when it's harvesting, you see a lot of coffee beans are produced. And then when these coffee beans are produced, they're used in Starbucks. In Starbucks, then you get your favorite choices of coffees. Latte, frappuccino, this chino, that chino. Like there are so many varieties of coffees that you cannot make list of it. And that's how they supported the farmers. Then we have Adidas. What they did is they reduce GHG. This is greenhouse gas emission. Listen, no, we are polluting the country. Like the emission of gases are increasing. So what they did, this company Adidas, like when they're manufacturing their shoes, manufacturing their materials related to their brand, what they did, they reduced the emission of these resources. Of how sometimes when the toxic gas is released, you sometimes feel very uncomfortable, suffocated. What they did to avoid this, you cannot avoid pollution 100%, but they implemented few plans, some systems where this pollution, this toxicity level can get decreased. They say no, future generation think out of the store. So this thing is happening now. How when even some to be released, but how can we control it? Are some measures that Adidas is taking, and they're eliminating plastic waste. They're using sustainable products, which is the packaging, the boxes. They don't do it in plastic anymore. The leather they use, any fixing materials they're providing you when you buy a shoe, buy a sneaker, it's eco-friendly, which is it's not plastic. They eliminate, they try. Like sometimes for carry bags, we were using plastics. Now it's converted to paper bags. We have jute bags. You don't want jute bags, paper bags, you bring our bag from your home. We have this pie, we have this cutter pie. So we have a lot of other resources. When we know that you have to say no to plastic, these companies will find that people now are very precise in being sustainable. Let's remove plastic from our company. So more customers will come. Hey, that company don't use plastic anymore. So I'm using my shoes, which I bought plastic free. So they be feeling proud, they feel encouraged. And this is how these companies develop their technologies, develop their practices in a way that the customer is happy, the nature is happy, and then end of the day you're earning well, so you can go home and have a very good sleep. So this is all about the examples of how the supply chain works, how various countries not only have profit making but also doing some welfare for the mother earth. Mother earth in the sense everybody will come, plants, human beings, satisfaction and everything. So we have covered everything right now. So this is basically CSR activities examples. Our next topic is about role of and the leadership of government during this time. In the very first session, we discussed about international organizations help to provide information to people to give the precise clearly, but everybody was not using WHO websites. So every country, like initially, they had to take this step where it's time for them to show their leadership skills because this is a crisis where you have to share a lot of risky information and how to share, how they managed it, how empathetical they were. Empathy, empathy. Wait. Let's come to the next slide and I'll explain you in detail. So we'll be seeing about leadership crisis. So during this crisis, how leaders came forward. They were more compassionate, they were more friendly, they were very clearly and timely they were making decisions. We'll see a lot of world leaders, lot of chancellors and prime ministers and presidents of the different type of leadership methods. Then we have governance policy and response during crisis. So we have discussed a lot of things about Atmanirbhar Bharat, about MSMEs, that they'll give them loan without providing a collateral. You don't have to submit a collateral because you're in need of emergency of money. For your business to recover, that amount is going to play a very big role in your life. So in this time, this government made this policy where you get loans collateral free. And we'll be discussing of how he rebuilt it, they recovered from this crisis, and how government and leaders, we will say leaders now, government people, the ministers, like this is something that only not government people are leaders. Okay, why do I give spoilers right now? Let's go to the next topic. Leadership during crisis. Here, the first point here is about case studies and examples of how leadership were exemplary. They were very special to people. The first example here is New Zealand's Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern. Now she's a former Prime Minister. She was a Prime Minister during 2021, somewhere there. So, like previous 2 years before. So, during the pandemic time, what Jacinda you did, she had a very good communication with the public. She was crisp and clear with the guidelines. Where all the people, so when you are good at giving information, even if it's not really worthy. But when you listen, when the person has a style that you understand the point easily, that skill Jacinda had. So whatever she was saying, people believed that it was right, and they started listening to her. She even made decisions swiftly, timely. Now vaccines, when they were developed, distribution must be taking place. So how she made decisions timely for distributing these resources. First, the people who cannot afford it. Later, the people who have a lot of money. So she decided like which class of people will first get the money supply and how vaccines are to be given to them. Then we'll talk about South Korea's president Moon Jae-in. He is also former president of Korea. You know what he did? His government implemented widespread testing and control measures. Like how Jacinda, she was very crisp and clear in giving guidelines. Moon Jae-in was very firm and strong in spreading the guidelines of this lockdown measures, about this test control measures. So was very, listen, you're very focused, you're very confident enough that this measures, this strict code of conduct will improvise your community. Your country will be in the safer zone. So as much as possible, he brought measures where you'll be at home, will not be worried anymore because you're safer at home rather than coming outside. So when a person tells you clearly what the situation is around, you don't panic. You understand it and you stay at home. You isolate yourself. There's something that you understand. So now many people I think must learn the skill of convincing us how that message should reach to us. I cannot mention people right now here because maybe like your elders, I'll say. I'll not mention them clearly. Sometimes few things are very harsh, but when you implement in your life, it's bettering. It's going to be very helpful in the future. It'll be very sour and bitter when you do it right now, but it'll be very fruitful after your hard work. So this is something that the elders taught us. That even in the time you eat this bitter gourd right now, but when you grow older, you'll be very stronger. You'll be healthier. It's not about having the food. It's about your thoughts of how you think, how positive enough you are, how you can chill. You don't be short temper. Now you don't get food in my home. My brother is like, where is food? Where is food? Why didn't you make the food? No, he is short tempered. He becomes angry when certain things are not provided to him. He breaks things down. And now we understand the character of this person. That food is his necessity. Food is his love. So we have to provide him food on time and provide his food which he likes. So this is how we cannot sometimes able to be normal. But we can give him this access. So when we pamper him more, no, he'll understand that he's not doing anything. And then he'll start getting this responsibility, making himself be responsible of doing things on own. Now that my brother is in hostel, he's understanding of how he has to do his work by himself. Turn when everything comes to you to your bed, like they're spoon feeding you, you'll enjoy it. But at the same time, when you bring the spoon to your mouth, like you have to earn, you have to work a lot. Like if it's a mom, like if you're a baby, they food. But now this time you learn how to feed yourself, how you learn new things, how you manage. You wake up, you do your own chores, you study by yourself. This is where you start learning, you become independent. You're not dependent on anyone anymore. It's something that we learned during COVID. Now my brother understood that pampering was good, hard. This is what COVID, when we were at home, we were having all the facilities, we enjoyed it. When we came back, we had to adapt to it, become resilient again, and we continue working. Then next is about Germany's Chancellor Angela Merkel. She is also a former chancellor. So she was like for a long period of time. You know what she did? She provided with financial assistance. Lot of other leaders were giving community like crisp and clear guidelines. They were implementing isolation measures, and few presidents and few ministers were focused on distributing the vaccines. But this particular chancellor in Germany, she was providing financial assistance to people for them how they can recover from this thing, how they can start earning again. So this assistance was provided, and then she emphasized the importance of how when she asked the other regional leaders. Now this Germany's chancellor had a video conference with various countries, asking them like what's the situation in your country, how people are responding guidelines. So when lot of people you connect, you do this video conferencing, you do collaboration, you understand. So you become joined, you join your problems and you solve your problems together. This is the best way. When now you have to sit alone, solve this math problem, it's hard. You have a tutor, you have your friend who sits with you and it's easy for you to do it. But not in the exam time, huh? We just learn now of how the necessity of this requirement of this support is important in the learning stage. But during the time of tests and assessments, it, it shows in our results that how well the support was useful for us. Similarly, these chancellors, these presidents, these prime ministers, what they did, they wanted the country to understand the situation, not panic, not get scared. Okay? So this is what they did. Then we'll see the characteristics. We saw these leaders. We saw a few characteristics of them. These are some common characteristics that every leader must possess. The first one is communication and transparency. Now we know the COVID pandemic is very serious. You cannot tell people fake hope, false hope that COVID is reducing, we don't have cases. But in reality, if you're not genuine, you don't give correct information to the public, they will not understand. So here being transparent and communicating properly is a quality that all these leaders might have in them. Listen, no, I have this in my blood from my dad. I cannot remove it. I'm very talkative because my mom is like that. Similarly, I'll continue. I'll continue here. So similarly here, these people who were communicating and being transparent, these leaders came out to be more proficient, more people were understanding them better. Then we have decision making and adaptability. How Jacinda Ardern, she timely made decisions of the vaccines to be distributed. Similarly, the other presidents and prime ministers, what they did, this timely decision making provided them where you cannot delay your access. Now you take a lot of time deciding what dress to wear. The party is at 8 o'clock, you have come to get dressed up in 7 o'clock. So you waste your time in deciding what outfit to wear. So when you make your decision quicker, you know that whatever you wear looks good on you, so you wear and go to the party. Similarly here, they will understand easily like what's the first preference, the priority of which group of people must be given, which group of people will have the first preference. So these are some qualities that they must have in them. This last quality that the common thing that the leaders must have is empathy. As I said, no, I don't want to give you a spoiler then. Now I'll tell you what's empathy. You look at the diagram here. These skills are strengthening empathy. These skills are strengthened by empathy. Empathy is something when you step in other person's shoes and you understand that now this person is facing a problem. Until when you don't face the problem, you don't realize how hard their life is. But once you see it in their perspective, their point of view, yeah, they are facing a lot of problems. This is disturbing. This is disturbing. Sometimes it's in our dress wear, sometimes it's in the way we talk or we study. We have some disturbances. So is in leadership skills. So when we don't understand, like there are different people out in the public, when we understand their problems, so now I'm giving resources to these vulnerable region, but still there is some problem why they are not able to get full access to it. So you understand it that many people are doing cheating. They get 2, 3 packets for free, and everybody is not getting the proper allocation of resources. So they do that. And here you see the diagram. They say creative collaboration, negotiation, identifying needs, emotional connection, and feeling safe. So these skills are strengthened when you have this empathy, when you feel that you want to change in the person. So you have to see in his perspective. Now I'm a science student and I'm a commerce student. So there are two people here. Now you think science is easy. Commerce will think commerce is hard. So what we do, we don't see in their perspective. We see in our perspective that it's easier for them and it's harder for us. And they think that science is more hard, not commerce. But in actual, when they come, like science come in the shoes of commerce people and they realize, yeah, both are tough. Like in order to do something in life, you will see that what you're doing is more harder, not what people are doing. And in this way, you strengthen your skills. Your empathy was strengthened when you started being creative, when you understood the needs of people. You started feeling safe. You started feeling safe of how people can really be with you. So this is all about how few case studies showcase exemplary leadership and what are the common characteristics of a leader. Our next slide is about governance and policy response during a crisis. Here, as you can see in the picture, we see that a lot of ministers, like in India, they're doing this video conference. In the image, you can see, even when people and ministers were not able to come offline and do meetings, they came online. This video conferencing, still they were able to find solutions, discuss problems, make new advancements. So this crisis management and coordination was possible with the help of CMR. This is Indian Council of Medical Research and NDMA. This is National Disaster Management Authority. So these are two main authorities and schemes that was involved in the crisis management. Now we have to distribute the vaccines, but how properly it is made, the quality control check, and all these things are to be verified. That is where this medical council comes in. And now disaster management, this pandemic, we have to address the situation now. We have to join in these with these schemes and policies. When we do that, we understand. because the firefighters are trained in a way. When there's a fire, they know how to extinguish it, to reduce it, to save people, rescue people. There's where these medical people, they're trained already, that when a pandemic comes, how we have to be ready for starting to plan and make a vaccine. You might wonder that you have a lot of resources and council services. Still, why in the very starting period they didn't make vaccines? Because different. People were having different symptoms of having COVID 19. And you cannot decide with a rough amount of knowledge that due to these symptoms you have COVID. After a year of knowledge, acknowledging them, of how it's reactive and how it's not, how it's curable, later then they prepared vaccine in basis of these symptoms. So that's where there was a little delay, but in the end, it was good. So my next topic will be about vaccine development and distribution. That every nook and corner will be discussing of how vaccines were developed and distributed. So now let's continue with this crisis management. Here, prime ministers and CM they gathered and they discussed the problems. You would say no, government is not doing anything because they cannot go outside. They still found this way, just like how we people we did this remote learning, this remote education, how teachers and other working staff also converted them to this new change, remote learning. Similarly, this government, this leadership came to this online platform. So they were discussing via that. Now that these people have come online, we are also in online. So whatever information they say, we watch the news. We watch on internet like what's happening. Radios are more in use. Rather than radios, the communication facility doesn't stop with radios or TVs and newspapers. Nowadays, even social media gives you updations of a lot of other information. So here, this is how the government made new policies and responded when the crisis occurred. The other aspect is that rebuilding and recovery of governments and leadership. So here, this is nothing but Tika Utsav. This Utsav is where it's vaccine festival. This was a 3-day festival. What they did here is larger group of people. How much as possible the vaccines were dosed to them without wasting it. That is what Tikotsav was. This Tikotsav didn't stop by vaccinating people in a larger amount. It also said that every person will be given one vaccine. They say no in elections. One word, one value, one person. Similarly, one more new, this is what do you call it? It's a quotation, or maybe this policy that one vaccine, one person, one dose for one person. So this scheme was brought in to identify that every individual is getting vaccinated. And even they took this pledge where they make sure the vaccines are to be distributed to all people without wasting the resources or to do any malpractices. Sometimes you need a lot of vaccines in emergency, but you don't have the proper ones. You do mixy and you not give the original vaccine. So that's something that they must avoid because it's going to their body. It's going to stay there for long time. And that is why they addressed all these problems. That when vaccines were in less amount, various companies made agreements where they were helping each other. So here, effective crisis management was made by bringing in this campaign programs, Stick Out Sir, and G20. G20 doesn't stop with a lot of activities that we do, yoga, or it's about bringing inclusivity and exclusivity. It's also about distributing and providing effective resources during the pandemic and after COVID as well. Then it's about resilient and inclusive leadership, international cooperation. So the global responsibility of a government doesn't stop within the country. Now we say no how trading people and companies collaborated with various industries to find best practices. Similarly, government bodies they also collaborated with other international government agencies to identify during this crisis how did they react, how the people managing, and what are the measures that I, as in Prime Minister of India, what can I do to enhance this distribution of vaccine? So they say no. India took this initiative for manufacturing a lot of vaccines and providing it all over the world. So in this way, a lot of countries who didn't have this resource and development of providing vaccines, India supported them by distributing vaccines there. What happens is like when you identify that somebody is going to support you, when you collaborate. So this collaboration was came out good that you identify that India had a lot of resources, and in this way, they're able to help other people. This is all about rebuilding and recovery of governance and leadership, like after pandemic. Lessons learned and looking ahead. Resilient and inclusive socio-economic policies. So this is about of how like we have discovered like every area, education, healthcare, or if it's government body also, they are recovering damage. They are bringing in new policies and schemes to fix the wound of people. Here, what they did is they were the socio-economic initiatives where, irrespective of what background they come from, what area, race they are from, they will not consider that anymore. I said no, no more appearance predictions. They'll just see that as an individual, this person, how he receives healthcare, is having the rights of this education, has his rights of voting. Similarly, has his right to get vaccinated at an affordable rate. So this is some practices that they took. That when vaccines are to be distributed after or during the pandemic time, it should reach to everybody, like everybody can afford it. And that's how in my school, like this institution, then vaccines came out, there were government campaigns that came to our school and vaccinated the children in it. So now parents didn't have to worry, this risk got reduced. So this is education institutions and hospitals, parents, when they help each other, the difficulty level of now it is very hard for kids to give vaccination. You take them to a hospital, you will not have this guarantee whether it will suit them or not. As an adults, you can adjust it and bear the pain. But for students, as they are more sensitive, I say, so schools took this initiative to provide them vaccines. Like after a period of time, they say no, after 50 days or 90 days, second dose will be given. So they have gave proper vaccination facility in the school and it was free of cost. Imagine when vaccination is to be distributed, when people are in need, are in emergent need of these things, people are no more infected, government has to take this initiative for providing it free, for providing it in a affordable rate. And other people who were rich now, they have given a lot of free supplies. Now they have to earn somehow. This economy, this world is based on monetary terms. From the day everything starts from the clock we buy, the watch we wear, even when you're born, you have to pay money. So money is like used everywhere. Similarly, here, what they do, like after that is in vaccination and all, we have become more responsible. That like in future, when this pandemic comes, of how we must take this initiative in providing and distributing vaccines to the remotest areas, to people who need it the most. Then it's about climate change and environmental sustainability. We have discussed a lot of things of sustainability. We didn't speak about climate change in person. So here, climate change, like how after restrictions were made, lockdown was brought in, pollution got reduced. We were not using automobiles, right? Factories and industries were in halt. Later, they continued working, but the emission of carbon dioxide, the emission of this carbon dioxide, the footprint got reduced. So this is the way how climate change occurred. Usually we have monsoons in this particular season. But as the climate developed, we saw changes in the climate. Like even in the summers it was raining. In the winters it was sunnier. So we had this change in the climate as well. How it is identified now? These restrictions and lockdowns. Now I think in the future, if we have to reduce global warming, let's do lockdowns. When we do lockdowns, we don't use automobiles and vehicles and there's a very good chance where we can reduce the pollution. And like in Delhi, you go morning also, or you in the afternoon, you're driving on the street, smog is all around. The mixture of smoke and fog. So how they reduce the pollution level is by doing this alternative system that odd cars on these alternative days and even cars on these days. Even like in India, like in Delhi especially, after the lockdown, they saw that the smog is reduced now. The accidents are reduced. Now people are in a condition where they can go to their workspace without worrying whether they'll return home or not. Because sometimes you're a well person, you're well to do, you're earning good, everything is well. But due to this natural disasters or maybe due to some unexpected accidents, you lose your life. So like when pollution was reducing, there was this drastic change in the climate People were more becoming more good. Like they were understanding that if we want to reduce pollution, we plant more trees. We will bring lockdown measures even in the future. This is all about the lessons we learned, like how we understood. We realized, listen, no, until you try out this new recipe, you will not know how tasty it is or how it's not bad. But still, you convince the maker or the person who made the dish. You says like it's nice, but it needs improvement. Similarly, we experience the pandemic now. So in future, when you're going to address the similar situation, we are ready. We're ready to face it. We'll not step back. And even in this pandemic time, lot of people lost their family members, their loved ones. They lost their job opportunities, education. Many people had lost in their education system. But some or other way, they recovered everything. When they were the clouds, it was raining hardly. The weather was very bad. Somehow they brought a rainbow. Like after the raining, when the sun comes, the rainbow comes. Similarly, we people became the rainbow. We became beautiful thoughts. Everybody's pretty, I accept, but we became more beautiful in thoughts in using the resources and having access and providing it to everybody. They say no, if there's a situation, oxygen is low now, first put your mask and then put the mask for your passenger or to your partner. This is what we understand. That when in emergency, you prepare yourself, you protect yourself, and then you help others. So when you're in good condition and you can help a lot of people. So if you're not well, you try to help a lot of people, but you somehow lose your energy. But now you put your oxygen mask. Now you're good enough. So you can help a lot of people wear their oxygen mask. This is how we have to cooperate. We have to coordinate among people. Next is about, as I said, no leaderships. It's not only the government, not only PM and CMs. Here, as you see in the slide, you can see a film villain. So they say that this film villains came out to be real life heroes. Sonu Sood, Mr. Sonu Sood, you know what he did? He, during the pandemic, he helped a lot of people, the migrants. As you can see there, he reached out to migrants who were not able to go back to their workspace by giving a lot of support. So here they said Sonu Sood on his birthday, like on our birthdays, we go to orphanages. We help the people, provide them food, accessories, and clothes. So during pandemic, these villains in the movies and films become real heroes. How? Like on his birthday, he helped. He fed like more than 45,000 migrants. People now you migrate to area for working, right? Now they were due to restrictions, they were stuck in our area. But food is mandatory. Like you have to serve food on your table. It's very essential. So for people who were not able to go back to their native country or native state, Sonusu took this initiative to feed these neighbors, provide them with food packets. And also, this actor donated like 25,000 mask shields. This masks to the office department in Maharashtra. As a personnel, they distribute, dispatchated this department by providing them 25,000 face shields. And not even that, Sonu Sood also, people who were not able to stay in area, they were homeless. He built a hotel, like his own hotel where you were surviving, like where you were staying in. He brought in people to accommodate these places. So in this way, the hotels which were having less occupancy rates, well, helping these laborers accommodate this hotel areas like rooms. Sonos not only help the workers stay in the hotels and have a room service and have a normal life. He also helped that hotel to develop, where the hotel like earlier due to restrictions, customers like the guests didn't come in where he brought in laborers that day, the hotel was also improved. Like they started earning back. This is how lot of heroes, lot of celebrities also come forward and show their leadership during the pandemic. I have told you how YouTubers, how people who are philanthropists come forward, do live streams on YouTube where they collect a lot of charity amount and later they give to the CARES Act, the PM CARES Fund. Our next point is about how children became became the new saviors. This, children, what they can do in this COVID pandemic. Like when we kids see the television, we see no lot of people are suffering. But what they thought is they didn't see the suffering of people. Like they understand people are suffering. But also they saw how different people when they come forward to help them, why not we? We small kids go and do some initiative. So there's this girl, 60-year-old girl called Ishita Sharma. She had this piggy bank savings. She wanted to help people who were suffering in COVID and to give them treatment. So she broke her piggy bank and she was going to the police department. She told inspector, sir, I have seen a lot of people helping who are not really well. They're having this TC, so I want to help you. The police inspector there was very astonished and he was very proud because this little girl came forward who broke her piggy bank savings. She wanted to buy a cycle actually, but when she saw people were suffering and people came out to help, she was like, I will also help. I will also come forward. And when she told the police inspector that I want to help, he appreciated her and he said her that it's a very good effort. We very glad that you young generation have installed this thing of helping people. He appreciated him. He sent him home. So the girl got very happy that she can buy a cycle now. Here it's not about that she was not able to give the money. The initiative which she took, the effort she took to help people. She tried. I said no, some people don't even try to help and they say that I will do this thing, I will do that thing, but they don't do it actually. When this girl took this initiative to help give her piggy bank savings to all these people, this is how you inspire everyone. And thereby, when this got famous on internet, lot of other kids said that "My friends, I also want to help them. I want to give to them. In this way, like 25,000, 85,000, all these kids who have been saving from years, who wanted to buy something, what they did? They put it in the charity. They gave it to this PM Scares Fund. Not only children, lot of other teenagers and adults, like from their savings, they donated. Like every weekend basis, like few children in few area were donating money. We're giving this charity funds by giving their savings. How nice it is. This way we learn that savings is important. So during this crisis time, when there is insufficiency of money, we can use our savings. Even I think there's this company owner. So he was well to do. His company was going very well. But due to some reasons, his company slowed down. His wife, she used to collect money. She thought that in future I'll do something of my own. But when she realized that his own husband is not able to make his company work on, she saved around 12,000 rupees. She only gave 10,000 rupees to his husband for his business to continue. 10,000 is not enough, but she tried. She at least supported like during this time, even if it's little, if I help him, it's a good initiative. So in this way, she taught people about savings. These children, these people inspire a lot of people that savings is important. And how we saw in financial markets, when a person earns income, either he saves in the banks or he invests in financial market to earn more, to increase the growth of his income. Similarly, savings is something that you keep it like safe. It's safe for the emergent purpose. Like you have seen lot of people having different piggy banks. Piggy bank for education, piggy bank for my mama's to buy her a gift. This piggy bank is to help people. So this is how this extra piggy bank came to their lives. This is to help people. One piggy bank is for them. One piggy bank is to buy gifts for their family members. Even if they're not earning whatever budgeting that is, every week your parents give you some amount. So in this way they collected this amount. And when their birthdays came, when Mother's Day, Father's Day, there's this event, they had money that time to surprise their family members. So this is how kids they say, Mom, I also have money, I can also buy you a car one day. So this is how you when you start a lot of things. Even if now you cannot afford the real car, he is affording this Hot Wheels. And see in future how his Hot Wheels turn to a real car and he's having a lot of cars in his garage. So this is how leaders came forward, not only government people, ministers, superheroes. This real life villains came inside to become a superhero. Children became the new saviors, celebrities, common people. How much ever they can, they help. They help these people. The next is about vaccine development. We have been discussing from the very initial stage, but we didn't discuss it in detail how this vaccine first was made. In order to make a vaccine, you have to do a lot of researches, scientific details required. So we'll be seeing how vaccine was developed and distributed. Here, there's this picture as you can see. Earlier, when vaccines were there, doctors had to run behind the patients to give them. So they were scared of it. Today, you see that people are running after the doctor to get vaccines. See, this is how demand increases. We think that these injections are very scary and it will be harmful for you. But now you understand, right? Even if it's a little bit painful, still it's effective. You can protect yourself. So this picture here says that before and after, like how earlier vaccines people used to run away to get a vaccine. Now they're running behind the doctor, like give me vaccines. I want to keep myself safe. So there's something. So let's start. Vaccine development. So here the first point is about research and preclinical testing. I'll not give you the detailed way of how in real life it works, but there is a format of how they prepare vaccines. So here, first thing is they identify what type of ingredient they must use and how much amount of this is required. They say no, in order to prepare a meal, you will require some amount of rice, some amount of dal, spices to make your dish. Similarly, you are making these products. You measure the equipments that you need and then you experiment it and later you test it out how it's working. So is in vaccination. Here they identify vaccine targets. Like first, when we do a sample piece of vaccination, we cannot directly give it to human beings. We test it. We do animal studies of how they're reacting, these animals are reacting. Later, these preclinical tests, what they say is the lab tests once run in this animal study when the vaccination is given, they see the four main things. The first thing is the vaccination is given to this animal. How well or safe it is. Is he having any side effects? Is some body like temperature or the symptoms? So they check the safety. Second, they check the immune response. How well your system, your body can accept this income. They say no. You taste this few citrus fruits, you're allergic to it. You have this allergy and your body don't suit it. Similarly, they test these vaccines, how suitable it is to your system and how well your immune system. Second point. The third thing is ability to protect. You see the safer side. You see that this vaccination, your immune system is responding. Now, how it is protecting you against the disease. Now, if you're infected by COVID, so this antibody, this vaccine should fight against it. Is this vaccine having that capability? They check that. The fourth thing is about checking this all again. Like they do testing again, whether now can we give people? So they don't directly go. What they do is the second point clinical trials. Three phases are there. First one is small group of people. These are healthy people. Once these vaccines are made, they are given to the small group of people healthy. You know, when people are healthy, you will not expect them to react much to the vaccines. So once the first group of people, this small group of people were tested and they were giving good response, they went to the second phase. The second phase was a larger group. This larger group of people, what they had to check is the safety and the protecting against this virus, how well it was happening. When they passed the second phase, the third phase of us, like we saw a smaller group, we saw a larger group. Now, in thousands, 10 people were selected. These 10 people were of different body types. They might even have some personal or internal organ system device or some sort of deficiency in their body. So we found all the variety of people from this thousand. We picked them randomly. They say no combination and we learn in max now of how if you want to arrange people, there's not only one way of arranging it. You can rearrange it in a lot of way. Similarly here, they put it like they do this no spin the wheel challenge where it will stop in any event. You will not know where particularly it stops. So in the same way, thousands of people from there, 10 people were chosen. And once they were chosen, they were divided to five. So here, for few people, vaccines were given. For others, there was this placebo given. This placebo is a duplicate version of the vaccine, which will not go in their immune system. But they say no. How do I explain this? Now vaccines are going to react. It is going inside your body, so you are going to react towards it. This placebo will not have more reactions. Similarly, like when your mom scolds you, you react very badly. But when your friends do, you are just like, what does he know about me? Who has this right to scold me? So that's the difference in the vaccine and the placebo. So when somebody scolds you, how reactive you start becoming angry, or you start, tearing up. But this placebo, like when your friends scold him, you scold him again. Like who gave you this right to scold me? This is the difference of placebo and vaccine. So after they were tested out in the smaller group of people, all these three phases passed. Now it was sent to the real world applicants. The people, public, was going to receive this vaccine. But before they did that, here it's about the approval. Now we did a lot of trials. Now we have to approve it. Is no launching a new product or launching a new law. It should be approved by the government. People must accept it. Similarly, this thing, regulatory approval, says summation of data. Like all these trials we did know in the three phases. This data should be submitted to this agency. This agency is like authorities like European Medicine Agency, EMA, and there are a lot of other agencies in different countries. So, for example, in Europe, when vaccines were in need of emergency, like before the full approval, you had to provide vaccine to certain group of people. Like if you don't give them now, they might lose their life or the condition will be worse. So for these people, they were given this advantage. Where the second point here, the regulatory approval, as we saw, that it gives you the summation of data, like you approval, the tick, like okay, you can go and give it in the public. But few people who emergently are given this access. But you have to clarify with this authority that now in emergency, like before the full approval, I want to give it to few people because it's emergency. So they make sure that before the main approval is done, how well this product is. Is it full finished? The quality control check, the temperatures. These vaccines, when transported, is transported in a cold chain process. It is temperature sensitive. A temperature goes high now, vaccines is also not no longer in use. If it goes down now, your vaccine will freeze. It will be useless. You cannot use it. So they had to be very cautious. And later, when these people wanted it in emergency, they were given this authority. Okay, you can have this 100 vaccines, but you must take the guarantee of whatever reactions are going to happen. So later, for the other people, like commonly when public was going to get vaccination, this approval was made by these authorities like signing. We do our assignments and tests. Who marks them? Teachers does. A lot of other professionals. So they mark your assessment of how you have done it. Similarly, the process and the efforts, these scientific researchers, these scientists, these doctors put the initiative preparing this vaccine. Somebody should verify it, approve it. Listen, no. How in school a principal manages, like in the police department, if you don't have any criminal activities, like what's the use of a police station? Similarly, here, in order for people to get it properly, there must be these rules and regulations that they must follow. If there are no people, who will you give access to? There are no thief now, who will be in the locker? No students now, who will teach them? Like what the teachers will do. This no ecosystem. It's a chain, interconnection. We're connected everywhere. So was this vaccine developments. Then it's about the manufacturing and control check. So what they did here is they when they were packaging these vaccines, they labeled them. Like after this period of time, it will be expired. It will no longer be in use. So within the duration, they must transport this to the nearby country who's in emergent need as well as it's near. So in this way, we don't waste a lot of vaccines. We provide them as soon as possible. Okay. So this is about they manufacture it, they check the quality, they label it accordingly, and transport. Next is our fifth one. We have post market surveillance. So here I'd like to speak about this specific scientific term, pharmacovigilance. This pharmacovigilance is about like once the vaccine is released in the public are using the vaccines, it is dosed. The report says that if you people unexpected side effects they have now, they have to report here. Post market is like after a product is sold, how people are reacting to it, how suitable it is to their body. This process is done by various departments. Like one healthcare agency cannot check everything. So they divided this work into few departments where even the non-healthcare working staffs were given this to check whether this area these vaccines were received and how well people are responding to it. Are there any side effects? Are there some external symptoms that they're showing? So we have to address this problem by updating the vaccine systems, right? This is how people, after supplying the vaccines in the market, they were monitoring it, like how this camera is monitoring right now, like what we are doing. Similarly, there were a lot of monitored after the supply of vaccines, how well people respond, the response of the people, and how reactive it was. And next slide is about vaccine distribution. Let's have a closer look to this chart here. So, like manufacturing and supply chain, how we saw globally when trade happens, the normal goods are manufactured and supplied. But this vaccine had a different mode of chain. As I know, cold chain management, temperature sensitive. So they have a different process of supplying the product. Once the manufacturing factory manufactures the product, they are transported, they're imported to the main storage facility. They say no, every market has this production unit where all the warehouses, all the products are stored. Similarly, once they were made, they were stored in this national storage facility. Later, whichever hospitals, health centers, government agencies, local people, local suppliers needed it, according to that, the trucks first gave it to the regional hospitals. Later, a few vans were arranged to give to the health center. And people who were not able to go to hospitals or go in these campaigns, mobile units were arranged for them. We'll talk about this in detail. I'll explain you like what the concept was. So yeah, this is how a vaccination outreach takes place. Then the next point is about allocation and prioritization. Once these are for public use, first priority goes to the workers in the hospital. When they are not well now, then how they'll treat the patients. The first priority of these vaccines were dosed to the workers in the hospital. All the doctors, nurses, and the staff working in this area were dosed. Later, the second priority was given to the elderly people because they don't have that strong immune system to fight against it. We, young generation, like we people can, but the people lower than us, they cannot. So they prioritize like first to the workers, then to the elders. Like small kids, like they avoid it for a period of time. After they saw like how publicly the reach of vaccines was happening, later they brought vaccines for kids. So this is about allocating and prioritizing. Once the vaccine is in public use, who will get the first priority? Then we have distribution networks. This is about like national distribution networks, regional, like state wise, district wise. So national now they will overall check. Like all the states have one facility. Like there are three vans in every area. But sometimes when you go specifically on zoom it on the state, few states, like few districts, few remote corners, they don't receive vaccines. So for these type of people, they brought vaccination centers. As I said, no mobile units. So for people where these emergency ambulances or campings were not able to be set up, mobile units like the two-wheeler, the nurses, the doctors had this area. So in that very kacha road, you can still go in. You cannot bring in a big vehicle, but the smaller way you can do it. So in this way, these doctors reached out every nook and corner of this particular vulnerable district to provide them these vaccinations. Sometimes when you're going to give vaccinations, you don't have the area to gather people. So they brought in drive-through sites like McDonald's, Burger King. They have this drive-through applications like you're sitting in a car, you order and you get it from a car and you go. So these are drive-through sites. Similarly for vaccine, when you cannot accommodate a larger group of people in an area, they did this vaccination drive-through sites where like there'll be this particular place allocated and cars one by one they'll pass, they'll have the vaccination dose and then they'll move. So drive-through sites are initiated. Also, when these sites were not in many areas, they popped up clinics. Pop-up clinics are bringing healthcare workers and staff in the common places like town hall, the car parking facility. So it is a larger area where you can accommodate a lot of people and provide vaccination. So in this way, in emergency purpose, people had to pop up clinics in the common places like in town hall and car parking areas. So this is of how vaccines are distributed. Once they are manufactured, the priority for whom it should be reaching first, the distribution networks, like not only nationally, only state wise, district wise, region wise, and every area, every village must be given this vaccine dose. Later, publicly, how people got it, mobile units, by giving this drive through sites, and you're given the education. Once you're given this vaccine, how you must keep your body. They say no, after donating blood, you should not hype it up yourself and continue working. You must rest yourself. Similarly, sometimes after getting vaccinations, you hype up yourself, you start working now, you will have some side effects. That's why they say after getting some treatment, or donating blood, or getting vaccinations, you rest your arm, you rest yourself so that it settles in your body and it's everywhere. Now you start working and you start doing exercise, you go to gym, so the vaccine will stay here, will not flow over, all over your body. So this education is provided to all the people who are below par who don't know after vaccination what they should do. So this education is also outreach to the people. Then monitoring and reporting. As in the first stage we saw, once vaccines are distributed, few people are assigned to do the check marks. They say no, when we are packing, going for a trip, we do check bucket, check Colgate, check clothes, check passport. Similarly, when one area was finished, like thousands of people are there, 99% got dose now. They were like, this area is completed. Then they go to the next area. So in this way, they identify like which area needs more vaccines, and these are the areas that they have covered. So this monitoring and reporting still continued during the development and after the distribution. So this is of how vaccines were distributed. Then global collaboration and initiatives, education, trading, government policies, everybody is collaborating. So did vaccines. As I said, no, when in time, when in crisis, we cannot find solution ourselves. We collaborate with people. We make an agreement that during this particular pandemic, or this problem arises, we'll not have competition in the market. We'll support each other. So during this time, when vaccines are excess in few countries, they exported it to the country who was in need. So in this way, countries who didn't reach vaccines had the facility, and their bond became closer. They started accepting themselves. People who were fighting earlier came closer. So these agreements, these vaccine facilities brought them together. This COVAX facility is co-led by Gavi. Gavi is a vaccine alliance. You know what they do? They partnered with WHO and UNICEF, that is United Nations International Children's Funds. So here they collaborated. This vaccine alliance not only can do by themselves, right? They need a lot of support. So they collaborate with WHO and this UNICEF, so they can identify like how many people have access to this COVAX facility. Then it's about technology transfer and licensing. They say no, if you want to drive a car, you have to get a license. Similarly, to make this vaccine to be used in public, these healthcare workers are to be given this license that now it's legal, you can start giving vaccines to people. So this is how using technology people were updated that in order to get a vaccine, this particular agency must have the license. They say no, if they don't have this license and they're just working on their own now, we cannot trust them. When they are licensed, when you know your friend is going to drive car when he's having a license, and after his age group, you can trust him. He don't have a license, but he drives. So you are in a way that you don't know, are you going to survive in the car ride? Similarly, here, initiatives are taken to identify whether this is vaccines are authorized, whether the people who are going to give the vaccines are from the government, are they licensed? Then, as I said, no, donations and aids, companies who had excess of vaccines, are many people who are not able to reach out to people, they said sell it to the local customers there. Like there are local suppliers who can provide this to the nearby government. So in this way, they started donating vaccines also. And then we have sharing of expertise of data. Even after distribution of vaccines, Most of the population got it. Still, like in the future, we must see the effectiveness. Like it's a long term thing in my body. It just doesn't stop now. In future, there'll be some result. Like when you get another vaccine, how it is going to react with this COVID vaccine. It depends. So for this, scientists are still researching and developing and updating. Like if people in the future still have the symptom of COVID inside them and one day it just comes out, how we can reduce that. And that's why still scientists, they didn't stop. That I did this invention of vaccines and now I'm helping people. They didn't stop by that. They're still helping a lot of other people. So there is all vaccine distribution and how people, like every region in the area, every world, people got this vaccines. So our next topic is about strengthening healthcare system. So the main facility now you have to provide vaccines to people. You have to give them treatment now. The healthcare be strong, and this is something that they realized. So during pandemic, there were no more beds for people to be treated. They didn't have the separate isolation buildings. So now in future, when they are going to build other industries, build new workspace, and build this healthcare institutions or this healthcare facility, they'll always have this separate isolation building. So like in future, in emergency, you will not run out of beds, you will not run out of supplies. Now you're aware that this can come anytime. It's like a cyclone. Like cyclone, you get this awareness like in 48 hours it's going to reach in your area. So you're already aware of it. Now when we have experienced pandemic, future, what we have to do, build buildings accordingly for these particular people. So the normal people who are having this Crohn disease or acute diseases are to be treated in separate building, and people with these infectious diseases, which is communicable easily, are to be put in the different building. So let's talk about how enhancing the healthcare infrastructure in future, how like the ambience of the hospital, it's going to be modernized. Updations of the using of the microbes, the pathology, the testing, it's going to improve. I said no while I was speaking about development of infrastructure. I said, like in healthcare, they're going to update a lot of things. So here, when we come to the conclusion, like particularly in infrastructure, they're going to upgrade hospitals, clinics, and labs. So these labs will be available in the common area. Sometimes in your area, you don't have proper doctors, or you don't have the testing centers. So now, like in future, they're going to plan, and many countries have started building these testing units in that particular area. So they don't have to rush out and get treatment in the next district. So when they do this traveling, the disease might get worse. They might be in an area where they can lose their life. So to avoid all these situations, they started building testing centers in that particular area. Why not going to that particular, go to Chennai and have this facility? Why in Tirupur or Coimbatore this facility is not available? So they update the hospitals, clinics, and labs even in the common districts. Then building isolation units. I said no. Pandemic for these people, separate building. So the people who are non-communicable diseases will stay in the separate building, and the communicable ones will be isolated. In this way, this building will have set of doctors and nurses who will not go here. So they are for this building alone. And in this way, transmission of diseases is getting reduced. And in this way, lot of people risk their life. Now this doctor is treating COVID patients, and now in future, like after 3 days, this patient comes and says, "Doctor, I have this stone in my kidney. Or this is problem I'm having." Now the doctor have treated a lot of COVID patients. He might be infected or he might be, transmitted. So to avoid all these things, these isolation buildings separate doctors for this building, separate doctors for these people. In this way, you don't transmit diseases. The risk of transmission reduces. Then you strengthen telemedicine and digital health platforms. So to talk about telemedicine, there is a lot of things. Like during pandemic, they say this coronavirus was this era. Like when technology came in, how every sector was developing. Since COVID came in, it pushed telemedicine front. This telemedicine was accessible to everyone. Now some reasons you go for regular checkups, but your hospital is far away from your home, so it takes a lot of time. By doing this telemedicine, by having video conferences with the doctor, you can easily ask them. So what's the next time I want to come? And then via this video conferences, they identify and prescribe your health situation. Like you're doing well, your this oxygen level or the BP or sugar of yours is maintained. So you do some exercises. I do. They prescribe some medicines and reduce few medicines. So for these smaller things, you don't have to rush to hospitals. And this telemedicine is very beneficial. Why? Cost savings, transport. You don't have to go further. And immediately, you just have to call your doctor. Like my grandmother, she used to go to doctor. She goes to that particular hospital, like monthly once to do the checkup. Now due to pandemic restrictions, she was not able to go to hospital. But when, like for the very first time, she could video conference the doctor in the mobile phone. So she felt sometimes you meet the doctor and he says you the encouraging words, your disease is vanished there itself. These people, when they give you this positive vibes, you bring your mindset that you are going to be okay. This disease is not for me. I can cure myself. They give this hope. So by talking to this doctor, my grandma felt better. Even if she was not able to meet him in person, this telemedicine gave a chance for them to connect again, to connect her health mindset, her body, of how she's reacting to things. So this telemedicine is not only helping a lot of people, but COVID, it also like COVID patients. It was very much famous for the COVID patients telemedicine. Later, like after pandemic was finished, even the patients who were not having COVID were doing telemedicines. For instance, like people who were limited, having limited interactions in their life, they were not going to doctors and hospitals. Sometimes you don't have a caretaker for you to. Maybe I am an elderly person. I don't have a lot of support, but I need to go and do regular checkups. So what I do, I use telemedicine because it's more comfortable. I don't have to travel and do interactions. I can just sit in my home. I can talk to him in my own language. So in this way, it's very easy for us to communicate. And later, this telemedicines is not only like helping this coronavirus, as I said, they have involved and collaborated with hospitals like Apollo hospitals, where it was very famous. Telemedicine was very famous, where these people had this feature. They said, no, my school has e-learning platform projectors. Similarly, these hospitals collaborated with the telemedicine faculty that we will provide you telemedicine. Now, people who are having chemotherapies, they can always come to the doctor. So what? They have this AI technology where this monitor will be watching doctor and nurses like from the home can watch the patient like how he's stably improving or he needs some help efforts and some help. So in this way, a lot of things are becoming easier. You can see and have therapies, nurses, and all the things, and the physicians even come to your home. So this is about how hospitals, when they collaborated to provide telemedicine, was really helpful. I'll give few examples, like how after Corona, like Indian Space Research Organization, Department of IT, the Asian Heart Foundation, and Apollo Hospitals, they all collaborated with telemedicine, especially this oncology. Oncology is the study and treatment of tumors. So for these people, like you can do get a treatment from your home itself. For that, what they did is telemedicine. This oncology was introduced where your patient can get treatment from the home itself, like home care, tele-home care. So here this network, like in Kerala, what they did, thousands of patients who were having cancer every year, what they were given, this tele-oncology, where they can treat the patients in the telemedicine in the online way. So in this way, thousands of cancer patients in Kerala were given this treatment for tumors from their home itself. And also, transmission of diseases happen, and to avoid it, sometimes we wonder, like I am like during COVID, like somebody is having COVID, but the hospitals are overcrowded with lot of patients. So you might not feel very good that if I go there, now they'll treat me. They'll just capture me and he's asked me to wait. So to avoid that also, many people opted telemedicine because it was safer. The atmosphere and the risk of transmission was also less. That's why many people opted after this telemedicine. And then there are diabetes patients and a lot of people who are having some problems. So they were also given this physical facilities, this monitoring facilities. They say, no, now there's an emergency. The doctor cannot reach the hospital. But the technology is very advanced that even if he cannot reach the patient, he can conference him. The person can treat him himself, like by giving some pressures, aqua pressures, like breathing exercises if he's going to have some heart disease or some stroke he's going to have. Now, how in prayer he can it. So by doing this video conferences, it's very accommodable also. They say no, telemedicine it will be expensive. Like usually doctor charge this treating. Like when you go for a doctor, they have this charging. Similarly, for telemedicine also they have the same charges. Just because it was technological and it was used in the technology, like we were from home, they didn't increase the expense. It was the same rate as how you'd go offline meet a doctor, and in telemedicine it'll stay the same. Then we saw a lot of examples of how many companies came forward to help this thing. So the next point is about enhancing information systems and data management. Like I told no, like we use Amazon. Lot of people simultaneously buy a lot of products and they get immediate response that your order is placed. Similarly, these healthcare systems, when lot of patients come, there's lot of data. They have to arrange this data and proper data must reach out. Now this is patient from my family. He's in the hospital. I want his information to be updated, but there are thousands of other patients similar to the same case. He's also are suffering from this acute disease or this chronic disease. So we are not able to identify who our patient is or who our family member is. So to avoid these confusions, they strengthen their data management. They improve their servers. There are a lot of other systems that specifically row one, 10 rooms. These are the patients. So they didn't have a list where like first floor now 1,000 patients. They didn't have the list like that. They divided into departments. Like in the first row, 10 patients, and these from this family they come from. As a treatment provided to them. Like during COVID, when people were suffering, they thought being in the hospital they'll get better treatment, but it came out to be worse. After 3 days, the person didn't survive. After 3 days, it was informed that he's dead. Imagine how the family would feel. He's already dead and he's no longer, but the family didn't get the information at all. Even they didn't get him to meet in the last time. So this is very bad, and that's where to avoid all these things, not have confusions, they're improving the data system, strengthening that later in future, even if somebody is like in the worst condition, this last moment you can live. You meet them. So when I talk about this life ending, you're going to you know that you're going to die. So there's this movie like Munna by MBBS. There's a duplication of English version. In this movie, what they say, like somebody when is coming closer to death, he realizes that what this person in the medical field, they say him that you're going to die. You're going to die. Now they make them feel bad. They lose the hope. So to avoid that, this movie portrays a person of how he comes to that hospital. He says that he wants to help people. Like he is almost 45 years old, but still wants to learn this engineering, this doctor field about to treat patients. So what he did, even when he was not able to do surgeries or give medicines and prescribe him, he gave Jadoo ki Jappi. Jadoo ki Jappi is a magical hug. Like sometimes when you're suffering from some disease, when somebody hugs you, when that 20 seconds, that's what do you call this? Emphasis, no? When you have this, you embrace it, that they have this hope they can live longer. They know that they're going to die, but the time that's left to them, they live the double of life. Now, this patient is going to die in a week. He's having cancer. This person, what he did, he made live him his life to the fullest. All the entertainment that he didn't have in his life, he provided him. He never bought a new T-shirt, so he brought him new clothes. Similarly, he never had a friend, so he became his friend. So in this way, this person was saying that I don't want to die. Give me one more magical hug. Keep me with you. I don't want to go there. But still, when you cannot save him, but you give them this hope in his last time. You give them this happiness now. Like they say, no, when you help someone in at the last moment of their lives, like there's some or other way kindness will come back to you. This movie taught lot of hospitals for how they can improvise, bring in clown therapies. Clown therapies is for the patients who are, surviving with cancer. They do this entertainment program for the kids who are having cancers, where a lot of people dress up as clowns and give them this therapy to make them feel better. This is how you can encourage them, give them hope. We learned in my, syllabus, like in my English literature, there's a story lastly. What this lesson taught me was this particular person was having this disease. Thank you. it can become worse. Before that happens, we must put a bandage to it. We must do something where he is consistent. His level, if of his oxygen level, we might have inserted the wrong pipe. So how quickly we change it when we do something wrong. Like when you have put glucose, you have to keep your hands still, right? If you move now, the blood will be going back. That must not happen. That's why nurses should be very cautious and make the patients understand like how to behave when your treatment is going to be given. This is how patients are going to be more comfortable around the doctors and nurses. If the nurse has asked you, hey, you're going to die, we'll treat you in 3 days and send you home. This person is like, uh, I came here because I thought this was a good hospital. People are going to support me. But it comes out to be different. Like the trainers, they didn't treat them properly. The medical facilities, the facilitators are not trained well how to treat the patients. So what they do, they've analyzed. We have seen a lot of hospitals as well. When there's this foreign person coming to India to get service now, we fool him. Like because there's this currency difference. They fool him by asking discount. Or sometimes they help him by giving some discount. There are different doctors, different characters. People have different attitude. Few be swarthy. Swarthy is selfish. Few be loyal. Few understand that he is a foreign person and I'm an Indian or I am from Germany and this Kerala guy comes to my country because he believes I will give him good facilities. I'll give him the trust and loyalty that no other hospital has given to him. That's why he go back to the hospital when his family or friends are having some sort of disease. That's why they do this tourism, medical tourism of how many people not in their home country, they go outside the country. They feel that the resources there, the atmosphere there is more suitable for them so they can get cured easily. And that's why many celebrities go to Singapore to get their treatments. Like once this chief minister went to get his treatment, to get a transplant. When it was successful, lot of people were like, I can go to this hospital. They'll have a good chances, the good prices, and I'll be able to have a good treatment. So in this way, these hospitals build trust in us. And in this way, we bring in a lot of patients and hospitals accommodate a lot of medical tourists. They come for getting medical treatment for particularly in that country. Like few come to India to have this Ayurvedic medicines. They don't get it in their country. They feel that India has the proper spices and the herbs for preparing this Ayurvedic medicines. And that's why they come to India. They trust us. Similarly, we people, Indians, or some other country, believe that this Singapore, this Australian doctor is way more expert and way more professionalized than the normal doctors we usually visit. Like somewhere in the country, you will have the same specialist as in the Australia and India, but you don't have time to identify because they are not famous. So when this treatment is successful, a lot of people come to him to get other treatments. Similarly, these tourists are attracted to that particular hospital in that country to get treatment. About investing in mental health and well-being. We doctors, like if I'm a doctor and this is my group, this is my team, we treat patients who are mentally ill. They come to hospital to get the treatment. But sometimes treating them, we become mentally ill. So we also need services. That's why in the hospitals you have an area. You will be provided with counseling services, therapy sessions where you can relax yourselves. You meet variety of patients. They're aggressive sometimes. Sometimes due to language barriers, you don't understand each other, and the patient, panics. I'm not getting the proper treatment. What is this hospital? Due to lack of communication. So to address this problem, to make the workforce chill down, like to be mentally well, they give this counseling services. They give them a room, they give them the space where they can go have a walk. When they feel that they have overpressure of treating lot of patients in a day, they can take a break. And that's why, sometimes when the clown therapy is given to the cancer patients, they go and join there. Or sometimes to relieve their stress, they become the clowns and they make people entertain. They entertain these cancer patients. So this is how hospitals, the workers started reducing their stress by improving it by doing a lot of things. Few did mindfulness, and few because they're doctors, they know how to manage stress. So they were able to, do some pressures like if you do now this gas will release and you will feel free. So this is how they were treat themselves. So there's somewhere, some other way, like everywhere, each children during online education very much stressed out, not able to submit assignment, no network. We were stressed out. So they identified why we kids were stressing out because we were not able to submit assignments on time. They found a solution. We started doing yoga sessions online. We saw a lot of motivational videos. We even saw a lot of funny memes, which made us relax. And this is how every kid, like every person in the world, if he's in working in healthcare, working in a mining industry, or in a chemical industry, or even he's just a rag picker, he is also some or other way gets mentally ill and needs the access to get well, to be free, to chill out like everybody. That's why you have a lot of public washrooms now. Now you have public mental health services. It's a free. You don't have to pay for it. So this is how things are enhancing, they're improving. People are caring about people. We thought, like in ancient time, we were loyal, we had this bond, there was this true love with family members. I mean like that. So here after pandemic, like during this modern era, people are not really caring for each other. They're like, I do my homework, I live my life. My friend doesn't know, leave him. Or if this patient is treated now, but he needs future care, the doctors think that if it's required, he'll come back. They don't tell him that you have to come back for your checkup again. So to avoid all these problems, they're trained again, they're developed again. They're given these practices that they don't be, foolish enough that this patient needs this required treatment and we have to give it to him. Sometimes be like, this patient is always talking, talking, talking because he's having this disability or he's having this something, it's ill in him, and that's why he does it. Few people, they have this, what do you call, dysphagia. I don't know the proper term. Like you start forgetting things. You don't remember few things. And the nurses there, the caretakers, are the ones who are experiencing the pain. Like every time they have to tell them, like, I am a nurse, you're in a hospital, you're given this type of treatment because they don't remember things. So imagine how different type of people are in hospital, how different patients come. And these workers are the one who are more stressed out. That's why this counseling services, they're investing in more health and well-being programs for the workers in an hospital. Then it's about diversity and inclusion. It's something like India is a diverse country. We include a lot of cultures, lot of practices, religion, festivals. Similarly, in hospital, like they say no, hospitals maintain strict rules and regulations. They have this thing where you don't have to make noise in the hospitals. Like few people, when you entertain them, when you give them joy, when it's their birthday, like the next day they are going for a surgery, but the before day is their birthday. So we have to make it grand. So hospitals are taking initiatives to make every moment of the life of the patient when he's in hospital feel like he's in home. He's not captured like in a cage. So that's why they customize the rooms. Like for the cancer patients, they paint it. They decorate like the room. They bring photo frames, their toys, to feel like they're at home and they're not in some hospital where their life is risked, where they feel that life is nearing. Like you have to go near and there's this enemy, this villain going to come and he's going to take you to heaven. This is how these people are told that after 3 days, this angel will come, he'll take you to heaven and you enjoy there. They don't tell him that you're going to die. They make them enjoy their life, that this is some time that you have to understand every different person. Few people might not need this customization of room. The normal atmosphere is better for them. But people with disabilities who have autism and all require extra support, extra care. And that's where when you feel them like home, they don't feel homesick. And then they have this chance of surviving. Even when they know like it's not possible. They say no, live the fullest of your life in the end period. Like live it double, live it triple also. That is why, like, there's this cancer patient in one hospital. He had to meet his hero. And what this hero did is, he came and surprised him. He sang few lines for him. He performed and he dressed up in his favorite character. This is how we encourage these patients for them to be happier and not think that it's time for them to go. So they say no, last wishes, like if you're in jail, you do some criminal activity, they're going to hang you, they're going to give you this complication where you will be sentenced to death. So here for these situations, they're asked for the last wish. Few people say that I want Burger King's burger before I die. That's different. It's something they are to be punished for what they did. Similarly, in the hospitals, for people, they have few last wishes. They feel that they want to go to beach one time before they're going to leave the world. They want to go to Paris. They want to play in the beach. They want to meet their friends. Like one last time, I'll stay in my classroom and come. So when they fulfill their dreams, when their bucket list is fulfilled, like they go happily. And this is how when you improve the workers, when the mindset is okay, they're going to be treating the patients well. And then only the patients will feel enough that they're given full care, like how their mother nurtures them. How from like your childhood, your parents take care of you, the friends take care of you, to not, go and distract in the other path. Like there are always two roads. It's good and another road is very good. I'll not tell about the bad route here. Because as a friend, we'll never hide. And for a true friend, you don't do that. So this pandemic taught us how you have to be loyal enough and how people in the workspace, when they have this mental ability not to cooperate with the patients, they are to be given the counseling services. So this is of how and strengthen the workforce in the hospitals. Then the topic is about promoting health system integration. As I said, no, coordinating primary care and specialty services for people who are disabled, who need special care, are to be given first priority. For example, now there is this hospital. This patient is to be given a surgery. So he must be treated and given the same care as there's going to be this other patient. Sometimes when we know, like this person must cooperate with us, like doing the surgery, his body should be working well. And when it happens, only the surgery is successful. We cannot blame him that you didn't support us during the surgery. So what they're going to do is this primary care. When you make the patient feel that you're going to be okay, so when he's going to the surgery, he'll cooperate. Even when he's given this anesthesia, still like somewhere, listen, no, your inner body, your soul will cooperate with the enzymes, will cooperate with the operation that is going to happen. The primary care before surgeries, before giving you treatment, is very important for any type of patient that comes to the hospital. That's why many hospitals now they don't get registration forms. Like before getting treatment, fill these forms, then only we'll treat you. They have stopped it. First priority is treatment for the patient, and later slowly they can fill the registration forms. Some hospitals are like you have to compulsory follow the rules and regulations, and then only we'll proceed to the next step. But now you have to understand the situation that this patient needs this requirement. The doctors also know that they don't treat him during this time now, he's going to risk his life. So now hospitals are improving their strategies of reducing the registration forms. Like within 2 minutes you fill the form while your patient is sent to the emergency theater, this ICU, and he's getting the treatment. And sometimes people when they complete filling the registration form, it became 3 days. Imagine that patient, he needs oxygen right now, but just because they're not able to form, he was not given the treatment. So to avoid all these cases, first priority is for the treatment of the patient, the primary care. Where even you don't fill the registration forms, you don't have a particular registration, this service that you have to give to the hospital. That's why fundraisers are there. Yes, you have seen a lot of posters online that I am Shubha, I am going to fight cancer. Please help me by donating some money. And that's why a lot of people come together, raise funds for this people, for this person who's going to fight against cancer. Or he is going to get a surgery, remove the tumor from his brain. Or he is going to have this bone marrow surgery or some transplant. Sometimes you require transferring of blood, but in that area you don't have that O positive blood. So you have to go and search again and again. You have to find people who can donate him blood. So for this also, the hospitals must keep in all types of bloods required, like for a period of time, because they can do it. Like before, there's this particular type of patient arriving. If we have like the common blood groups, so we don't have to wait for the blood supply to come, or a person to match this blood. Like in a family, there's this person. Like when a baby is born, he's having this father's blood, but his father's blood is very rare, and he's out of town right now. So now this child needs his father's blood, and this blood is rare. It's not anywhere in the city. So to avoid these cases, for the blood supply to reach to that patient, they have brought in this blood supply donation camps where they already, like in prayer, collect it and keep. Let's say no temperature settings in that they are kept. So before they expire and before they did, they somehow they use it, like in a good way. Like if this hospital requires this, now I'll transport this blood supply there. So everybody now are helping each other. They are not worthy. We think no, everybody should be given proper experience, proper treatment. If this hospital is lacking some facilities, the next hospital nearby it must understand this hospital needs some effort. Like few doctors are free and I can send them there to treat him. This understanding is to be built among these people. And that's where you can give the primary care. You can treat them in emergency. As you can see this picture, like this EMS is emergency medical services. Like in the ambulances, when this ambulance reach the hospital, sometimes the patient does not survive. What they do, they've built this innovation where in hospital, when they cannot reach there, in the ambulance itself, there'll be a doctor and a nurse to treat him, to stabilize his condition. And that's where you can prevent somebody from dying or worsening his condition. So these medical ambulances are modified and updated with lot of proper technology installed in this ambulance can help lot of patients make their life risk free. They say no, sometimes even to reach the hospital the patient was not able to get the treatment. So to avoid the factor, they are bringing in personalized hospitals where these ambulances, only these few doctors will be working for the emergency 24-hour work service, where these doctors will always be in the ambulance and they'll be regulating around the city and to go to the emergent area, the area where people need the emergency service, so they can reach there immediately. And that's where the strengthening of medical emergency, the service is to be strengthened. So in future, like whenever there's this case, when there are no more beds now, even in the ambulance you can treat them. Like how in COVID time, when we ran out of beds in hospital, the railway minister came forward. He took this initiative. He cleaned the railway tracks, like the compartments, and in the compartments of the train, the patients were treated. See, imagine how every sector, the railway has very less connection with healthcare sector. But during this crisis, they understood the priority for patients to be treated. Now, if you have to travel and use railway because you're going to get treatment somewhere, and somehow something is related traveling and healthcare. So this healthcare minister understood this time is for people to get the access of treatment. When beds are not available, we'll provide. We'll bring this public beds. When sometimes the general ward, it's overly crowded. The capacity is only for 10 people. Imagine 50 people are there in the general ward. It's very hard for the doctors to treat them. So to avoid these cases, to provide proper bed systems and treatments and rooms, many railway ministers, many other organizations came forward to give their rooms, to give treatment to these patients. Then our point is about enhancing health information exchange, collaborating with community-based organization, and leveraging technology for integration. So every aspect here in the hospital, technology is used. When a patient is sick, his documents are digitalized, like it reads. Now you do a testing. How you get the report is you get a message, you get a mail. You don't have to go to testing center anymore to get your reports. Similarly, many medical facilities are enhancing that from home you do this test in that hospital. Or sometimes the kits are sent to your home. These PCR kits are sent to your home. You test it, you deliver it back to the hospital, and they give you the report back. So you don't have to go to hospital, wait in the queue to have these checkups and testing. So all these things are reduced and things are improved. It has become efficient where sometimes when we are not getting time to go to this checkup center, so where the centers provide us with these tools and testing kits and our home itself, at where we test it and then later it's identified like what's wrong with you or how well you are, how you're improved now. Good. I think chemotherapy is working. Good. You are doing this exercises. So in this way they can talk and discuss without even going to the hospitals. It's all about promoting. This is all about how they promoted this emergency services. They integrated technology even in the ambulances. So whenever there's emergency, wherever there is, every doctor, every medical instructor will be ready to treat the patient. That's how they train. The next one is prioritizing preventive and primary health care, like promoting vaccinations, health promotion and education, disease surveillance and early detection programs. Now you feel that you're not really well, you might have some sort of problem in yourself. Maybe it's an acute disease, it's a chronic disease, you might not know, but you feel it. So don't keep it with yourself. Even if you don't have it, just go have a test. Go have a checkup to check whether you have this type of cancer or you are going to have this type of disease. Due to you stressing out, you start having a lot of diseases. And doctors sometimes, why is this caused? Why this patient is having this marks on his body? Look, many things are happening nowadays, but doctors don't identify what's the reason for this disease or for this infection to come. Like few people who stress out more, they have this allergy in their body where once in the alternative hand this grows up and then in the alternative leg. So they don't know why it's causing. Why? Because people didn't come earlier. When they started knowing that it's spreading in the other leg only, they went to the hospitals. But if they went in the prayer, before it was becoming worse, if they were treated now, you can save them. Or you can provide them with medical, lotions and give them tablets to reduce the spread of this particular disease. Like why is this happening? And we'll give you some application that you apply it every night and this will get reduced. This is about how like this is surveillance. You do this early detection of yourself. That before something is worsened, you don't make your mind feel that it's just a fever, it will be okay. Just go visit him. Hey, when you feel that your tablets are not working. When you go before the situation is worse, it will be better. The next point is about community-based prevention initiatives. So when lockdown restrictions were there, very less hospitals were there. Now these neighbors, these community people were the ones who had to support each other. Now maybe my mother used to work in a pharmaceutical medicine shop. So she knows. Like if you have cough now, this syrup. If you have fever now, you have to take this dolo. If you have this pain now, you have to take this painkiller. So she knew the common diseases, of the common problems a person can have, how we can treat them. So neighbors were discussing among themselves. Like if you have this certain, like this normal flu or this common cold, how can I treat it? A community, they started giving information, sharing whatever they knew. Like that doesn't mean that you don't know anything and you just fake it. If you have fever, just drink hot water. If you have cold now, eat more orange candy. They do like this because they think that it's funny. For people who are having the problem, they know the real cause. So from whenever or from whomever you get some conclusions or they say you to get this medicine, or just once just check it. Like you ask Google, I have fever, can I take this medicine? You just ask Alexa, hey Alexa, my neighbor told me take this painkiller. So will this help me recover my headache or recover the pain I'm having in my knee? So nowadays you can ask Google, you can ask Siri and Alexa. They're going to help you out. You don't have to worry about these small diseases and disturb doctors. Like you just have a fever. No, I told you to take this medicine the very first day. Why did you not do it? This is how they made understand. Like when something is happening to you, you know it, take the medicines that day itself. Don't delay the process. When there is a prioritize, this preventing. Like before it becomes worse, they say no, prevention is better than cure. Before it is becoming worse, you treat it. You do some prevention measures. You know that if you lie to your mom that you're going to your friend's house for having fun and not studying, she'll find it out. But you tell her, Mom, after studying, we'll watch a movie. You be front. You tell her so you prevent the scoldings, the punishments you're going to receive after you reach home late. Mom, I was watching film with my friend. I got tired of studying, so I did that. I didn't inform you. I'm sorry. So to prevent these occasions and these communications, we must tell it in before. Be prepared. And that okay, this is something that's going to happen to me. Let's start doing practices. Let's do yoga. Let's start visiting a doctor frequently. So in this way, we're able to prevent the disease before you have to cure for it. This is about this slide. And then next we'll be seeing about embracing technological innovations. Like when I think about this innovation, about this scenario, I think about robots. Now there's this doctor who has to emergently reach this hospital to do a surgery, but due to traffic he's stuck. Now there are some robots. What they do, like the way you do the surgery, the robot will be doing it at that time. That's a successful surgery of robot. Like the robot performed a surgery on an animal. where this animal had this infection in his body. This doctor was not able to reach hospital on time. So this doctor was connected. He like wore this gadget where whatever actions he were doing, the robot was doing. So in this way, technology is used. When you cannot reach that particular hospital on time, even if you are in the car, you can try to rectify like what's the error and give small modifications. So you don't have to extend time and wait. Like when will I reach the hospital? The patient needs emergent treatment. So for these things, robots are brought in, where robots are going to be treating patients in the future. And now, as you know, they identify the cancer by scanning. Now they're going to invent the scanner. Like once you put in, the cancer will be cured. Imagine, technology is just going way far. Now you don't have to worry about getting diseases. They say that if you're eating apple every day now, you would have not faced this. My mom tells. Like if you had apple every day I gave you, you would have not got fever today. They say this way. Similarly, to prevent all these things, in future, many people will not have diseases, but technology will be way far, high level. People will not have cancer, but they have the machines made for them. And people, they start playing. Let me put this cancer in my body and let's just test how it works. They'll become like that. They'll not have the seriousness of how in today's life it's very important for this person to get cured and we don't have the technology. But in future it's going to be just different. It will be flipped as how it is now. It's not going to be the same. We'll not be having classrooms, I'll not be doing this. It'll be more professionalized. Everybody will be using technology. You even don't go to school. Your personalized robot will teach you, cook for you. He'll be your caretaker. So everything will be in the particular robot. This is a one-man army. That's the robot. So this is how technology is going to happen. And here they say no, like telemedicine, this patient is at home and he needs to be monitored. So this doctor, via this video conference, she checks how this oxygen levels are and how well he's, reacting to the medicines. She checks online. She monitors it. So in this way, it is very easily accessible where you use this technology to identify how your patient is at home. Is he recovering or he needs some extra care? And then we have remote patient monitoring, like AI and data analysis, digital tools and wearables, robotics and automation. I have discussed of how, like, you don't have nurses anymore. Robots will be providing you with all the food facility by, checking your glucose and changing it regularly. So now robots are replaced. See, look at this picture of how this robot, timely wise, is bringing the food that this patient likes. So when the data is fed to this robot, he understand this is a patient, he is like this food item on this time it must reach his room. That's how they program, these machines are made and they're going to be used in the future. We'll be seeing a lot of robots moving here and there and they'll be treating you. Like in the reception, not find a receptionist. There'll be a robot. They'll be like, whom do you want to meet? Which patient you want? This, that, and then robots will come. So this is how robots are going to take future era. But humans are just different. Like we humans make the robots. So some or other way, we have to stop the use of robots at particular time. We have seen this movies now. Like this is a movie, like AI made it. This Terminators, where this human developed a very good form of AI technology and robots came against them. They were attacking them. So to avoid this in the future, like robots be in control. Like when required, they help in the risky factors. Like this area, manufacturing, mining, people's life will be risked. So we'll place robots instead of manual dependencies. So in this way, they analyze in which sector, which type of persons, like if they're risking their life now, we'll put robots there. So what happens like in future, robots are more in use. Some robots start developing this human knowledge. Like now, this humans made us, and now it's time for us to rule them. And that's why there was this movie Terminator. Like from the future, this robot comes, this Terminator comes to attack this person who is going to actually malfunction the Terminator in future. Like the era will become where you will have this fight. You don't have resources anymore. These robots start fighting, and the whole world, like everything is destroyed. There's no way of escape. And from there, these people, these human beings, know that this robot that I have made, I know how to, rearrange it, or I have to remove this wire from him. Now he'll be detected. He'll be losing his power to work, and that's how, like before the Terminators come in the present and kill that person who is preparing this, antidote, there are other people who are going to safeguard them. This is how life works. When you do something for them, few people come against you. And when you did support to them, some other people come and protect you. Like in the movie where this person was trying to give care by providing this magical hugs, by giving this person a life to live. The doctor, the management there, the health management, they didn't accept him. But the nurses, the doctors there stopped him. Like, please don't go away from here. If you go now, we'll lose the happiness that's in our hospital, which has come back after a very long time. That's where we identify like how well enhancing this technology is going to be used. And later, these innovations are not only for doctors and patients. It is also for people like animals, for all these other species also, where they are going to be given treatment. Like for an ecosystem, every being is connected. Like the crocodile eats this type of fish, or the grasshopper eats this type of insect, the snake eats the frog. The ecosystem, this is the food chain. So everybody should be evolved. If animals start extincting and they're endangered, human species, our life is also closer to be like we'll be vanished because we are dependent on everybody. We're interconnected. Our lifestyle works. Like when I have this availability of my resources, I work well. But when there is deficiency and I don't get it properly, how will I do it? So to avoid all these things, technology is integrated in the healthcare sector. Then the next one is ensuring health equity and universal health coverage. Excuse me, I'm sorry, let's continue. So, here about ensuring health equity, like universal health coverage. Like, universally, how they have brought in schemes. Like, if this patient needs this treatment, government will be funding 13,000 rupees or 14,000 rupees for his treatment. So, this universal scheme of healthcare provides people with available funds that are going to treat people. You don't have to raise funds anymore. You have funds for them, for these people who need treatment, and from there, they will be this amount will be taken and will be given to them. So this is how it's going to be. They're going to cover for people who cannot pay, like health equity, like giving access to every patient. Like now there's this patient, his insurance policy is not working, like it's expired. Now this patient is very tensed, like how do I get my treatment? The hospital supports by saying that you have one more day for your insurance to expire. They give them this hope that he can get his treatment and they don't have to worry about the money. This is how they bring equality in giving treatment to the healthcare, the patients who are in the hospital. Then we'll see about how primary healthcare was strengthened and later few targets were for the vulnerable population. Like this specific region, they will not come to hospitals to get treatments. They think that they're very fit and they not have any diseases. But when we send people there, government agencies go to this vulnerable region, they identify the person who was saying no, I was very strong, comes out to be that he's having this acute disease. Like he thought that he's very well because he was in the farm, working in the farm. He was doing agriculture. He thought he's physically fit, but some or other way his body didn't support him. Maybe it's a disease that is in the family. It's generated. They say no, like it's in your genes. You have this immunity. Have this deficiency in your body. Like he might not know, even though he's working for his full potential. What we as people, as we become doctors and nurses, we must treat this vulnerable region also. They might not know that they are going to have this disease. We have to go there and give them checkups to identify and prevent the worst situations. Now, when the doctors go to this area, go to this region where people they say that they are good and healthy, but actually, like two out of every five people there are sick. Maybe they have this inbuilt disease or something that they have this infection. They think that it's about a mosquito bite. Or just because they're living in the farms, something might have infected them. But in reality, it's something that's coming from their body. Due to some allergy reactions, it's forming. They don't know about it. They think it's just some mosquito bite and it'll go. But later it becomes worse. So for all these people to get treatment before, to prevent all this happening, many doctors and nurses have shown their humanitarianism to provide relief efforts to this vulnerable population who don't have proper knowledge of how they can be transmitted easily by not using regular cleaning sanitary measures, by only using or wearing same clothes regularly, you're going to infect yourself. So they were educated that you must bath regularly. We, as we come to school, we're educated to groom ourselves better. But these people, they don't get water facility. And imagine how will they groom themselves and take care of their body, how they'll maintain cleanliness. So we as humans have to help other people. Government with the healthcare agency must like monthly once go to this area, find out like what's the reason why this community people or why this group of people alone is facing this disease. Like when I talk about this, they identified that there's this village that it's in their water. Like whenever somebody like a mother gets pregnant, the babies come out to be twins. Like it's in the water in the village that whatever happens, whoever is born is a twin, and the most population in that village, like they have hundreds of twin pairs. Imagine it's due to the water there. So doctors identify like how and why all the people in the region had twin babies. So in this way, they find out different things that is happening around the world. When you go outside and treat people, many don't come to you. You go to them and identify like what's happening in their area. And that's how they found out now. Like this water in the village, when the people use it and when they're going to deliver a baby, it's always going to be twins. Imagine everywhere you see, there'll be a doppelganger. Like you think it's your brother, but it comes out to be it's somebody else. Then it's about education and awareness. Like they are given this education facilities of how they are to be aware, how they can take preventive measures by themselves. So here what happens is like people who are in village, they don't know how to get treatment. So by providing this awareness, this education systems of how to do this common first aid. Like as a kid, I have this scouts and class, the scouts and guides classes in my school where we had different ties and the costume that we wore was used to give first aid. Similarly, people are to be trained in a way that they can treat these common diseases. If somebody has this fracture, somebody gets a snake bite, how immediately the people can help them around. So all should be aware and trained to provide these common medical facilities. Now you cannot rush up to a doctor when you're stung by a beetle. The people there must understand and be prepared that if there's something is going to happen, how can we as humans, like our neighbor, we help this particular person? Like we put some Ayurvedic, they say no, a taleb, that is you use some leaves, you grind it, you make it as a paste, and you apply it now, it soothes it. Like the poison that's going to spread, it's going to get reduced. In this way, they became more traditionalized when they were not able to reach out to hospitals. These common things, this snake bite or this bone fracture, was to be treated. Like we have taught in a school, right? If there's somebody is having a fracture, you have to keep a rod and then tie bandage immediately. Is how things work. The next topic is about medical tourism. As I was speaking earlier, when I talked about sustainable tourism, about traveling tourism, here we talk about medical tourism as it's connected to the healthcare. Here, recovery and reopening. Like many people who used to go outside of country to get treatments are now doing this telemedicine. They're going to have international treatment, but from their home itself. Imagine you're reducing the transportation costs, get the facilities from your home itself. That you feel that you don't have to spend more money, but you get the same treatment when you'll go there. This is how they enhanced, they recovered and reopened newer strategies, newer policies for people to get treatment. And then next is about vaccine tourism. You might wonder what's vaccine tourism. Like country-wise country, few agencies and groups went together. They said the people that this is vaccine. This is something that every person must be dosed with, must get it. Like after a few days, you have to get a second dose. And after a few days, if you have some effect, some reactions, now you must tell the particular doctor who dosed you the vaccine. So in this way, people were made aware of how vaccine is working. So like people travel now, there are tour guides who take you to this place like you're going Paris. There's this tour guide who guide you all along the area. They take you to the tourist destinations. Similarly, this vaccine tourism, they go around everywhere to provide people the knowledge about vaccines, how it's going to be distributed, how everybody will have access. And if you don't get it now, please dial this number. This helpline, this coronavirus help desk is available 24/7. This 1075, this number, dial anytime. You want vaccine facility, we'll provide it you immediately. Is how they advance the facilities. By providing medical tourism, by providing vaccine tourism, they made people aware of how vaccine work. Then here, like value for money, demand and elective procedures, technology, focus on wellness recovery. Now, as I said, technology is improving. Even if you want to get treatment from a Singapore doctor, you can get it from home. You can reduce the transportation costs. Now you will question the treatment that I get from home, though is an international doctor, how well it is or how well I'm recovering. Sometimes they might not work. Some antibiotics you take will not work because in person you don't meet the doctor. So to avoid all these things, like they have the normal checkups in the telemedicine form, that is video conferencing, and every year, like 3 times, they have to go there. Usually they were going monthly. Now it's reduced to 3 times. So they are saving the cost. They understand the value of money that I can get my treatment from an international doctor, from this Indian doctor, from my home itself. And they understood that the value of money is more important. Even the telemedicine will be given to you in the same way as you're going to go to that particular international hospital. So this is how people started valuing their money, saving money. That when they have this technological aspect, why I have to go and travel, go to that particular country? I can talk to him online. So in this way, many difficulties and disparities were reduced. Next is about focus on wellness and travel restrictions and insurance. So there is medical tourism who go for getting treatments outside. What they do, they provide them with this insurance policy. They provide them with this travel restrictions that these medical people are in emergent want to go to that country, so they don't have to show their co-vaccine certificates. So in this way, few restrictions are removed for these people. So they go and get their treatment, and later when the doctor says that he's okay, he doesn't need a COVID PCR kit testing and he's well to do, so he comes back. In this way, this medical tourism provides you with insurance facility and it reduces the restrictions for you. How comfortable life will be. We sometimes, have to carry documents. And how later it was transformed to digital passports. They're all vaccine certificates, your testing reports, where in your mobile phone, and you can show them that this is my green pass and this is the access where I have got all the vaccine doses and this is the certificate. And for people who were not able to do that, maybe they lost the certificates because it's the mobile phone. So what we have to do, backup systems. Sometimes they lose the information. Now the government agencies might have this data, like strengthen this data. Even if this person loses this information from their phone, this capacity should be built where doctors can identify that he's really got the certificate, but he's missed it. Few people say no, they're faking that they got a vaccine and they don't have a certificate. Sometimes you have to believe them that they really had the certificate, but they missed it somehow. And later, when you find it that it's in your gallery, then you can show them, sir, I said no, I have a certificate. You are simply blaming me. So a lot of confusions happen. So to avoid that, the healthcare systems strengthen their data system. They built in more servers. They brought in a lot of technologies to store the data, like in our mobile phones. Few mobile phones have capacity of storing 64 GB. A few have 128. Why? It's because of that particular efficiency. That particular company enhances and modernizes every facility. Like now, I was using a normal phone. Later in future, what will happen? I can use the same phone with updated features. This is how technology is going to be. You don't have to buy mobile phones every year. Your updations will already be made in the recent phone you have. So you don't have to spend a lot of money in buying newer mobiles. Few people are like, when this new iPhone releases, or this new OnePlus releases, now I have to buy it. I have to take this mirror selfies and say that I have an iPhone. But now people are not doing this. They have become less materialistic and they're more focused on whatever they have, how longer can they use it. They expend, extend the lifetime of this particular product. Like this remote, I can use it for like 20 days. But it has this efficiency where if I put in this technology, I change the batteries, I can use it for 1 year also. So we identify of how to prolong the lifetime of a product. For this particular insurance policy, or this treatment, how people are to be treated, they are given the hope that they will be recovered. and regular checkups. Sometimes when you are not able to go to hospitals, you do telemedicine. And there's this Kumbh Mela. It's very famous in UP. So what happened during that time, a lot of crowd gathered, and they are using local things. It's not very much, say it's very dirty that things are getting contaminated, and there's a high risk of diseases to be transmitted. So what this Kumbh Mela, whenever they brought this festival, they also gave this special facility where, like mobile units, they had this computer systems built in them for whoever people coming to this festival. They come for this enjoyment, see the exhibitions, dance and play. But few get diseased. So for their immediate treatment, they send to this mobile units where a doctor can video conference them and help him. Like you use this type of candy and now you're having food poison. So immediately take this medicine to stop it and control it. And there's how, like in we Indians, whenever festivals are there, we hugely gather a throng and lot of people get sick. So to give immediate access and treatment for all these people, they built in this facility where emergent application, these computer systems are built. You can have video conferences. Like 2021, I think, there was this Mahakumbh Mela. It happens every 12 years. So this year, after like pandemic, like initial inside the time of corona periods, this Mahakumbh Mela is very famous. So people must gather because it's a spiritual regional festival. So when people were all coming together, they were infecting each other. So avoid that, the government plan of building this facility. So now in this way, telemedicine got more famous during the pandemic. This pandemic made telemedicine come forward. They say no, now you're well at doing a particular thing. But when you showcase it to the people, they identify and they bring you forward. Like, come, you are good at singing, I'll take you to this voice show. I'll take you to this platform where you can show your talent and you can get appreciation for it. And that's how they identify, like when these festivals are going to be made, like huge crowds are going to be made, and people cannot have lot of doctor immediately, ambulances cannot come. This telemedicine are some short-time solutions for these people to get treatment. So this is all about medical tourism, telemedicine, how they strengthen the health force in the hospital. Like enhancing infrastructure is not only important, but also the workforce, the people working there should be mentally stable. And later we even saw technological innovations, robots coming in the future to do surgeries. And even I said no, how this pig was given where a robot did the surgery for him and it was successful. So this shows of how robots and automation, AI, is going to be used to give treatments in future. And then we saw some preventive measures. Like when you understand that you're going to have this disease, in priorly, what are the facilities, are treatment plans you can make? Go do regular checkups. Don't keep it in your mind that you'll be okay. Just go. For your tasalli, they say no. To convince your mind, just go. You go to the doctor, ask him. I want to take a checkup. I want to feel that I'm okay. So in this way, you can prevent a lot of diseases that can become acute, or that can be very much attached to your life. It's just like some people are born with this autism. Like it cannot be removed, but they can have recovery programs. They can be understood. Special care is given to them. Similarly, for these people, not to become like them, before itself, they are to be treated. They have to identify it. And that's where prevention is better than cure. And we also saw about this emergency services, where ambulances had personalized doctors and technology. Before they reach the hospital, they can treat their patients. This is how the healthcare system was strengthened, like after pandemic, and many people are coming forward and helping this vulnerable group of people who cannot do their regular checkups by themselves. They say no, this person is very good at studying, but when you don't push him, he will not learn. If you don't constantly tell him, like, go study, now he won't do it. Similarly, are these people, when you don't tell them to come do a checkup, now they don't do it. We people, so we have to understand this group of people require some care, some checkups. So we must go there and help them. So this is all about strengthening the healthcare system. Our next topic is agriculture. Like I have not spoken about agriculture except for the Starbucks example of how farmers and the owners of Starbucks, I'll continue. So in agriculture, what I like to say is like in Starbucks, of how farmers collaborated with these people. Where when farmers didn't have proper resources, government gave them subsidies to continue harvesting their crops, and that's how you get the seeds be done. And then you go to Starbucks, you have the delicious coffee, you have your lattes, you have your cappuccino. Like there are a variety of coffees you get in Starbucks. So this is how many companies, from like earning profits, they are doing social service. So here we'll be discussing how sector which was least disrupted due to pandemic. Agriculture doesn't require a lot of involvement because you have your own farms and field and you can cultivate crops. So in this way you don't have to do social distancing. So agriculture sector was the one which was least bothered about. So let's see. This is an agriculture leads the way for economic recovery. Listen how many people lost job opportunities. For them to get employment, they were doing in agriculture. Many people who were working in IT sectors started doing animal husbandry. They bought cows. They started becoming a milkman and they provided milk in their facility, in their community. Like when milkmans were restricted to go to houses, we still needed the source of milk, and that's where common people they purchased cows and they started carrying these nurturing these animals from home, and how in the community they provided this milk service. How when in need, when markets didn't give them the support of providing these products, how common people they took this initiative to provide this facility of milk to do the white revolution, all the products related to milk. So they started manufacturing it because at that time when government was not really markets due to various restrictions, what they did is they brought people, like many people came forward and they made their own setups, their own startups. So here government helped people to sustain. They made few relief efforts. They provided them sufficient funds that is required in their farming activities. And also they gave this income support to over 9.9 crore people. Like PM Kisan funds. These funds are basically for farmers who need resources and the government provides them in half cost. That is government subsidies. Like you're working well for the government, these sectors are doing well. What do you do in return of their work? You appreciate them by providing them some subsidies, some extra tools, some machineries. This is where when people were not having lot of machinery, not having proper water facilities, government came forward and these funds which were raised already were used in this period. And that's how we now learn the importance of savings, how money is to be saved, and it really helps during the hardest times. The next point is about expansion of ENAM network. Like from 585 markets, it's converted to 1000 markets, which benefits more farmers. Like farmers, they grow organic vegetables in their farm. Now, few people after pandemic, they are like, we don't want this crops which are artificially made and fertilizers are used. They want the organic products. They want the fresh fruits that is delivered to them from like the farms, they do the harvesting and directly these fruits go to your home. So people want organic items. They do this organic jewelry. So when you wear flowers, you adorn yourself, you feel nice rather than wearing this artificial jewelry. Similarly, people wanted this fresh fruits from the farm. They didn't want the fruits which were artificially hybrided and they were used like chemicals were used for them to be seedless. They didn't want it. They wanted this organic fruits. And that's where farmers had contact in the community. So people who wanted organic fruits, they made a list at night and they sent them to this person. And morning, fresh fruits are delivered at your house. So it's very easy of how online delivery of groceries took place and how these farmers came forward helping their community. If not start supplying in market, but the neighborhood, the community had the resources, the vegetables, the tomatoes. So, like in the end of this agriculture session, this is we'll be talking about tomatoes especially. Now let's continue. So this government scheme, what they do, they bring in innovations. They teach farmers of how they can do marketing from their home. They can post these fruits and vegetables that they're going to offer few hampers for the people who are in need. And in this way, farmers were not worried about not earning a lot of money, but to provide these fruits and vegetables to every house. Every household in this area should have these fruits and vegetables, access to these groceries, these grains, this particular pulses. This is what the agriculture took initiative. Here we'll be seeing about how prioritizing agriculture sector really helped in economic recovery. Like we see here, like pandemic, it had a very sharp decline in the economic resources. Economies were very hardly and badly hit. But this agriculture sector was in a safer zone. It was not very badly hit because every farmer has their own farm and he's cultivating crops. So he didn't have to worry about social distancing. But now people who lost jobs, they started bringing these people to work in agriculture sector. They are questioning now, can agriculture help in economic recovery? The people who lost their jobs by coming to the agriculture sector, can the GDP be balanced again as it was before? So this is what this slide is about. Their focus went to employ thousands of employees who lost their livelihoods in pandemic. So in this way, when they were brought in agriculture sector, this platform not only gave them job opportunity, but also maintained the level of income this country is going to want. They say no. Sometimes you have to be a little bit worried because you know that agriculture and farming is not for you. It's something new. You usually work in the systems. But due to some reasons, this change is there. You have to reskill yourself to be doing farming, to do the animal husbandry where you have to extract milk from the cows. So many people who were working in IT industries bought cows and then they were starting this business where they sold organic milk. Now this neighborhood person, you have this trust in that he's not going to mix water in your milk. So you'll be given this fresh milk from the cows. So this is how community wise this agriculture sector was developing and they were helping each other. They say that agriculture employing between 2018 and 19, it was like 42.5 percentage. But after in like 2021 and 2022, it rose up to 45.5 percentage. That's almost 3 percentage increase in the employment level. Imagine now you're scoring 50 marks for 100. You are not really improving. But the next test to score 60, now it's a real good improvement. So is here, like in agriculture, even this 3 percentage gave a lot of other people this opportunity where they can get this opportunity, help the farmers, but continue their livelihood, continue earning, and they can have a standard of life. Yes or no? Sometimes you have to switch your lives. You have to go in the harsh conditions also for yourself to provide food in the table. And that's why people had to switch to agriculture. The next one is about India's position in world agriculture. Like comparing world, how well India was producing vegetables, fruits, and particular grains. Here, this table will tell us like India was producing 1/5 of world's production. If this country is producing 1,000 kilos, like 1/5 of 1,000, India is only producing. Imagine, India has gained a huge population. They have a lot of people, and they say that age almost the people are engaged in agriculture sector, and that's why they export a lot of vegetables, a lot of grains outside the country. So here this table says that crop production, when they took a survey, they identified that India was producing 294 million tons of crops, and particularly in cereals. And when we compare it globally, it's about 2,849 million tons of pulses. So 1/4 of the world's production India was doing. So it's a very good achievement for India. And then when it comes to India's share percentage, they had this 10.3 share percentage increase, and all over the world they were the like the like this person if wins in the race now first rank, second rank, or first place, second place. Similarly, India's production in cereals, total cereals were like in the world like third largest position. Like after China and USA, India was the country who was producing cereals in huge amount. The next one is wheat. Wheat in India was produced in 9.35 percentage, like millions, 93 million tons of this wheat was produced in India. And when we compare it to the world, 749, like almost 750 million tons of wheat was produced all over the world. Like it's a very easy calculation. Like how, like one fifth. Now there's 100, like one fifth of 100 is how much? Like 20. Similarly, like how India was able to produce a lot of goods by themselves because they had this proper agriculture sector in their community. The next crop is rice. So rice in India they produce 1.5 million tons, and in world that is overall production of 591. The next one is India's share percentage increased, and when it compared to the ranking system, second most ranked India was ranked second in producing paddy, and like after China, first ranked China, and then later India was the highest producing of wheat, so it was ranked in the second position. The next one is pulses, like overall pulses. The total production in India was 17 million tons. All over the world, it was 82. And India was the first position in producing total pulses. Our next category is oil seeds. So groundnut. Groundnut like in shell, India produced 7 million tons. And world production was like 44 million. And India ranked second in producing groundnut seeds after China. So this is how India was doing almost of the work. They say now in a school or in a hospital, doctors do a lot of work to provide facilities to everyone. Similarly, India had taken this initiative to produce farm items, these groceries, these crops outside the country. And then about rapeseed. This seed was ranked third. Like after Canada and China, India was ranked the third place where they produced 6.8 million tons. And comparing to the world produced about 69 million tons. The next category is fruits and vegetables. Here, like fruits, like vegetables and melons in India, 120 million tons were produced, and the world's production was 1075. India was the second most producing of vegetables and melons after China. The next one is okra. Okra is like the latest finger. So this India produced almost 5.5 million tons, and all over the world 9 million tons was produced. And they say that India ranked the first in producing this particular okra vegetable. So it ranked the first place. Next one is this potatoes. Potatoes in India, 44 million tons were produced. All over the world, like almost 377 million tons were produced. And India was ranked second after China, and the country like most producing potatoes. Then we have tomatoes. India's production and tomatoes were 18.4 percentage. When we compare it to the world was producing 177 million tons. And India ranked second after China in producing this particular vegetable, tomato. Next, we have onions, like dry onions. India produced 18 million tons. We compare it to the world, 117 million tons were produced. Later, India ranked second in producing most number of oil onions, like dried, after China. The next one is cabbage. So this cabbage, India produced 9 million tons, and all over the world they were producing 72 million tons. So India was ranked second after China in producing cabbages. The next is cauliflower and broccoli. In India, we produced almost 8 million tons, and the world produced 71 million tons. So India ranked second after China. The next one is brinjal. Brinjal, like India produced almost 12.6 million tons, and all over the world, brinjal production was 54.3 million tons. And India's rank in the production of particularly this brinjal was second after China. The next one is fruits excluding melon. All the fruits except the melon, India produced 91 percentage, like 91 million tons. And all over the world, like almost like 100 million tons were produced. And India ranked first in producing fruits excluding melons. The next one is banana, guava, lemon, lime, papaya. So these fruits were produced most in India and they rank the first after the world's production. So this chart says where India's position is in agriculture. How well it never let agriculture go down. So India's main strength was agriculture. So it says that like India is largest producer of pulses, okra, mango, banana, lemon, and the second largest producer of wheat, rice, groundnut, potato, onion, cabbage, cauliflower, brinjal, and lot more others. And India produces more than one fifth of the world's productions in paddy and pulses. Similarly, it contributes more than 20 percentage of global production. As I said, India not only cultivates for the use for Indian people, but also 20% of the production is exported to other countries. So this is how India's position lie in agriculture. The next one is impact of COVID-19 on supply, demand, and wages of agri labor. So this is about how supply and demand of labors was affected. As you can see, the country has witnessed a large number of migrant laborers that they shifted their workspace. Here in this graph, they say that districts showing changes in supply and demand and the wages of agricultural labor. They say that like 46% of the people, their wages remain same, and like almost 43% of the people, the wages increased, and the rest, the wages got decreased. The next category of labor supply, like 393 percentage, like overall like 500. In that, 70% of the people decreased the supply of labor, and 13 percentage in that area, the labor, like the supply of labor remained same, and only 94 people, that is 17 percentage in that area, the supply of labor increased. And this is about the demand of labor. Like in this area, like 32 percentage remains same, the demand for labor, and the rest, half of more than like of people, their wages got increased. That is, the demand for laborers got increased, and the rest people, like almost 30 percentage, got a decrease in the level of labor practices. Like it differs country to country, how much requirement of or supply of labor is required, how much demand of laborers is required, depending on the shortage of the workers there. And here they say that these agriculture facilities not only identified who didn't get proper supply of wages or supply of labors or demand of labors, they also identified many people who lost their jobs were occupied in this agriculture sector to work in the agriculture, like to do something even if they had some distractions. So this is about like agriculture, how it really helps people recover from the economy. Now let's see like few more things. Like in agriculture, how new initiatives and schemes were awarded, how government supported them, and even in this crisis time, they were still able to cooperate with people. And this agriculture development really helped the economic recovery of the country. So the next topic is about impact of agriculture produce, like how much agriculturally they were producing items. It says that like markets witness some changes in the production. Like in the graph, they say that the procurement in government, transporting in mandis, that is on road, then collection of private agencies, FPOs aggregation, farmers getting MSP, and weekly markets. That is hats. Hats are like weekly markets. Like in this 3 days only the markets will be available. And the rest 3 days they will be resting. So how this graph explains how people became like in government based, how supply of products were made, this agricultural products, and how like in road people in the vendors on the street, how much they were producing, and later like in private agencies how they were producing this agricultural products, and also these FPOs and farmers who got MSP. So this graph says that most people who had the favorable impact like in government sector was 12 percentage, and people who had some adverse impact was about 44 percentage, and people who had no impact was also 44 percentage. And in the next column, it's about transporting to mandis. Like you start selling goods in peddling system, like in early morning, how people bring fresh vegetables and they place it on the roads. So this, the favorable impact was only 4 percentage, adverse impact was 74, and no impact, like people who didn't have any impact were 22 people. The next one is collection of private agencies. Like they had an impact, favorable impact of 4 people, and later adverse impact of 81. And the next one is how they didn't have any impact. That is, they only had 15 percentage of no impact in that particular agency. So here you can clearly see now FBOs, they had the favorable impact of 44, like 14 people, and then adverse impact was of 63 people, and later people who were not impacted by this agriculture production were 23. Next category is farmers getting MSP. Here, 9% of the survey when they did, these people had some impact, some favorable impact. And advanced impact was for over 36 people, and then people who didn't have impact were about 88. So this is how they graph out. They found out like in which sectors, like in government, the market and the roads, private agencies, some farmers who in the sell the vegetables, how they had favorable impact, no impact, and adverse impact. The last column here is about like the weekly markets. I said no huts. Like these markets are only for 1 week in the month, are only 3 days in a week. So these markets, they had a favorable impact for about 6 people, 87 percentage had adverse impact, and rest 8 people, they didn't have any other impact on their producing of vegetables, like doing the marketing. So this is how like marketing of agriculture, they witnessed like different states, like different sectors, how they had some impact and how they didn't have anything and it's constant. Here states like Assam, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Uttarakhand and West Bengal report to be impact high. They had the higher impact. And states like Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Telangana were reported to have a lower impact. And the rest of the states had no impact. So this is how they categorized. Like these countries have a higher impact and they are doing the marketing of agricultural produce. These few states, they had a very low impact. And few countries, like few states, they didn't have any impact. So this is what they say. Next one is tomato rates. So I was very interested when I took this topic, tomatoes. So now we see now the inflation increase, the prices of tomatoes increased, and how people are worried and they're keeping tomatoes like jewelry in their house. So like they say, per kg tomatoes price is 160 rupees, like in North India. And they say that like country states like Chennai in Tamil Nadu, like every kilo you have to pay 100 rupees for tomatoes. So the price of tomatoes is skyrocketing. People were not able to afford it. And that's where a vendor in Chennai, you know what he did? He took this initiative. He bought a bulk of tomatoes, and what he did, he sold 1 kilo for just 20 rupees. Why? To help people. As this inflation occurred, this vendor understood for this particular day, I will be selling tomatoes for every customer 1 kilo and only for 20 rupees. And the customer cannot ask for more kilos just because one tomato is like 1 kilo is for 20 rupees. So what he did, this vendor, as much as people he can give access to, like 1 kilo tomato for 20 rupees. It's only for like one customer at a time can get a kilo of tomatoes for 20 rupees. He wants most of the customers to get benefited that day. They say there's a special day. So this vendor took this initiative to reduce the price, even that he had this loss of 60 rupees where he bought tomatoes for 80 rupees. But he sold them for 20 rupees just to help people who are not able to afford tomatoes. And in this way, like he bought like 150 kilos and how much he was possible, he gave tomatoes to them. So when tomatoes rate increased, I saw this song. The credit goes to that person. This tomato song goes like this. Like we have seen a lot of reels now. So this is like tomato prices are increasing. Though this, what I'm going to do right now will be impacting of the inflation of tomatoes. They say that जनता की लाल हुई जब से हुआ है महंगा टमाटर 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 सर पीट रहे हैं सांबर बने कैसे बिना टमाटर टमाटर like pav bhaji, bina tomato, sev tomato, bina tomato, and then veggie curry, tomato soup. How can it be made without tomatoes? And that's why people are worried. Like this lal tomato, mehanga tomato, 100 rupiah kilo tomato. So this is how they address the inflation of tomatoes. How it affected people, the common people. And nowadays people, they lock tomatoes in their safe. You don't keep jewelries anymore. Tomatoes are kept because they're more expensive than the jewelries, than the silver or the gold. So they give more importance. Like they understand, like for some reason, this inflation occurs. They have to increase the price of tomatoes. So this is about agriculture, how it helped in the economic recovery. Like various other sectors, when they lost job opportunities, this agriculture sector took initiative to employ thousands of people. And then how government supported by providing Kisan schemes and by providing KCC loan facilities. And later, they even saw like what's India's position in world agriculture. They said that one-fifth of the production was done in India. And later, the demand, the supply, and the wages of labor, how it differed from city to city, state to state, and which countries or which states had a high impact on this marketing of agriculture. Few had high impact, few had the lower impact, and few had no impact. This is how agriculture feel. Even after having a lot of troubles, they help the other sectors, the manufacturing, the MSMEs, the common people to get themselves employed under agriculture. Survey. This survey is a proof that I have taken like almost 70 people, like more than 70 people have taken this survey. This survey analyzes, it tells how people during the pandemic, they faced a lot of things. And this survey is going to portray like during COVID and after COVID, how people react to certain things. To understand the survey better, let's see the questions and see the options and preferences people selected. The first question here is, have you been tested for COVID-19? The first question I presented to the surveyors was, have you ever been tested to COVID-19? This question is second if you're positive or negative. But the first thing is, did you have a test for COVID-19? And the response to this was 73% of the surveyors said that yes, they have tested for COVID-19. And 29, like 26 percentage of people said that no, we never took a COVID test. Like it depends. When you're traveling, you have to take a COVID test. Or sometimes when you feel this is not normal, you take a COVID test. And later, sometimes when the education institutions continued, or you were in a healthcare sector, the doctors or the agency there, the management there asked you to have this testing to make sure that you're okay, your health is okay, and you can come and teach the kids. Various teachers and many people who are traveling around had to do this testing. The second question is about, have you been tested positive for COVID-19? For this, like 21% of the people responded that yes, when they took this COVID-19 test, the results came out to be positive. And 73% of the respondents said no, we didn't have a positive result of a test when we have taken. And then many people, they didn't know whether it was positive or negative. Like in airplanes, like when we go to airline industries, when we're traveling from country to country, state to state, they ask us to do these tests. But the reports never reaches. We don't know whether we are having the positive result or the negative. So in this way, 2.6% of the respondents answered that they didn't know if they were tested positive or negative. The next one is about not applicable. Why it's not applicable? Because they never had a test. So they don't have to worry whether they had positive or negative result or the reports didn't reach them. There are a lot of people who, when they got in a positive result, they didn't panic. A few people panicked, they went to hospitals. Like in my family, when my aunt got corona, she isolated herself. she made sure that this information is not to be spread to people. Like initially, her family members were the one who were sick. She was taking care of him. And at the end of the day, when they take a result, like a COVID test, the person who was taking care of the other family members, like she is tested positive and others come negative. Think how life treats you when you're helping people, but the results when it come, it's not really good. That's how my aunt, got COVID. But don't worry, my mom and my neighborhood people, we gave a facility. We provided food for her family. We give a necessary tools and sanitation measures. So in this way, we together came forward helping each other to protect them. That even in the hardest times when she cannot prepare food for her family, like my mother, my father, took this initiative by providing her family food, the other members, to make their tummies full and not to worry and buy the outside food. This is about the second question. The third question is about which sources did you use to get information about COVID 19? So they had to tick all of the resources or what are the information sources that they used. The first one is media, you have social media, then there's government agency websites, then you have family, friends, or colleagues. So this report says that 64% of the people were using media. They were getting information about COVID 19 using newspapers, televisions, and radio. 55% of the people, like 70 percentage, what they did, they used social media to get updations about the COVID guidelines. Then, like 50 percentage, 39 people were using government agency websites like WHO and all the active international organizations who were updating information about COVID 19. So, this is how people use this government agency websites. Then, friends, colleagues, and family members, like 48 people, almost 61% of the people use this type of source to get information. So this shows like how the highest is for media, like using newspapers, radio, and television. You made yourself updated, like how the guidelines are improved, or what are the new lockdown measures, why they had to shut down schools, workspaces. So the first highest ranking is media. The second most people that they chose is social media. Like 70% of people use social media. And the third one is family, friends, and colleagues. Sometimes to give this tasalli to satisfy that you this information is correct, we ask our friends, colleagues, and family members. Ask them like in your area, how are the COVID cases, and how many people are treated, and how many people are going to be treated. So when you share this information among yourselves, you're better informed. The next one is, did you spend time, like you're spending time on internet changed during COVID-19? Like many people spend more time on internet. They say that 64% of the respondents, the usage of internet increased. They were using internet more. And 12%, there is 12.8 percentage, they said that we reduce the usage of internet. It can be of various reasons. Because this COVID-19 brought families together. They were spending more time with their families rather than using the internet. And that's how maybe their time spent in internet got decreased. And for people which got increased, like 64% of the respondents, their time spent on internet were increased. Why? Because their job was converted to remote work. So they had to use internet. To get updates about information, they use social media. So they were using internet. Sometimes just to chill or watch a movie, you have to use internet because you cannot go to cinema theaters. That's how 64% of the people increase their time spending on internet. And they say that 23% of the respondents didn't have any change in internet. As usual, they used to spend 30 minutes or 1 hour or 2 hours. Like they didn't have a very big difference in their internet usage. So this graph tells of how people in need, like due to this circumstance, they had to increase their time on internet. And sometimes this situation makes you convert and contract the time you spend on internet. And that's why few people decrease their time. And few people, they don't care what's going around. Whatever they're doing, their regular lifestyle. So they didn't have any change in the usage of internet. The next one is, Now that COVID restrictions are lifted, would you like to continue working from home, or come back to your workspace, or a mixture of both? So I gave them three options. So most of the respondents says that they want to go back to their workspace. Here, 69% people wanted to return to their workspace because they became lethargic, or they were not able to understand the technology. Sometimes to do in-person activities, you have to go to your workspace. You have to talk to people, address your product, discuss things. Now you have to return back to your workspace. But people who are making Excel sheets, preparing documents, can't stay home. They can do work from home. That's why 29, like 3.9% of people are only doing work from home. And like 26 percentage, they prefer both work from home and return to their workspace. Why? Now maybe they have this family function or they have this emergency. They cannot go to the job office. They cannot go to their office. So what they do, they say their manager, say their boss, it was this 2 days alone I'll do work from home. Whatever assignment, a task you're assigning me, I'll accomplish my goal. So do not worry about it. So when you give this hope to your boss, he allows you to do work from home. And sometimes you have to go to your workspace. You have to address this new product to the customers. Or launching of the product is going to happen. So you have to come to the workspace. So it depends on the work and the situation, whether you want to continue working from home or go back to your workspace. The next question here is about, are there any changes in your personal health habits that you have adopted as a result of pandemic? If so, what are they? Like here you can see the options. Increased focus on hygiene practices, enhance fitness and exercise routine, improve diet and nutrition, no changes in health habits. So this graph says how people responded differently. 41% of the respondents says that they increase their focus on hygiene. Like in my home, now whenever my mom purchases new fruits or vegetables from the market, we are more hygienic. We wash them as soon as the products are bought at home. Even if it's a packed item, you buy a chips packet from the petty shop near your home, you still wash it. Or if this is a milk packet, you just wash it. Listen now, water, like 80% of the germs are removed if you even use water and wash the packets. And that's where like 41% of the people who surveyed this particular farm said that they increased hygiene practices. So when they clean their house, they're disinfecting the area so that the emergence of these new pathogens or fungus will not come again. So the next one is enhance fitness and exercise routine. Many became focused that in order to improve my health, in order for my health habits to improve, I have to build in my exercise routine. I do some fitness. And this says that 15% of the respondents practiced enhanced fitness, did this exercise routines which help them, relax themselves, do yoga asanas, wake up in the morning, stretch themselves out. So in this way they enhance fitness and exercise routine. Next one is improve diet and nutrition. People who became more health conscious. So this percentages graph says that 14% of the people improved their nutrition diet. They were health conscious of how much amount of this particular food I can intake. They say no, you can have a good portion of food. But when you have some deficiency, you must not take 2 pieces more or 5 pieces more. If you take excess now, it's going to, your situation will become worse. Rather than you treating it, it will become that you have to get treatment. So for that, many people, they improve their diets, their nutrition. They were watching a lot of videos when many people had this improvement in diet schedules. So they tried making new salads, this salad, and even preparing a lot of food items which were healthier when compared to using and eating the packed food items. Few people, when they were not able to completely switch to this healthy diet, they eat chocolates. But you want to eat a fruit, so like strawberries, you dip them in chocolate. So now you're consuming the fruit, but as well you satisfy yourself that I had my chocolate, I had my fruit. Similarly, people who didn't like green vegetables, So they were mixed in pasta. Like you mix green vegetables, carrot, and capsicum and broccolis in pasta. So you're having your delicious Italian cuisine as well as providing your body with the vegetables it requires. In this way, people improve their diet and nutrition. The next multiple choice that I gave them was no changes in personal health habits. What they were eating is what they're eating. They didn't have any difference in their consumption. If they were having good diet, they were having and maintaining it. People who didn't have a focused diet plan, they were not health conscious. They continued eating a lot of junk items. So 29 people said that they didn't have any change in their personal health habits. So the next question is, how has the pandemic influenced their mental well-being, and what strategies have they employed to maintain a positive mindset? So here there are like four options. The first is many people who had this increase in stress and anxiety, they were seeking for professional help or therapy. Then people few started reduce the stress, they did mindfulness and meditation techniques. Other people engaged in hobbies and activities like when they did this painting or when they did scribbling in the note. When they did this, they can relax their minds. Sometimes when you do a puzzle, you feel that when the puzzle is solved, your mind is free. You understand that as now I solve this puzzle, I can solve my problem. So in this way, you do activities, you bring in hobbies that can improve your mental health. And the next one is no significant impact on mental well-being. Like they are coping well. So the survey says that 44% of the people, like almost 45% of the people, were engaging in hobbies and activities to distract themselves. Like they are using more of social media. So now they have to do something now. They started doing this exercises. They were doing this asanas. So in this way, they were able to cope up this mental ability. 25% of the people didn't have any significant change in their mental well-being. They were coping well. Like they didn't have extra pressure on their syllabus. These people who were working in the workspace, the manager didn't ask him or pressurize him to do his work on time. They were given the freedom of choice, flexible schedules to their work. Like in the end of the day, you're given 3 days of time. So the aim of this particular employee is to complete the work. So in this way, different people had different habits of how, if they were having this mental illness and how they seeked for help. And then 12% of the people who surveyed this say that their stress was increased, their anxiety increased, and they started seeking for professional therapies. These therapy sessions. Sometimes you cannot personally tell your parents, or your teachers, or your friends that you're dealing with this thing. But that professional therapist, you when you tell it to him, you like feel it. Like this therapist is special in this area. He is able to make and convince my mind that everything is going to be well. And they tell us to write down all the distractions and negative points in a journal, tear it, and flush the wastage. So the lush out of your mind will be removed. So they did that. And 16% of the respondents said that they started doing meditation techniques and mindfulness. So when they did that, they relaxed their mind. Like few people, you give them food, happy, but like other people, to overcome this illness, this mental health problems, they did mindfulness, this medical and this meditation techniques. The next question is, how has your perspective on travel and leisure activities changed following the COVID outbreak? So when COVID outbreak had happened, how people were seeking their travel experiences? Did they increase? Did they put a full stop? Did they, postpone their plans or prepone their plans? Are they just were continuing with the normal plans? So the first option here is people are avoiding travel and crowded tourist destinations. The next group of people, they were exploring local and domestic travel options. The next set of people embraced virtual travel experiences. And then few people change in their perspective, they were continuing with their regular plans. Like this first one, people who were avoiding this crowded tourist destinations are the safety seekers. We learned in the message like changes in behavior in traveling. We saw there that people who were mainly focused on their health restricted themselves to going to crowded places. So they are the safety seekers, that they are conscious about their health and they don't travel during this time. They don't go to the crowded places. So 47% of the people avoided going to crowded destinations. The next is exploring domestic and local travel options. Many people who are not able to do traveling during pandemic, it is this revenge travel where they explored unique places and experiences. So as they are sitting in their home for a long time, they had to fulfill their whole experience. So even if restrictions were there, they still continued working. They still continued traveling. So these people who explored the local domestic areas, like 9% of the people, they went to Ooty, they went to Kodaikanal to have short breaks. A little break, they take the family, like they spend time with their family. Like every time you cannot be working, you cannot be in an office with your table and working on a system. As a student also you need relaxations. That's how institutions provide you educational trips, field trips, where you go improve your knowledge as well as see a lot of things how people are developing. You meet different type of students of how well they have developed in making robotics and how other people are really well in using technology. So when these trips are taken, people are being better. So these students they learn that in our country I will also bring this feature like when I start earning I'll become a teacher. I'll become a professional institutor, an instructor. I'll bring this policy in my country where people from foreign will come to have educational trips in India. That Indian education is also as equal as the foreign education. So this is how many people came forward. Then about embracing virtual travel experiences. I said the example of Dekho Mera Delhi app. This app like Arvind Kejriwal, like the minister of Delhi, what he did, he brought this initiative where this app gave tourists access to download the app. Like you will be given a companion on the second you download the app. This companion in the app virtually will give you these options that within the radius of 5 kilometers, you can visit these heritage sites. You can visit these food joints and you can have the experience of going to Humayun's tomb and India Gate with virtual walk-through experiences. You will feel like you're walking inside Humayun tombs, but they give you these goggles, this AR, like automated reality gadgets. These goggles, when you wear, you feel that you're really going inside the tomb. You're experiencing the India Gate. And by providing these virtual facilities, people who wanted to travel continued traveling. So people who embraced virtual travel experiences, like only 2.6 percentage of the people started it. Like they say no, even at 0.1 or 1 percentage, like something new people are trying. Later when it advances, a lot of people will prefer virtual traveling. It is going to be more affordable and from your home you can gather your friends and family members, bring them together, you wear these goggles and you experience that you're going to this particular heritage site, you're visiting this temple or this Akshardham temple there. So in this way, they gave this opportunity to have virtual walkthroughs. The next one is people they didn't have any change in their perspective. They continued with a regular planned schedules. So 41% of the people, like in the summer vacation or the winter vacation, during spring breaks, they used to travel. So they didn't have any change. So they were constant. The next question is about how has COVID pandemic affected your daily routine and lifestyle? As myself, I was learning of how to manage time, to do scheduling. Like this is my work hours where I study and later I have this playtime. So when you schedule, you make your time management. So in future, when you're given some task to do, you're already prepared that I have to do this performance this day. I have to do these various activities simultaneously. So I have to plan a day before. So this COVID taught a lot of people to use the time efficiently, be effective and not waste time. So here the first option is how their routine either it was significantly disrupted, somewhat disrupted, like they had minimal effects and not affected at all. The survey says that 31% of the people had their difference in their routine and their lifestyle, somewhat it was different, disrupted. It was changed. And 29% of the people responded with significantly they were disrupted. Due to this particular reason, they had this disruption. They had to change their routine. Like their online meetings were in this particular time. So due to that, the normal scheduling with their family time got disrupted. So it was completely changed. And like 10% people, they didn't have any change in their routine. Like if they were waking up early in the morning, they were waking up. If they were a night owl, they were a night owl. If they were not doing remote work and reading encyclopedias through brain and we have a big brain, they were continuing that. So these people didn't have any effect at all. And 28% of the people had a little effect, like minimal effect in their routine change, like in their change in lifestyle. The next one is about, have you noticed any changes in your community or neighborhood where as a result of pandemic, like due to pandemic, did or there was an increase in support and coordination among neighbors, or more local businesses were closing down, or enhanced community safety measures and hygiene practices were brought in, or else there was no noticeable changes in their community. So they say that 31 percentage of the respondents had enhanced community measures. Like in the community, there is particular safety measures that they must follow. And 30 percentage respondents says that local businesses in their area were closing down. Then 23% of the people said that they didn't notice any significant change in the community. And 14% of the people said that we were coordinating more. We had a very closer bond with our neighbors. Like we were helping each other. When somebody was affected, now they provided this food service. When somebody was not able to have organic food or organic milk, this particular person who was also not having job opportunity, how he started this, idea of bringing animals to home and nurturing them, providing milk to his area. So in this way, he helped himself and the neighborhood. So this is how few people supported their neighbors and how few local businesses are shut down due to restrictions. Like workers have to surely go to the company to work. They cannot work online. And that's why these businesses were closing down. And then enhance community and safety measures. Like we saw no, we developed hygiene practices. Similarly in our community, people were more hygienic. Like if they had to do handshake anymore, they don't do that. They're like, hi, nice to meet you, bye bye. They don't go closer and have communications because you have social media to talk to people. It's very easily accessible. You feel that it's not correct time for them to meet personally, but to ask how they are, text them, call them, just do a video call to ask how they're doing, how they're coping with this infection. So in this way, community they increase their hygiene measures. Where when they knew like this family is like affected, like hi bye from distance itself. And many communities didn't have any change because they didn't have connection with their other neighborhoods. So they were considered with what their family were and their own family. So they didn't have any changes in their other people. They didn't focus on other people. So like I have my food, I am full, so my task is done. I don't bother if my neighbor people they're getting proper food supply. This was not really taken care. The next question is, what aspects of your social life have been impacted by the pandemic and how have you adapted to these changes? The first one is here, you had limited in-person interactions. So you increased virtual communications. People who reduced social gatherings and events increased outdoor activities. Where outdoor activities is not only playing games, it's gardening, walking, and in the Western culture, it's like hiking. So they did more outdoor activities rather gathering in these festivals and events. Then few people they were strictly still following these protocols, these measures. So they were adhering strictly to the social distancing measures and they didn't have any impact on their social life. And few people, they had no impact on their social life and they continued as usual. So 33% of the people limited their in-person communication and started conversing virtually. Then 32% of the population didn't have any impact on their social life. They were working as usual. If sometimes I had a doubt, I asked you. Or I used to meet you at your home and we clear our doubts or we talk. So basically, there's no any improvement or deprovement in their social impact. Then, for 29% of the respondents said that they reduce their social gatherings and reduce going to crowded events and festivals. And they brought more outdoor activities. That is, they by themselves started gardening in their home. Kitchen gardens. Like in my home today, instead of going outside and involving with my cousins, we brought this kitchen garden in our home. And today we have guava, pomegranate, and papaya that we nurture them. So in this way, we learn how a plant needs same care as other people are to be given. So we nurture these few fruits in our kitchen garden. Then people who were strictly following the social distancing and they didn't have impact on social life were 5.1% of the people. So they were still following social distancing. Even you don't have corona, they have this belief in their mind. When I come closer to you, I get infected, and I don't like that. Some people are there. They become you have phobia of going near to these people. So they inculcated this phobia in them that if I go near him, even if he is not having COVID or infection, I'll think myself that I am affected. So they were strictly following the social distancing measures. Then next 12th question is about looking towards the future. What lessons or insights we have gained, people gain from this experience that you believe will change your post COVID life. It's like some learnings, some life lessons that we learned during the COVID, which will even help us after the post COVID life. I said a story about Sarah, a flight attendant. When this COVID came in, her wings were cut. She was not able to fly anymore. She was not able to give these passengers a friendly atmosphere. And how from flying skies she shifted to using screens. So how she was rejected in a lot of interviews, but still she never lost this hope. She was compassionate, like continuous and consistent efforts she gave. And later, when restrictions were lifted, she was given a promotion. She was in the head office. Like they say, no, they give you this header position where you control small group of people. This is how many people had some learning insights and how it has really helped them shape their life after pandemic. Few people started prioritizing their health and well-being over materialistic possessions rather than buying Gucci bags or branded shoes or your dressing or apparel of buying cosmetics. They stopped that. They were more giving priority to their health, to their treatments by consuming healthier products, having a good nutritious diet, having this fruit from Ooty is expensive, but when you eat it, it's really beneficial for you. So there you exchange your expenses where you were buying a lot of apparel and clothing. This material things was reduced and you focus more on your body, like the nutrients that your body must receive and some consciousness you gain. And in a way that by buying these material things, if you adorn yourself with a lot of sweaters and jackets, you'll not be protected. But only by having this healthier diet, you are mentally fit, physically. By not wearing like a sweater, you are fit. Like whatever you eat now, it will be protected. Next one is embracing adaptability and resilience in the face of uncertainty. Many people adapted. Like this uncertainty, due to this contingency, few people had to switch fewer plans, adapt to new circumstances, new atmosphere, new way of learning. So for these people who embraced their adaptability, even though there was this crisis, they still never gave up. This, these people, like whatever you give them problems with, they take the problems, like they carry you themselves and they solve it. They don't like shut down themselves that there is no solution. So these are the people who embrace this adaptability. And then many people were valuing and maintaining social connections. As of now, during pandemic time, I was not able to meet my friends. My cousins, we were not having family meetings or gatherings. But virtually, we were still connected. We did this video conferences. Like when my grandma was in my cousin's house, how she video conferenced me. She surprised me how she learned this new technology, how to use, how to do a video call. So in this way, a lot of people value and maintain strong social connections. draw a helicopter. So in the seconds that they provide us, we must draw the picture, and in this way, this application will guess how much perfection and how much it is connecting to the real world. Now you cannot draw a seesaw like in 10 seconds. So somehow you just draw the side pair or the center part, and somehow it identifies us. It's a seesaw. Like maybe they ask you to do a keyboard or about doing a mouse, you will wonder which type of mouse. This device which we use on computer or the real mouse. So here this guess the drawing challenges gave us this opportunity to use AI, where we were doing some activities indoorly, playing games on mobile, which were not really harmful or addictive. But there's something like when somebody is asking you to draw something. So now quickly you can draw that. It's like a rough diagram that everybody can identify. In this way, when you're asked to make, pictorial representations in your exams, you have to draw this particular part of the body or draw this flower system. So when you have this time limit given to you, you see how well you can draw that particular picture. And then we even had these games like emoji scavenger hunt. They'll give us this emoji, and in real life, we have to scan like where it is. They'll say this emoji as a laptop emoji, and then we have to go like search in a house like where this laptop is, and then we scan the laptop in real life, then we get points. Similarly, a projector, a notebook, a pen, a coat, a blazer, the various emojis were shown in that scavenger hunt, and we had to identify these objects in real life. Then outdoor activities. Outdoor activities, example, walking and gardening, like in Indian culture. Like we people prefer gardening or walking. But in the Western culture, they do hiking and they do a lot of other activities. So here, did people prefer outdoor activities or indoor activities? Then there was the other option. Like you're at home, you don't do any new activities. Like you are just as you are. You didn't discover anything. So 7.7 percentage people responded that they started doing craft items. They did this do it yourself projects. 26.9% people said that they were doing indoor activities. They were playing Ludo with their family. Like you can easily connect using the technology. Even wanted to play with your friends, you just have to share in the link, and when this access is given, like from different devices, you're able to connect and play together. Not only these games, a lot of other things also you were able to do online. Like if you wanted to watch a movie, there was this app called Discord. So where you go connect with people, listen to music together, watch movies and play games. So this is where you are able to connect. And then people who were doing outdoor activities, like 21 percentage to 21.8 percentage people responded that they're doing outdoor activities. We are gardening, we are nurturing plants, we are walking for us to be healthier, to be fit. Because walking not only is a form of exercise that you do for your legs, for your body. Sometimes you need the movements of your body to be done, and that's where walking takes place. Like most of the people, the elderly people, and the people who think that they have to lose weight, they think walking will help them. So few people they did outdoor activities where they did walking and gardening and more activities. Maybe they played badminton. They were even playing games like hockey. Like in your home, you had this stick, you had this ball, and you were playing hockey in your home. You had this goal post. So somehow you try to recreate these activities and play in your home. Like only this much area was there in my home to play cricket. But me and my cousins, like we still wanted to play cricket, and only in this small area we were playing. And like so many times the ball went outside the door, and then we had to go outside and fetch the ball and come back. Sometimes it'll fall in the sewage, and then you cannot take it backside. So one day, me and my brother, we were playing badminton. What happened? The cock got stuck in my cousin's, flooring, the roof. And now we had to reach somewhere. And in the rooftop of the house, and there's this sewage, there's this ditch. Now we have to be very careful while taking the cock. So now we experience, like when we're playing outdoor games, we're not only inculcating and having this siblings bond, but how to rescue this cock when it got stuck in the roof of this neighbor's house. So you have to make sure you don't fall inside, and like slowly pick up the cork. So once we brought the cork down, it fell in the ditch. And then my brother is like, now you put it there, you have to take it. And then we took it, we sanitized it, and we brought it again. And we continued playing. The next time when we were serving, the cork went to some other's house where you cannot reach. My height on my brother's side was not reachable. So till today, I can see the cork. I can remember that day, me and my brother were playing. Still, the cork is stuck there. Nobody can take it out. So this is how playing outdoor activities. When neighbors were at home, like at night time, we were playing these games. Then they say that 11.5% of people didn't have any discovery of activities. They didn't do any new activities. They were doing as usual. This is a regular life. They didn't bother about finding their passion or hobbies. They were focused on their education or their workspace. So they were basically focused there. Next question is, how was the pandemic? These questions were like only for the adult category, people who are 25 plus. So they attended this question. They responded that many people had significant loss of income. So this question is about, how has the pandemic affected your financial situation, and what measures have you taken to cope up to potentialize like these challenges were given to you? So what were the solutions you found out to cope up with it? Few people who had significant loss of income started having, and they saw financial assistance. The other people who had a moderate impact on their finances started budgeting and cutting expenses. Fewer people, what they did, they didn't have any significant impact on financial situation. It was just normal. And the next group of people, they said that they improved their financial situation. Due to this remote platform, this opportunity gave them a rise. So they were able to identify that if I do remote work, my financial my financial earning is improving. And then people who had this improvement in their finance incomes, they started saving, and they also reduced expenses. So people who had significant loss were like 29.5% of people had this loss. They had low income and they started seeing financial assistance. Like how I said about a lot of government agencies and policies, multinational corporations, NGOs, philanthropic organizations came forward to give this financial assistance. You would say, no, I don't have anybody to guide me. But this time during pandemic, like if you had this disruption, you were having income loss. Some due to some reason your income was reduced, you seeked for this financial assistance where we were able to understand that what are the measures that I must take in to start earning better. And 52% of the people had moderate income. That is moderate income impact on finances, and they learned that they have to budget few expenses and reduce. Sometimes we just buy a lot of things to decorate our home, so they stopped it. And this time they're not going to come check our house how beautiful it's looking, but like how well you're earning, well you're going to budget when you're earning this much amount. And that's where people either saved it in the banks or invested in financial markets. Then few people, like 12.8 percentage, responded that they had no significant impact on financial assistance. Like their situation of finance was going well. Then few people said that due to this remote learning, they had this improvement in financial situation and they were saving. Like only 5.1% of the people said that their financial improvement in their income has occurred. These were I asked roughly 15 questions to people in different categories and people working in different sectors of how and when they had the test, or is it turning positive, and what positive impacts they learned from this COVID-19, and if they had mental health issues, how they use some coping strategies to reduce their risks from life, and even whatever activities and hobbies they were cultivating. So these questions were about it. I had this additional question where they could type their experience of how what they faced during COVID pandemic. So we'll be seeing personal experience of people. So I have, in an average, I've collected their points, like how in family and personal relationships they had some difference or some improvement. How in health and wellness People were more conscious and they were developing. And also in the next category of financial and job impact. And many people adapted to this change and they learned lessons. So let's talk about this family and personal relationships. My teacher shared me this story. So during pandemic, he was in his native house. So there were a lot of people and they used to play games. Like they start by 6 o'clock in the evening and they continued playing till 2 o'clock in the night. So during that time, the COVID was in control. And when he was not in his hometown, he was in his native. That is the place of work. He was away from his place of work and he was in his native. So all the neighborhood they collected together and they were playing lot of games. Once they started by 6, they ended by 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock. They had this tournament. They used this one particular ball and played every variety of events. Like using this volleyball, they were playing throw ball. And sometimes, to have this hooks, like basketball hooks, they even used, the fishing rods, I think. Sometimes you want to catch butterflies, now you have this cage. So what they did, they found this and they hanged there and they made a hole. So whatever resources they had, they made the goal post. They made this basketball hook. And then with that one particular volleyball ball, they are playing throw ball, basketball. And in this way, a lot of people were having tournaments, they were enjoying, and they didn't have this cultural barrier because when you're on ground, when you're playing, you don't want to communicate. Your actions and few words so you can understand easily. So this barrier was not faced while you play. And then my teacher told me that now a lot of people were there, but only we had three balls. Like hundreds of people are playing. Continuous tournaments were conducted. And now they wanted new balls. So due to restrictions, many markets were closed. So they had to go to the next district. They have to travel 20 kilometers just to get their ball to continue the tournament. So what my teacher said me that we went to this particular shop to buy balls. So before that, they collected fund from their friends. And this ball is now punctured and there's no way to repair it. We have to buy a newer one. So to do that, they collected funds among their friends. And later, when they got it, they went to a shop. So morning, like 3 o'clock, they started because the tournament would start by 6 or 7 in the morning. So to bring the balls to the area, like 3 o'clock in the morning, he went to the district, like traveled 20 kilometers, and found the store that he called that day is closed. So somehow they found the owner's address. And 3 a.m. in the morning, they're knocking at his door. Like, uncle, we need three volleyballs. Like, due to restrictions and all, when markets, people were not able to sell items. So what he did, they planned of buying like 5 balls with the funds they collected. But this person, like 3 o'clock in the morning, you knock at his door and ask for volleyballs. That we have a tournament among our friends. So now he knocks the door and the owner attends. He says that you want balls, I'll give you, but double the price. Now for his earnings, he has to manage somehow, balance his earnings. And that's why he increased the price of the balls. So somehow they got 3 balls each for like 2000 rupees and then they went back to their tournament place and they continued playing. So this is where we started learning that few people had to increase their product prices. Now you're having a shop, you're earning. For your family to get that proper resources, that proper facility, you have to earn certain income. So to do that, few people had to increase the prices of product. And that's how this volleyball, this sports store, this owner increased the price of the balls. But what my teacher's intention was playing games. Even if it was double the amount, he bought the balls and he came back to his area where they were playing. Now they continue playing and they enjoy and they talk about how this togetherness by playing these tournaments, they are more healthier. They do these exercises in a way that it really helped them. So pandemic brought people together. Even in the hardest times when prices increased, still because you like the product, you buy it. Listen, no. However, the price product increases, you prefer the product. Anytime, if it's in lower cost, the price increases, you still buy it. So in this way, no matter what, they bought the ball and they were playing. So here we can see like how many family members, like during COVID, they got time to spend with their family. Like they used to tell that they used to be stubborn that I want to spend time with my family, but I just am very busy due to this hectic schedule in my workspace. I cannot go to my native and meet my parents. So this COVID brought them together. Like no more excuses. You have your family members with you at your home, talk with them. Discuss your future plans. Like what's next you want to do. So when you share these things, no, you create a bond with your family members. You become closer. They feel that okay, my kid, this person is going to do something good in the future. And now he's planned well. And many kids, like they didn't know, like after 10th, what career they had to choose. So like my whole relative, this they formed this academy. They were calling me, Rishika, you're good at this, become doctor. Rishika, you're good at this, you can even become a CA. And few people are like, do what your heart says. And few people like, become a teacher, become a professor, because they're good at talking, giving speeches. So everybody they were giving their opinions of what I wanted to become. But when they gave me a lot of preferences and choices, I had an idea okay, I have this potential to become a doctor too. But now that I've taken commerce, it's an obvious. You cannot become a doctor. But still, like I have this intention in me to provide social service to people. So to provide help to people, I need to earn. And that's why even if I don't like, to do something, I'm going to learn it. I'm going to adapt myself to reskill myself in learning this new skill. Maybe in the future, I'm going to become a CA. So when I become, topmost say in the particular state, so I have a good position. And now I can do social welfare. I can help a lot of people. So like from my childhood, what was my decision was I want to help people as a doctor, as a social service, or as an IAS officer. Some or other way, I need to share it. I have to tell people like how in the hardest of times I tell my stories to them, like how I used to do well in schooling, but due to the COVID, I was just different. Everything just changed. And when we came back to schools, we had this encouragement. They made us enthused to participate in events again. And now you see, now I am speaking here. So when people encouraged me to do certain things, I didn't believe in myself. Their help, their guidance provided me with a lot of opportunities. So this is how families, friends, and relatives sometimes you think that they are helping you, but you don't need their assistance. But one point you say and feel that okay, I have these options and I can choose whatever way I want. Now there's scope in every field. Even if you're learning arts, or you're learning computer science, or you're doing an engineering degree, you have multiple options. It's not necessary you have to become an engineer, become a pilot. You can also become a car manufacturer. You can design cars, customize, become an interior designing. Nowadays, people want to do these advanced things. Nobody wants to become a historian and archaeologist. I saw where this person, like this youth generation, one girl came forward to share of how, like in history, lot of archaeologists found new findings, and she explained them how this was found in this area. Until today, they're searching for a lot of things that in the future that they can show it in the museums of how still there are few findings that we are yet to discover. And that's why not many people are becoming chefs, doctors, businessmen are becoming some neurologist or doctor, are opening their own shop and designing clothes. They're trying to do new options, discover history, maybe join politics. It's a very controversial stage, but still, when you go there, you get this experience of variety of things, of becoming a prime minister, or maybe joining UN, like you go to United Nations, become a member there. It depends on your interests. Like there's an open opportunity, we can choose whatever we like. So, in this way, people changed their lifestyles. Even if they had struggles, they overcame it. And then it gave them a reality check and taught them how to prioritize right things. They say, no, like this time, if you don't make the decision, like it will be delayed. Your process will be delayed. Then everything, your life, you will be doing it slower. You will be left behind. People say us like that. But sometimes being slower, when you do something that you like, but it's taking time, it's okay. You can prove them that even if I was slow as a sloth, I still came out to be as large as a giraffe. I was able to do well, even if I was slow in the very beginning stage. So here we must not people that I proved you wrong, I became this officer. You have to prove yourself, make yourself feel right that you thought you were not able to do it. but you convinced yourself. You chose what was right for you, and you made yourself prepare for certain things. Do hard work, be consistent, do smart work, use technology, think logically, be calm, be precise in whatever decisions we make. Then, like COVID, like many people had some negative impacts. Why now? Sometimes you're just in your home, when you're isolated, you will be bored. Sometimes when you're in school, like continuously, you will be bored. You have to change your experiences like every few hours. Like after 6 hours, you need to stay in your room, and after 2 hours, you have to have a relaxation. Like human body is designed in that way. So many people who had a lot of negative impacts due to COVID. Like there's this person that I know, like due to COVID, his father got COVID, and he was very healthy. He was like a very good professional teacher, this principal of the school. It's hatta katta, like well to do, very strong person. And how this person who he was very healthy, he was very fitness freak, how COVID just destroyed his body. When he was admitted in the hospital, due to the overly crowded and treatments were slower, and in the very initial stage, hospitals were not able to control it. And that's where when her father was admitted in hospital, like after 3 days they tell them that he passed away. Like we were not able to save him. Imagine, like somebody is gone from this world and the information reaches to you a lot of like after few days, and you will feel bad, and they say that you cannot meet him. Think how hard this for these families who lost their parents, who lost their friends, and now they have to become self-reliant, work for themselves without the guidance of their parents or their friends. So this is where COVID teaches you. Like whenever there's something that happens unexpectedly, still that you don't worry about it. So life is like that. People come, people go. You remember them. Now even if they've passed away, like in your heart, you still have this instance. You remember their good teachings. You reminisce about how when you were a kid they used to tell you that I'll become this professor. Then how this he got this guidance from his parent, and she became a teacher in the future. Like she fulfilled the dream of her father. So in this way, a lot of people who had this negative impact somehow had to seek towards positiveness. You cannot just sit back and worry about what's gone. Now you have to think what's next. How I deal with the situation and continue my lifestyle. This is what we learned during COVID. Then about health and wellness. Like in the survey, a lot of people said they were more health conscious. They were doing exercises, and who were not doing exercises, they were watching dance videos and dancing. Like it's also a form of exercise. Many people they just played music and they were in their own dhun. They were just playing around here and there. Even if you're moving around your house, you're having a moment. Now you know why your parents ask you to do a lot of works, so you just don't sit in a particular place and whatever you're doing in your room, either you're studying or you're playing, they want you to come out of your room, walk. That's why they say go water the plants, go meet your cousin, play with him, but don't use mobile phone. Don't sit in a place for a longer time. Have walks. Do something which is more interesting to you. Just don't be seated in a particular place. And we think that parents want us to do work and we just ignore them and we just sit. They're asking us to move because due to COVID, we're not having a lot of exercise and schedulings. So for that, for improving this thing, our parents were not trying to convince us. Like, get up, Rishika. Let's do yoga asanas today. My mom is not, her body doesn't support her to do these asanas. But still, for my improvement, she woke up with me. She participated in this event where you have to do this, push-ups, do this few exercises, and then when you complete it, you'll be given this e-certificate. So how my parents, for my development, they joined with me to do this exercise. They joined with me to do this interview. So in this way, we were connecting with them. We were focusing on how well we can keep our health and how well we can keep our mind. How well keeping a mind and body is essential with consuming good food, nutritious food, diet-based food. And here they say that you have this physical weakness because when you have COVID, you have certain symptoms where you don't feel the taste, you are very tired, like you're just completely exhausted with the life. You feel that your end is coming near. Like this disease makes you feel But later, when you start taking the antibiotics, slow by slow, you start getting the taste back and you start consuming normal food items, you realize that there's this hope that I can recover from COVID 19. So, how people they reduced their weakness and turned it by doing some physical activities. Like you must not strain your body and do over exercise for you to stay fit. Like limited. Like you do this Surya Namaskar 10 times a day, and for your body to improve, do it 15 times. The next week, it's 18 times, not even 30 times. Day by day, you go a step further, you improve. And they say, no, do this 41 day. Whatever you continue, like you want to learn a new skill, do it continuously for 41 days. It'll stay with you for the whole life. And I tried of doing this. The 20th day, I broke my knee. Like what we were playing in the streets with my cousins. We were doing running race. And then I fell. And now I cannot strain my knee to do asanas. And that's how like some hindrances come in. They stop at 21-day process to get stopped. But I didn't stop. I still, whenever I get time, I give this time where I do some dances, where I do a walk. My cousins, when we complete our homework, like when we were in 8th standard, we gathered in the veranda and we started playing games. We turned on the music and we were doing hopping, we were doing this bunny jumps. So we were smaller then. So in order for us to continue physical activities after this long time of day, like this pandemic taught us how well when you're doing education, you have these resources, still you have to maintain your physical health. And then many people were, focusing on safety measures, hygienic practices, sanitizing and disinfecting their areas, and how frequently we learn to wash our hands. So during COVID, a lot of people improve their physical fitness and also develop healthier food habits. Then we have financial and job impact. It's for the people like who are earning for their things to be continued. So what like they learn how to save money for the future. As I say no, when a person earns, he saves or he invests. Few people what they do, they my brother, like during COVID, when we had this wedding, like only 25 people were limited, like 50 people in a wedding. So like as a gifts or as blessings they give you money. So he collected all this. He didn't spend it. So by doing this, like after 2 years, he had a good amount of money which is saved. My parents are asking him, put it in a bank account, put it in a savings account, your money will improve. It'll grow. He's like, if I put in bank account, you will use it anytime. So always he keeps it in his locker. He's just locked. And then he's just having this very fond with this pottery piggy banks. Like Ben's after the pandemic, went to Rajasthan to have this festival, to do the regional, occasional thing we do. We went to Rajasthan. So there my brother saw. Like these potteries, this piggy banks which is made of pot is available in Tirupur also. I don't know what. He had this specification that I want this piggy bank, and then we were like safely packed it and we were traveling in train. So he used to keep it with him the whole night that nobody kicks it or breaks it. This is how he was more involved saving money. Though he didn't invest it or put it in a bank, he still was collecting it. And now when in emergency, like we need some money, na, my brother like helps them. And now he's like, now you have to give me some interest for my money that you're using. So from now itself he's developing this habits of how this business works. Like he's very firm. When I grow, I take commerce, I do business to earn profit. We went to a cousin's house. They have this toy store. And one day, like we were free. So what we did, my brother, he acted as a salesperson. This puppet things like these toys which really attract people. Like customers came in, and my brother is like, "This is a very nice product. It will improve your kids, fingertips, and the when you use it, it'll radiate, and you will get good transactions in your body. You'll have a good flow of your muscles and veins." So he was just saying like what are the advantages of the kids, and you can use it anywhere. It's not breakable. So he sold his first product that time. He was just in like 7th standard, but still he had this interest to sell this product, and that's where he discovered that in future I am going to make my own company, sell products and earn profit no matter what. Like if this thing is going down, he'll open a food industry. If this thing goes down, he'll open a toy industry. He'll try and understand which one is better for him. So these COVID experiences when we were home, my brother understood now what he has to do. Like he is more mature enough than I am. He's like very focused that I'll become this person. I have to only earn profit in my life. He's like very concerned. When go to your cousin's house in your birthday, he doesn't want gifts. It's like you give me money, I'll just save them. I'll just keep collecting it. This is how like during pandemic, financially, how even smaller kids they started saving. And how other people who are working in workforce, like they were having jobs, they started saving money for future because they say no, for emergency you'll have to save and you can get the money. And that's how people who were struggling financially, they learned this budgeting, they got this financial assistance, and somehow we're recovering. Then we talk about adapting to change and lessons learned. After pandemic, we had our board exams. It was the very first time that we are having this experience. My whole ninth education, like my batch, we had this online class. Imagine, most of the time, like during the first 6 months, it was going well. And then later we thought that it was going to be passed anyway, so we were not focusing. And then in the starting 4 months of 10th standard, it was online classes. We came back to school. The board exam pattern changed. Now you will have two terms of exams. Term one will be full multiple choice questions, like no writing questions or no like long answer type questions. So now we have to read each and every word by word, letter by letter, page by page, book by book, every subject tip thorough we had to become. Usually we just understand the concepts because for writing answers you give your opinions and you mix it, you write your understanding. For these multiple choice questions, only four options. You choose the wrong one, you lose the whole mark. So how we were adapting and learning how these multiple choice questions are. It's really hard for me to understand. Like you give me a question and ask me to write an answer, I'll develop it. And they'll give me some marks, extra marks for it. Like for maths, they give you step marks. But now imagine, maths will also in multiple form of questions. If it's wrong, you don't even get the extra mark, the step marks. One mark either you gain or you lose. So it was very hard for us, that particular batch, to consider that this type of new system that is transformed, how will we adapt to it? Not only that, we had to wear masks in our exam hall because just now like COVID is okay and vaccines are developing, still the school education institution, the management worried. And that's why, the benches in the exam hall were arranged in a way which was distanced with every student and you had to wear masks. Imagine 3 hours straight wearing mask, you're writing your exam, multiple choice questions, no other way. When you don't know it, they say no, maximum right answers will be in B option. So we tick the B option. We didn't have any other choice because it was the first experience. But in term two, we can perform well. And now, when we didn't know answers, we were like inky, pinky, ponky, father has a donkey. Didn't have any choice. We saw that this particular question, like if it is all of the above, all of the above. Both of these, both of this. And for fewer questions, we have assertion reasoning. You will think the reason is correct. You don't know about the assertion. What you do, assertion is correct, reason is not matching it. So you choose whatever option is better for you. Sometimes what we do, like when we don't know how to do in the question, we just leave it aside and we continue doing the next questions. And we check the time in the hall. It's just 5 more minutes and I didn't shade in the marking sheet. Like for doing the MCQs, how we write Olympiad exams, you have to circle. Like encircle the right answer. Like I completely forgot that I had to do it. Last first like 5 minutes, I was rushing up in my first exam. It was artificial intelligence, so no problem. So then I was like encircling it, and correctly that day we started exams 5 minutes earlier. So I had this extra time to encircle my answers. Now like I am finding for first question option A or B because I just had this answer in my mind. I was just reading and understanding it. So this is how day by day when we had other exams, we are able to understand which type of questions we must give time, learn time management, and you understand a question and that time is encircle it. And then you don't have to worry. Like in the last moment you have to encircle it. So you understand a question, you take the right answer. So term one were finished. We got the results. There was a very, they have this expectations from you. And I didn't have the marks to expectations. Not only me, everybody in my classroom. Like fewer people got very real good grades, but many people they didn't score very well. They were very good at learning, by the way. But due to this MCQs, this new form of examination, we were not able to score well. So term two was a second chance. Now this time we were fully focused. What we did, we buy this previous year question papers. We solved it. We used guides and references which understood like this concept was better explained there. And like when I didn't perform well in my term one examination, I was worried. So there's this topper in my class. So during the maths revision and science revision, I go sit near her. The bench is just suitable for only one person, but I was like, please stop it, please help me during this time. So the starting days, she really guided me of how I can develop my study habits. How that now I don't have time, but still I have to continue studying as my exams are nearing. She gave me this idea of focusing on the chapters which have more weightage. So in this way, I was focusing that okay, biology. Like this chapter, you have 15 marks, so I focused there more. So in this way, she taught me of how to manage our schedules, of which chapter the weightage was to be given more. And not only my friends, my bench partner really motivated me. I think I can use her. I can give credits to her, Mohavashni. She, during the whole examination time, the study time, she used to sit with me. We were average students only. But when she gave me the support, we're studying this group studying, a pair studying, we were able to do it. Than me personally reading and understanding it, she learned the concept, she explained to me. This concept I was better and I understood, now I explained her. In this way, we exchanged our topics and we were able to cover our syllabus. So I really thank her. Like because of her, I gained this potential. Like we helped each other and we were learning. So in this way, you have to choose like which type of group you must be studying with and how your schedule habits, your study habits. Either a few people like studying at night, few people like studying in the morning. Like during the board exam times, I when the exam is next day, I go home, I just sleep, I relax. I wake up at 12 o'clock, to 12 to 3 is my time for me to revise things. Now I cannot learn anything, it's only time for revision. I do the 3 hour revision and I'm like, Ganpati Baba Moria. I say the Almighty's name and I'm just like, please help me. I have did a good practice, just support me. So this way, we after COVID pandemic, this new form of education, this term one, term two based education system, this tests happened. And after my term two result, I scored good, like more than expectations. So this is how you find whether you're better in solving multiple choice questions or writing long answer type questions. So later after your 10th examinations, and if you score above 90, now you have to take science compulsory. I don't know why these people say that if you score more than 90 and 95, you only have to choose science stream. Like even if I get good marks, I can still take commerce. I said no, there's scope in every subject you learn. And that's where I chose commerce because physics was not my friend. He was my foe. I love biology. Chemistry, I was able to understand. But I don't know, physics didn't really connect with me. I was good with the three laws of Newton. After that, I was like, no, I cannot continue further. So and that's where I switched learning commerce. When you do commerce, no, it's like you're learning kindergarten again. You have newer subjects. You have business studies, you have accountancy. So these newer subjects come to you. So where you learn about how there are different types of companies. You have partnership-based companies, you have MNCs, you have joint stock company, and then you have joint Hindu family business. So we learned about various types of businesses. We even saw about how different people, like there are few partners in the business, few are active partners, who are sleeping partners. Few partners only come during the time of making decisions. Few partners, what they do, they only give external support, maybe fundings they have to give to the company, and they do that. A few people, just to give attendance, they are there. This is how like we learned about different partners in a firm. So I was able to connect it with real life, how different various business firms were not only earning profit but also had the CSR. So I think the first time when we wanted to understand like what CSR activities are, my teacher told me told my class to take this initiative. Take any company and find out its CSR activities. And in this way, when you do this project-based activities, you research, you put your effort in understanding how this industry is also helping other people, saving environment resources. So when I presented the CSR activity, I researched, I understood that companies are not only earning for their employees but also helping other people. Of how IKEA came forward and how even this term IKEA was found by their founders. They say that the first three words came from their founder's name, and the A was the city where this owner lives in. So this is how they had this idea to get the name of IKEA. So we learned, we gained for how business industries were formed. They were only smaller people, normal people, and how today they have bigger firms. They're like top level business companies. So this is how when you connect your activities, your studies with real life assessments, you understand better. So this is about how we adapted to change. We learned a lot of lessons. And even we were able to adapt in every situation. Now sometimes if there is tsunami now, you must be trained how to swim, how to protect people, how to provide them with resources, and do volunteering. Like now you are able to swim, so how you are going to save other people. So we must learn a new skill. Like if it's pandemic now, we must be resilient. We must have this hope and still try to adapt to this newer form of education, this newer form of work, healthcare facility. Similarly, there are a lot of rescue teams. There are a lot of people who volunteer themselves to help them. Like even in this crisis time, when this occurs, these people are given this opportunity to work where they do social service. That is, they help them as a form of kindness, as a form of service that they provided them and rescuing them, they were appreciated. That's how, like we said, no, people who were in the borders are the real superheroes than the superheroes in the silver screens. Later in the pandemic, we realized superheroes are the doctors and the frontline workers. So, like everybody, like during that particular situation, their importance is known. Like how when there's this war going to take place now, how these people, the army people, these officers, are given this priority, are respected and appreciated. So this way, we understand of how it's harder to sacrifice their life to protect their nation, for their mother nation. Similarly, doctors and frontline workers and a lot of working staff, they work for their nation to give treatment to their people, to make sure that we find vaccine no matter how. And then when we do it, when it's successful, we're able to help a lot of people. Like when there was this particular flu, how India developed vaccines during that time. So they say, no, India is just a normal country, it's just developing. And how this developing country was also able to produce thousands of vaccines and export it to the other countries, to the vulnerable regions, to the districts where they didn't have the proper resource. And that's how India came forward in distributing vaccine services. This is how you have this agreement between you and your friend. You teach me this topic, then tomorrow I'll teach you in maths class. You make your agreements. Sometimes you are going to do something. Maybe there's this event. You tell them like you give me one more chance. You give me this time. I'll do better. They say no. Sometimes you're not able to come out well in your first try, second try, third try. They say fall 7 times and stand up the 8th time. Continuous failure also gives you learning that what was the reason of you to fail. And this failing doesn't mean that you are worthy of what you are doing, but it really taught you how you can overcome this failure. And in the 8th time, when you gave this interview, you were selected. So this is how consistent efforts, by not taking in the failure too much, but learning from it, really helped us. So this is all about the survey of how people helped each other, how they connected with their families, and how the survey that I've taken serves as a proof of how people from different age category respond to particular questions. So to continue, I'd like to talk about social unity and community engagement. We speak about our neighbors, speak about community members. So how they engage themselves during pandemic and after pandemic. So let's know about it. strengthening social bonds. Like before I start explaining what it is, as you can see this person, he is Captain Tom Murray. Like from the World War, he's fighting and he's serving for his country. So for his 100th birthday, he took this initiative for a health charity to help, you just do this service where he said that he'll do this 100 laps in his garden to celebrate his 100th birthday in a way that he's going to help people. This is fundraising walks. So by this walk, he told people that how, like in my 100th birthday, I'm inspiring people that by doing this walk, by doing this scheme, doing this program, I'm helping people that who are, suffering in this pandemic time. I give them this hope that this savings that I did by, doing 100 laps in the ground, many people appreciated my efforts, and he almost collected 38 million euros and he donated to the treatment for COVID patients. And later, for his remembrance, his family members opened this association to help a lot of people. So this is how, like from a child, like a 6-year-old, we saw no Ishita Sharma, how she used her piggy bank savings to come forward and support people, to support and get their treatment during COVID. And how even this 90-year-old captain, to celebrate his 100th birthday, he did this fundraising walk where he inspired a lot of people that by doing this thing, you're encouraging them, you're supporting them. This and now, you do a form of act of kindness. You do this video for them that you appreciate their efforts, of how well they're helping the environment, of how well they're interacting with people. So for this, Tom Murray became an inspiration for a lot of people to do fundraising walks or to do certain events where you can collect funds. So here the first, empathy and solidarity. Your empathy is when you step in the person's shoes. You see in his point of perspective of how difficult situation. As me, I see you. You're very good. You're happy, and I think you don't have any problem in your life. But when I step into your problem and I see it from your point of view, I realize that you are also having, some issues like mentally you're ill or you're kind of stressed out. So when you start seeing people from their perspective, not from your point of view, like from their side, and then you realize that this is some time that I come forward, help them. This is how a lot of leaders came forward. These government organizations came forward. They realized the empathy that they had to show towards their people, towards the nation, and that's where they had this video conferences. They had to make new policies and guarantee schemes to help people continue working even in the times when they were not financially stable. And later, they started doing this trust building and collaboration. They said no, like trust in one another, trust in institutions. They made a lot of schemes where these programs will make you be transparent, to make you feel and share your thoughts and provide you a stage where you can give your judgments. Like you will have a area where your dialogues that you give, your opinions will not be judged. They will be considered that like some or other way, like few percentage, like he is right. So we started considering lot of opinions, lot of people's, in a lot of people that they said that if the company wants to grow now, we have to switch to this particular aspect. And that's how they started building this trust in one another, helping each other, making these agreements. By, you give them the trust that in the hard time, I'll provide you with the resources. They don't worry about that they had a world war, before 50 years. But today, due to this crisis, they came forward and helped each other. They didn't think about that they were enemies. They didn't think about the competitiveness in the market. The main aim for them was to help people, promote awareness, and how well people can really be included. They say no, sometimes you cannot do a lot of things. You need some external support, some guidance. So when people come forward to help you now, then you move along. You move along easily. So they are different people according to their talent, to their innovations. Like everybody has a unique talent. Now a person is just doing packaging, or is just a normal farmer. But he later comes out to be opening his own organic farm where he's selling products, he's doing marketing. He's roasting fruits and vegetables that he's hybrided this type of new mango variety and people can come and try it out. So in this way farmers started experimenting with the plants, like how this seedless fruits, seedless plants, like you want bigger size of fruit, now you have to hybrid with it. The pineapple gene when collaborate with the mangoes, they'll grow bigger. So they were experimenting during this pandemic time to realize like what are the ways, are the experiments when they do can help them improve their production. So when I talk about improving the size of the fruit or making it bigger and seedless, I remember this story that I read. Like it's a fiction story. It's about George's marvelous medicine. Like his grandma is not very friendly with him. She always teases him. Like as you go to your native house, the grandma pampers you. She gives you a lot of food items. She gives you this love and care. So how my grandma and me, we spent time playing Ludo. And that's how we were connected. But the story, like George, he doesn't get that same and love affection that we get from our grandparents. So one day their parents go out of town, so they're not at home, and they ask George that give your grandma this medicine in this particular time. This like after having your breakfast or after having lunch, they have to take this medicines. So what happened? The stock was out of stock. The medicine was it's just empty. Now what he didn't know like how to order a new medicine. So what he did, he made his own recipe. He made his own medicine and then he added all of the items, the detergent, the soap, the powder, the chemicals, even some oil. So he added this. It's a fiction story, not in real life. So what George did, he did this thing where he experimented whatever items he found to match the same solution of the medicine. He mixed a variety of items, powders. He concentrated with a lot of chemicals, and it looks similar to the medicine, which is going to be empty. And he says that grandma made you tea, and I added your medicine in the tea. So when his grandma has his tea, she jumps high in the sky like a pumpkin. She comes down again and she becomes as tiny as an ant and then she vanishes. It's a fiction story of how when this medicine was fed to his grandma, she became bigger in size and then she became fatter, like as fat as a 9 feet and as tall as and quick as a cat. She was, having these different changes in her body and later she became teeny tiny and she vanished. So when his father came home, what he did, he thought this portion was for the farm animals. So he gave it to one of the chickens there. When the portion was given to the chickens, they became this bigger size. So imagine the eggs they lay, how one egg you sell in the market will be very beneficial for you. So this father said his kid, like, how did you make this potion? Let's recreate it. Now this kid, for fun, he made the potion. He doesn't know what measurement of ingredients that he has used or what type of things he has used. Now, for the potion to be made, you have to use that expired liquid. But now you don't have it. You only have the new packet. So if you mix it now, a new potion is created. So father became, like he wanted to sell and make his farm animals become larger and they lay a lot of eggs, they'll give a lot of milk. So in this intention, he wanted to become richer and he forced his kid, like, tell me what are all the ingredients that you added to make this potion. And the story tells us of how, like in a funny way, this George creates a marvelous medicine and how his grandma is vanished. And now when fed to the farm animals, they grow in bigger size. And now his father, in order to earn more, he is like forcing his kid to remember like what medicine or what type of ingredient you added to make these potions. We learn from the story that sometimes when you don't like somebody, you do wrong things. You provide them with something which is not good. But we also learned of how George realized, like when his grandma vanished, he felt that, ayo, I should have not done that. My grandma was not really that bad. So we started reading a lot of books, reading a lot of fiction stories, fantasy stories, few like non-fiction books, thriller books, depending on which genre they were focused with. So in this way, we inhabited this reading skills. I used to have this set of space in my room. I had like a collection of 10 books. So what I did like every day at night, like before I used my mobile phone, I read like 3 pages or 4 pages in that storybook. So in this way, I didn't give more pressure to my eyes to strain myself and watch mobile phone. but I switched to reading books. Habit really helped me, and is how I engaged myself during the pandemic time, not using a lot of mobile phone and being on internet, some other form of application, by reading, by doing some activities, learning a new technique, learning a new recipe. This is how we engaged ourselves. Then about thing inclusivity and understanding, like embracing the diversity. Now there's this particular area, you have to improve it, but you need a lot of resources. So there is this boy, like it's a real life story. He is very good in studies, but he is from a middle class family. His father is a train like engine manager in a railway station. So what? So they have a manageable income they have. This kid is provided with quality education. And one day when he sees that his area they don't have this water facility, he writes a letter to the prime minister of the country, showcasing that they have this problem. That during this time he wanted to help his citizens. When a lot of people they said that they'll raise funds, they'll build this water management systems, but nothing worked out. So as he had a good education, he knew how to write a letter. He wrote a letter to the prime minister, and you know what, the prime minister received the letter, and he wrote a reply letter saying that soon we'll come to your area, we appreciate your efforts. And this how this boy, who was initially very mischievous, he was not very, he was good in studies, but he used to be playing in the railway tracks. He doesn't listen to his parents. But how with his education, he wrote this letter. He showcased this concern of his village's improvement, and how this prime minister like replied to his letter. It's very rare that you give your concern. There's this problem in your area. You write letters to prime minister, and very rare chances that he's going to reply you. So this kid became famous. Like So whatever indoor games and board games they're playing, it was converted to a bigger size, like after pandemic, to bring in this engagement, like civically, of how to bring back community people, like from small children to adults, they were engaging in these activities. So like after COVID, Happy Streets continued. They took this initiative of gathering people again, where they can do a lot of various events, whatever preferable to them. Then it's about volunteer led initiatives, engaging vulnerable populations, collaborative programs. Here you can see how various people are providing resources, stationary items to kids who are in orphanage. So they volunteer themselves that during this crisis, during pandemic, how many orphanages, many other industries or many other area, people were not able to receive the resources, so to help them, many volunteered and from their savings, they gave some donations, some stationery item or some food items to these people. And later they started collaborating of how well they can help people. They started this new initiative of community kitchen service, cloud kitchens. So it was developing during the pandemic time. Even when people didn't have job opportunities, how these home cooks came forward, engaged in a lot of activities, and they were giving service to people and they were doing their job by providing a warm meal. So in this way, your humanitarianism, you show your empathiness, you show your concern towards public, and also you're able to earn from the way. Like you're cooking for people to help, but at the end of the day, like the person who called you to start the setup pays it for you, like the cooking you do. So here we involve social activities and income activities, bring them together where it's given to a form of community. We engage people in providing like migrants, lot of other workers who are not having proper food facility, they're provided. That is, people volunteer themselves to come forward and support them. So this is about the economic and rebuilding of how people did a lot of volunteerized projects like Happy Streets, and then how many people volunteered to donate a lot of stationery kits in the orphanages. So like after pandemic, everything was restarting. We were recovering from the damages. Our gatherings again started. Like we didn't gather a lot of crowd, but like month, we had this increase in the gatherings. Then we have the community engagement and participations. So when people come to these happy streets, they participate in it, so they understand how these public events are conducted. Like this is an area where you can go and have free time. You can spend your time. You can play a lot of games. I don't know. These happy streets not only do this, keep a spoon and you have to keep a lemon. Not only these games and activities, even they bring snake and ladders in real life, like the bigger size dice, the bigger size, goti. I mean, it's the coins. So they made it to a bigger version and brought it in real life of how smaller people engage in playing these activities. And by doing this, they participate in decision making. So the people who volunteer themselves to maybe address this program, or they say that we are going to make this program now, they have to plan it before. To do that, many people when wanted to bring happy streets back, they participated in this decision making. Whether we can bring back happy streets, what are the new games people are going to play this year, and because after like a span of 2 years, like almost 2 years after that, we are going to have a social gathering. So they wanted to make it the best as possible. So Happy Streets not only engage people to have fun, but also help them participate in decision making, improve their skills, and understand how these events work. Now in future, you want to organize an event, so you have this idea in yourself. So now that I'm going to launch a new project, and I'm making this initiative, how can I gather people to listen to me, and how well I can address this situation to them. So when you start collaborating and partnering with these volunteering programs, by doing this public health facilities and supporting people, you understand how to organize certain things. Listen, now for a business firm to work, first you plan, you organize, and then you direct people, and then controlling happens. Like you choose Like, what's your plan? Which type of goal you have to achieve in the year? Later, you organize the facilities according to that. And then you staff people that in that time, right job, right person is to be accumulated. And later, when the people are there, you have staffed a lot of people, you direct them. Like, you do this leadership and motivation where you only don't guide them but work with them. That's a good leader. After the directing process, you analyze the controlling process of how well people are going towards the goal. Like in a company, like during pandemic, we had to be resilient. And when we came back, the process were modified. They were flexible now. Like you had few changes in staffing. You had to shift. You had to adjust few organizing skills or bring in new departments. And in controlling process, you didn't have one particular goal, but lot of other smaller goals that you had to achieve. So in this way, how these process like this planning of management, the characteristics and features of management was enhanced. And that's how they can bring flexibility in your work. If you follow the strict rules and regulations, you do first planning, organizing. When you bring your staff, you direct them and control them. No, not always it has a good sequence. Sometimes you shuffle them. So you have a better like first I control my people of how to gather them, how to coordinate with them. Later, I plan what's something that I must do, and then you organize and then you serve people. So they switched a lot of processes. So like pandemic taught us how to be dynamic, how to adjust to this changing environments, and how it really helps. They say no. Sometimes when you're following a recipe, it doesn't work out. So you do it from the opposite. Now for making this instant Maggie, we put the Maggie in, and few people put the noodles and then the masala. But you can do the opposite way also. What we did, we reversed the process to find that which one was better, like doing it straightly or by shuffling the steps, doing from the backside. Like your last step becomes your first step. They identify like in which companies, which sectors, which type of form of progress they want to do now, which type of technologies, strategies, plans they have to make. So, in this way, for their convenience, they were adjusting plans, adjusting the steps in the company's management cycle. Listen, no, if you have these principles of management, the management doesn't work without coordination. Like a garland is made when you have a thread and you have flowers in it and you are tying a knot. And that's a garland. When you don't have the thread, a garland is not made. Or if you don't tie the knot, your garland, your flowers will come out. If you don't have the flowers, it's just be an ordinary thread. So this is how when everybody, like all the departments come together, like they connect in this coordination thread and the manager ties them together so they work properly. So this is what the companies taught themselves. How to coordinate with their employees. How to tie them in one particular sequence. They didn't make lot of flower tiaras, but instead made a flower garland itself. So they could occupy everybody in just one moment. So this is something of how participate in lot of events. You gain lot of knowledge of how things really work in life. Now you want to do a new startup. Now you just straightforward cannot do it. You have to experience it. We watch the videos of how marketing works or how you have to design your product, the logo in the product, and what are the ingredients and what are the brands that you have collaborated with. Everything is to be mentioned. So you have to do a lot of process. You cannot do it by yourself. So that's where they collaborate. They participate. Where nowadays there are a lot of organizations and workshops where they teach you, like you make your product now, how you can sell it, and what are the process of doing it, how to do labeling to your product, advertising your product, marketing it, packaging it, and then transporting it. So we learned all these facilities. Like initially we used to go for interior classes, to have baking classes or computer classes. Now we are going for how to do a startup, how we can start and sell our product in the company or show it in the market. That's something we've started learning. Then our next topic is about community resilience and preparedness. Like this disaster management, it has taught us of how this pandemic comes, this unexpected disaster happen. how we have to still cooperate, and among a community we have to prepare ourselves. They say no, be ready, the event can start any moment. You have to be ready whenever life gives you problems or there's this opportunity coming to you. So when you're prepared, you're able to address that situation that time. It's very easy for you. Like this international medical graduates who went to UK because of COVID. They were left, they were not able to continue their work. Usually, many people, now that I'm working in UK now, my timing is different. So they have this time zone difference. So I used to ask my friend, like when I was resting, my friend was working. That's the start hour of the day. So we had this time zone differences. So how people, they postponed their events in order to have family time. Now it's 12 o'clock in UK. It's like midnight, but it's only 1 o'clock afternoon in India, and you want to talk to your friend, but now he's sleeping and now you are having a lunch break. So they had to postpone few plans in order to be connected, to talk with each other. They sacrificed their sleep hours. Few the lunch hours they didn't have their lunch, and they just wanted to spend this time with his friend or with his family member who was apart from them during this pandemic. So this is how people sacrifice their time to spend time with their family members. And then even like lots of resources when you want to gain knowledge, these public libraries came forward, like they opened up a space where if you want any type of guidance, any type of resource, you're free to come to a library. They say no, you have to stay in library only for a few moments. You don't have to make noise. You cannot take books home. But like after pandemic, they flexibilized the guidelines in the library. Like in few libraries, they give you the chance where you can take your book home, where you can bring a lot of people and discuss certain things. That you're not disturbing people, but in a way, it's okay. Like people can bear the sound. So they had to bring in new initiatives because you cannot always go to cafes and discuss about something that you're researching. So they had this library. So library gave them the space to discuss a lot of things. Even if it was disturbing sometimes, they understood that they don't have any other place to go. So let's help them. So this way, libraries also help a lot of people gather and decide like what's the next step. Like this COVID-19, like I lost my job. Now what are the new things that I can do now? They research, they find, read through the books. Few people still are not wanting to see in internet. They are more preferring books. I think that these reference books will really guide them with a lot of things. My mom bought me this encyclopedia. I thought that I will gain insights from it, I'll learn knowledge. But the pictorial representations that I saw, I'd never seen them before. So this in pandemic, when we started discovering, like I never read an encyclopedia, but you saw, like what was in an encyclopedia? It's really very hard to do it just because the book size is big. So we started reading an encyclopedia when we were bored. We started reading storybooks. And now we cannot buy a lot of books, right? So what we had, this opportunity, this Kindle, this application like online, in this electronic device, like thousands of stories you can read. You don't have to carry books everywhere. You can go to the veranda, you can chill in your brother's room, you can be anywhere with your tab. So it's not heavier to carry everywhere. You can put in your pocket also, just very small and comfortable, where it is also not having higher brightness or light. You can adjust it, and it's very not harming to your eyes, but you can be protected. Like you don't harm to your eyes. It's just like a device with low brightness where you can read a lot of stories. And in this way, many people bought this Kindle and they were reading stories. When they were not able to buy books, they had to switch to some other thing, but they continued reading. So this is how like people started being resilient. Like in the community, they exchanged books to read sometimes. And when few people got this Kindle, now they read it for few time and then they delivered. They kept it to their house like in without having the contact. They placed it in a tray and left it outside the door. So in this way, they gave access for everybody to read books. We were sharing our things. So really, sharing and caring worked that time. And then we about like neighborhood support networks. Now, if my family is sick, we're not able to provide food for ourselves, or there's something that this resource is lacking in my family, my neighborhood came to me. They asked me, like, we'll help you. Like, what's the problem? So they became more connecting towards us. Like, initially, before pandemic, we were never talking to our neighborhood. It was like very rarely if I had to go and ask them about doing a survey or maybe talk to that particular sister of how or which college she has gone, and only that much communication. But after pandemic, when we started coming back, the lifestyle with the neighbors improved. We were conversing with them, we were talking to them in a way that they were a part of a family. They were no longer neighbors. So this is how neighbors improve the network system. They started supporting each other, one another during this time. Like after pandemic also, you're not really stable. So for you to have the guidelines, for you to have this help, neighbors came forward. Then we have like local governments and participation, engaging in like driven initiatives. Like there are few initiatives where you don't have to register for it. You can do it freely. There's a lot of schemes and programs where people raise funds. Or they want to promote some awareness programs, so you can join freely. In this way, you're able to communicate. You're able to raise your voice to speak out the truth. So after pandemic, when we are able to go to these rallies, participate these organizations, we understood of how easily we can give ourselves opportunity to do a lot of things. You don't have to stay home or only depend on the school to give you this opportunity. You yourself can go outside. Ask government updates this information that in this city, this time or this state will have this event. So participation of most number of people can really help them analyze of how things are working in the country, how people have changed. This Swachh Bharat mission was really improved. Like we were seeing a lot of masks were in beaches. So now due to this pandemic we were wearing masks and somehow beaches got destroyed. They were contaminated. So we renovated. We brought this Swachh Bharat mission again. We started cleaning beaches. Few employees, few students, few people went to beaches and picked up these masks and all the contaminants where they could have the access to. So in this way, Swachh Bharat mission restarted. People this took this initiative to say no to plastic, like no to use of masks which are not reusable. They say no, like after you use a mask, like you cut it and throw it in the dustbin. When you don't do it, it's lying in the road now. The people take it from the road and they just iron it and they resell it. So to avoid this disinfects and to avoid the dirty mask to be used again, you have to make sure that once you use this mask, you have to decompose it properly. Like in railway stations, they give us water bottles. So what you do, put the cap inside the bottle. So they cannot use this bottle again to refill it. So we learned all these sustainable measures. These measures where we cannot repeat the use of this product. Now somebody used the bottle, and if in the same bottle water is packed again now, it's not. We might not know like what contaminants were there in that area, like which garbage can it was found from. So to avoid all these things, we learned of how to put in the caps in the water bottles. To system like different like dry waste to have wet waste. You cannot have four dustbins in your home, but we brought in like two dustbin systems where like one garbage can was for dry waste and one for wet waste. Then you can later allocate plastic and electronic devices. And this wet waste was basically the vegetable peels or maybe the leftover after you make a tea, something is left out. So this is how you do it. And then people started doing a lot of sustainable measures where they somehow, when wet waste were collected, then I said, no, how this wastage can be minimized by reusing it. They generated biogas from this wet waste. So when we allocate our wastage items, we allocate different dustbins for these items, we have a way that we can recycle it. I can, bring in biogas by using these vegetable peels. Similarly, lot of people when they understood this allocation of dustbin systems is important, and in this way we can reuse a lot of resources. Everybody like you see now urban homes, they have this separate bins, and then you might wonder that this is going to be dumped in the garbage truck again. Now like people have different dustbins even in the garbage truck, like this is for dry waste and this is for wet waste, and accordingly They remanufacture it, they recycle it, and they reuse it. Next is about building resilient and infrastructure. This is basically like how climate resilience. People raised awareness, they educated ourselves, we educated yourselves and your surroundings that it is important for a climate to be recovering. And that's why you had this proper adaptation to your lifestyle. You were more conscious of your environment choice. You reduce carbon footprint by conserving water and energy resources. Later, we also brought in few adaptabilities of how, by supporting these local initiatives, getting involved in a community, by joining them, doing activities, them is also making a country become resilient. Then you even engaged yourself with these policymakers who made these new policies, right? So you communicated with these policymakers. You had this idea of how when a new policy is going to be made, how well it is going to be verified, or what are the different measures to verify or approve this new policy. So when people were engaging with these policymakers, they were understanding, like in future, if I had to do something like switch over the policies in my company, what was the steps that I must follow? And they even promoted sustainable practice at work. They say no, make a change for better life. And that's where we adopted to sustainable practices, implemented energy efficient management reduction system. So in this way, we were supporting climate change. We were becoming more resilient of understanding the usage of sustainable resources, how we connected with these policy makers. So we had this idea how policies are made, how they're approved, and later people are given this access. Then you choose your business like Unilever. They had this climate change transaction plan to achieve zero emission in operations. So whatever work they're going to do, so Unilever made this goal that by 2020 or by 2030, my products will have zero emission of carbon gases. They brought this initiative, and also they aim to have the net zero emission across the entire value chain. Unilever is not only in India, not only in Sri Lanka, but all over the world. They have different sectors, different outlets. So, like by 2020, like in India, by 2030, they will reduce the emission, like they'll come to zero. Similarly, their value chain, like the other Unilever outlets, by 2039, they'll become full zero emission countries. Like these Unilever brands will only use sustainable measures. They're not going to make their products which is going to release carbon footprints in the environment. So they bring it to zero level. So sometimes the zero is very helpful. Like you get zero marks now, you think that it's a bad score. But here, in order for your climate to this change, to bring this change, it must go to the zero level. And that's how Unilever came forward to do this zero level emission of carbon footprints and achieve this target in India by 2030 and in other areas and outlets by 2039. Then we'll be seeing about economic resilience, how the building of emergency funds. Sudha Murthy, as I explained of how she saved money and during the crisis time she helped her husband. Similarly, you diversify your income that you earn, you just don't keep it in a place. Like you give it to different people. Now, but we don't know, like savings, investing. Sometimes you don't do both of these things and you spend the money. So your own accomplishment, like you have to satisfy your demands na? For some time you have to do it. Few people, they don't rely on single income, they do this part-time jobs, they do multiple jobs at a single time. When you're operating devices, you're using technology, it's very easy. Like you have to make documents, you have to make it for two companies. Now you can just get a system or you can get a split screen, but simultaneously you can work for both of the companies. So in this way you can generate your single income to get doubled. And that's why people, when these jobs were easier to do, they doubled their efforts. They participated and helped countries, two more countries to help them prepare their balance sheets, help them prepare their resilient sheets of how their products are sold in the market and how well customers are demanding and reacting well to this product. So they were able to know it. So in this way, they became more passive. They started learning a lot of things of how to manage this multiple process. They say, no, this kid is multilingual. This kid is multi-talented. Like at a time, he does two things. Like you're watching TV, you're doing your homework. Or you're reading a subject. At the same time, you're solving mathematics. So few people, in order to do things faster and quicker, they have this multi-talent process. Especially in the workspace, which type of work were easier, they did it as a double efforts. Like morning they work for this company and evening they work for company B. So in this way they generated their income higher. And they had this controlled spending. They were tracking their expenses. Like you have your budgets, like which type of expenses you must do. Like for movie, entertainment, buying new clothes, I'll reduce my expenses. I will invest in more in savings. You prioritize your essential needs. Like this time, what are my essential needs? Only that expense I'll do. I'll not use these expenses to do just unwanted buyings and just exhaust my money that I want. I start understanding that my priority goes first to my education. So I buy my books, I buy my guides. My second priority is only for my entertainment. So I give a little less spending there. So in this way, you can control your spending. You can track like how your money is being spent. So when you budget it, when you allocate it to your needs, your desires, and like it is very important. Like when you don't spend money now, you cannot survive. Like for food consumption, like you have to spend money there. But entertainment, going to movie theaters, to reduce these expenses, you can use it in your education. You can buy a lot of better books, or you can even get a tutor who will teach you better. So this is how we started controlling our spending of what way, which items was essential for us. Only that expenses we made. We reduced the debt amount. We developed a plan to pay off all the immediate debt. Like we got loan and we have to pay them back. We don't want to get trapped in this, death trap. So it's like debt trap and death trap. They are like similar. Once you borrow a lot of loan, you're not able to repay, you fall in this trap and there's no way out of it. Like you are just evolving inside. Your hole gets dug deeper and you're just underground. You cannot have a way to come back. So people they started bringing new initiatives of how they can pay off their debts easily by doing this part-time jobs, by maybe earning two times a day, and even start controlling the spending. What they're doing, they're spending so they less it down, only do essential required, so they save this money and they can pay off the debts. You can also control your credit card usage. Like it's very easy now. You don't have to carry money. It's very cashless. You have this digital wallets. So when you have this credit card with you, you lose this thing that you are in a budget. You are having this budget on only like 1,000 rupees you have to spend to buy a new dress. But this credit card, like the dresses are 2,000, and like one tap and one scan, your amount is transacted. Like it goes off. So we started to use these credit cards in a way that we didn't know how to control it. Then people understood that they had to put limit on their credit cards. Like more than 1,000 rupees, I'm not going to spend on my credit card. I spend on my ATM cards. So like you can give app locks of the usage of time limit. Similarly, in your credit cards also, you can give a limit. So during that time, then it will be stopped. The next is invest and save for future. Like concentrate on long-term investment. When we do that, like this company is growing day to day. It's not going to stop today. It'll be continued in the future. When you do this long-term investments, you have a better form of earning. You can continuously gain profits. Like only one time you invested. But you do this is a long time process. You keep generating your income that you invested. Then you have insurance and risk management. You have to protect yourself and your assets. When we are getting loans, we have to basically place our collaterals as a proof. But due to various restrictions and various lockdown measures, we were not able to earn. For that time, government took this initiative where you can get loans without providing collaterals. So people understood like which amount of loan I can provide my asset and in how in which way I can save it because I don't have money. Only this property, only this car, this house is the only property left with me, and I cannot sell it or I can give it as asset in the bank. So they started understanding of how limited loans they must get, and they have to do something that either they can save or invest rather than getting loans, so they don't fall in this debt trap again. So this is about economic resilience of how you have to build this infrastructure, even in the climate, even the technological innovations and advancements. How you have to check your spending of your money. Like there is this three things. Like you have needs, desires, and goals. So according to you, which is more important? Only in that you spend money, and you control. You have this authority of yourself to control the amount you're going to spend. So in this way, we learn of how much consumer spending we are doing, how much we're spending regularly on buying a lot of items. Then we have platforms for community engagement. We have online forums, virtual events, and webinars that crowdsource and gather people. Like as I said, like during pandemic, we were not having festivals and gatherings. But somehow to bring the connectivity, we're celebrating festivals online, celebrating this Doctor's Day online. Like me and my friend made a poem during our online class. So we explored like new things, like me and Kanika, we made a poem and then we sang it. So in this way, we were able to express our gratitude towards the doctors who were working continuously during this pandemic time. And not only events like this particular day, the festivals we celebrate. Like what we did, everybody started lighting lamps in their house. They said that if how much lamps you lighten and decorate your house, that much energy your house can resist, that the corona will not come to your house. They started believing in these myths, and the whole house lit up by lamps. But it looked very beautiful of how they express their time by decorating their house, by spending some time viewing this lamp of how, like in this dark night, this little lamp when it's unlighted, it just brightens up the whole area. Like the moon is shiny, it's a star in the night. Like the moon is the angel, it gives a little light. So for other things, if you don't have street lights and lot of things, you lamp this light. You do this for your spirituality, and you gain a lot of good things. Now when you lamp this particular type of lamp or this candle, the fragrance around it soothes your mind, and you just stay calm, and then you talk with your family members of how you used to burst crackers in Diwali and now you're just lightning lamps. So you have changed yourself. You understood that when restrictions were made, vehicles were not used, pollution got reduced. So we were not increase it by bursting crackers. And that's where we stopped bursting crackers which were more polluting the nature. Like there are few crackers which are eco-friendly, but they make a lot of noises. So a lot of nightingales, the birds at night are getting disturbed. Lot of tiny micro insects you don't even see are dying. Like currently when I speak now, I still somehow or other way am hurting these micro creatures. Like in my community, they teach me that how we have to wake up before the sun rises, and have your food before the sun sets. We learn these new things. We started becoming closer and understanding a religion. COVID brought us to do prayers, to do and behave a cultural practices. Like in my thing, we write exams, like we write in schools. In my community also we write exams to learn about the history of how my religion, my Jainism was brought in. So we write exams. So during this pandemic, so I had this opportunity to write two of the books of it. Like we have 9 levels. So I wrote 2 levels of book with the guidance of my teacher online and my mother's support. I learned my culture better, my religion better, of how lot of sadhus, lot of saints, they did lot of tapasyas and how they gain this enlightenment. We've heard how Mahavir, Buddha, they left this prestigious life of being princes of this bigger, Raj Mahals. And when they saw that outside of the Raj Mahal, outside of this palace, people were suffering. And that's where I started learning a lot of things of how these saints sacrifice their life. Like what Mahavir does to help people who are in need, he donated his clothes, he donated his hair, he donated all of these things, and he was fully focused on connecting with God, getting this enlightenment. She was focused on that. We everybody cannot become sadhus or gain enlightenment, but we can do sort of things, do prayers. Like we do this samayat, we do for 48 minutes where we only chant prayers. We learn about a culture more. So pandemic brought this lifestyle of connecting with community back again. Like with our regular lives we cannot go to our community centers and gather and do festivals, but in COVID time, we generated this process back where we were realizing our religion, how important it is to us, and we were continuing. Then we have collaborative projects and volunteering, like online volunteering platforms, co-creation and crowdfunding platforms, digital collaboration and tools. So, like, what are these? So, basically, they do these volunteering programs, these platforms for everybody to get engaged to do something, learn a new talent, learn how to do this calculation faster, and maybe even to learn a new trick. They say no trick shots, you learn how to shuffle cards. You learn a magic trick. Or you even learn how to craft this item in this limited time. I make this thing within the duration, the time that's given to me. So in this way, we learn managing time period of how when a task is given to us, within the time period, we have to solve it. So in this way, lots of kids are solving Rubik's cubes. It enhanced their logical thinking of how fast and what type of technique they must use to solve this Rubik's cube. They were improving their memory power. They are learning of how things work. So when these online platforms where kids volunteer themselves to improvise their talents, to improvise their knowledge. And that's why apart from the normal subjects, we have this aptitude where you think logically of how numbers are connected with alphabets. When it's there's this thing you find odd one out, when there is a lot of disturbances you find like what it is caused by. And even you learn about some general knowledge activities, you participate in olympiads, so you gain insights of how, like, in which duration or which year this person got this award, or this person did this initiative that it changed the whole world. So in this way people online way, they were volunteering themselves to participate in Olympiad programs to improve their memory skills. And that's how, by learning chess, many people improve their memory power. And they say people who play chess really well are good in mathematics. And I can really relate of how my friend is good in chess and he does mathematics well. So, in order for your subjects enrichment, when you improve this memory technique, you play a lot of games, will benefit in your education. So in this way, when I did this lot of practices, when many kids volunteered themselves to use this platform during COVID, that in order for me to enrich my skills in education, if I do this memory skills, I do these activities, I play certain games which will help me improve my memory power, make my mind think, find the reasons of how this problem is to be solved. And in this way, we are better coming to the education when we are given a problem. We understand, we think and analyze, like the process, like the scale of how this problem is to be solved, the hardness of the problem, and how easily when I learn this game I'm able to solve it better. My calculation became faster. These platforms where children volunteered to improve their memory powers, to do this abacus and learn all of these things, so they had this improvement in their education also. Then we have this online civic engagement. I said no, e-participation platforms. Lot of government websites, lot of different companies give you this opportunity. You do this course for a particular period of time and are given this e-certificate. So in this way, the certificate not only helps you during your education, it'll help you further when you're going to go for a job. When you're going to submit your resume, you can show your participation that like during pandemic I did this course, like this extra course apart from my studies, which when I showed to the boss of the company or the interviewer, and he's like, good, so you have this extra talent, you have this extra knowledge, so I can keep you in. Maybe your resume was not really good, but due to the participation of certificates you were brought in. They said that you were resilient, you were able to learn new things. If you were given these online platforms to you, how in a company you can form these things, generate these ideas and bring it to the company. So they thought that yes, if person is not really eligible in the qualification, still his extra skills, his development process, the way he speaks with people, his social skills can also act as an aid and helping and improving his company. So this is about digital platforms of how people got engaged. This community volunteer themselves to participate in all these e-platforms, volunteer themselves to learn a lot of things, and even perform events and festivals virtually. Our next topic is digital education, like online learning platforms, digital literacy programs, and virtual mentorship. Like everything, like not only in the education sector, or healthcare, or workspace, agriculture, mental health well being, like everywhere, you have to do this advancement of this technology. Some or other way, you have to build this online learning. Now you're just an ordinary person, but you don't know what to do, so you start your own online class. So in this way, this online class gave a lot of opportunity to people. Even when they were struck, they were dumbstruck, they were starstruck. When they were stopped themselves, like this obstacle stopped them, still they came forward. They did this online learning platforms where whatever knowledge they had, they wanted it to reach to multiple people. This is how many people are successful nowadays. Even with the little insights they shared online, many people are listening to it. They're gaining the knowledge. And that's how these platforms is skill building and providing education with these social media platforms. YouTube, Instagram, you have Twitter, you have a lot of other various applications where you get this advertisements. You see that you perform this service and now you're trending. Most of the people are following the strategies that you said. Like we were not able to, shift to our work studies like from offline to online. So many people said few tips, it became famous. It received a lot of likes, millions of likes. And this way, a lot of students they got this reach to use this type of strategy or use this plan. They can bring in their skills in their lifestyle so they can have a change. So easily along with online classes, they can have this shift in their scheduling, shift in the form of resources they use. You don't have to buy a lot of guides. Everything is available for you at online. A lot of thrift stores and your friends and families will always have these books. So you don't have to spend your amount buying books. And the main thing is participate in events where you gain knowledge outside the book about the real life of how these books will not help you every time, but the knowledge you have gained in the atmosphere, the real time is going to support you. So now you understand that you they ask like who is prime minister of this country or this who is president of India, third president, and not able to answer now. Now they can access and they see that we people have a lot of knowledge about how to do cooking, or I'm very good in doing business, but I don't know the common things about my country. So I'm not really patriotic to my country, and I don't have this knowledge about who were the presidents and prime ministers in the very initial stage. So then people wanted to know who are the presidents, how did they have the leadership during that, after independence, how Nehru, how Mahatma Gandhi, he did this non-violent schemes. He initiated this practice to make people understand that you can get a solution without fighting. So how Mahatma Gandhi taught us to do non-violent schemes, to do satyagraha, fight for our rights without fighting. So we say no, we don't fight, we still can get solutions. This is something that tell countries who are having wars. If they have this non-violence, we don't have any enemyship anymore. Everybody can sit and discuss their problems. You want resources from this country, we'll give you. If you want resources from this country, we'll implant it there. We'll tell you how to grow this particular fruit in your country. As technology is improving, so we can bring this new type of species as spices in that particular country as well. So in this way, a lot of other institutions, countries, they wanted to bring peace. They said no, no more war, and we'll be supporting peace. Now, if you yourself fighting at home, then how can you say the world war not to happen? So you start from your home. You don't fight when there's a problem. You sit and solve it. You talk about it. Like why you got angry when somebody told you something. When we address all of these things, The young generation are trained in such a way so in future when they're going to address problems, they have this idea to stop wars and bring back peace in the country, to reduce these hindrances, to reduce this fight, to remove this enemyship from the country and have a good relationship with the countries. So when we train the young generation, the youth right now, providing them proper insights and knowledge in this time, then only they'll be ready for future for how they have to be controlling a lot of things to manage a lot of things. The next thing is about environmental impact and sustainability considerations. We discussed of how, due to lockdowns and restrictions, we had changes in climate. Many countries are using sustainable measures, and how different companies are using like 0% emission of carbon dioxide. So let's understand, like after COVID, how well they have this environmental impact and how they easily switch to this sustainable consideration. So we'll be seeing about the consequences of like during pandemic, how this air pollution was reduced and the consumption patterns change. Then we'll be discussing of how people were promoted with lot of opportunities, sustainable options for them to continue working. And even now, the infrastructure that is going to be built in the future, it's like you have the solar panels fixed in the roof of the building. So when the electricity is out, you can generate your electricity from the solar panels. So many houses in India, many houses in various countries have brought these solar panels in their area. The street lights are connected to solar panels. So the maximum usage that we were using to exploit these resources, it's reducing. We are building in more of solar panels. So here we'll be seeing of few policies that government made, and then how people really helped it, they were sustaining, and let's know about it. So like Earth Day is celebrated, like when in 2020 and 2021 it was celebrated, these campaigns were led to inform the public how the environment is getting impacted. So the Earth Day Network launched the scheme that is Restore Our Earth. Restore Our Earth. Sometimes you lose your data and you restore it. Similarly, now you are losing Mother Earth. So how you are going to restore it? So this campaign educated the public of how if it's their birthday, if it's a special occasion, they can plant a sapling. Like in my school, it's when you have your birthday, they you give you a sampling. Like the day you're going, the plant is also nurturing. So you can celebrate two birthdays at a time. So this is how they brought in sustainable measures to, have a balanced environment around. Then this campaigns not only educated public of how this environment impact can be done by various industries, even by promoting this human activities like biodiversity laws that we have occurred, like what we must do, what are the measures to bring back all these environmental facilities. We say no, like rainforest, Amazon rainforest had every type of animals and species and birds and insects. But due to the forest fire, they lost few animals. Few species were endangered. Few species and few plants were reduced. Why because of the pollution we human beings create. And that's why this beautiful rainforest was destroyed. They say no, 20 percentage of the oxygen you get the whole earth comes from this rainforest. So we must start, building a lot of sustainable buildings and plant trees and conserve our resources. The World Environment Day campaign gave this role to individual that how we must play a role of conserving like UNEP. This is United Nations Environment Program where they launched this mask challenge, urging people to dispose single-use masks. As I shared you a story now, how masks were useful tools. How like after pandemic schools reopened, they celebrated this mask mayhem day where they customized masks in different way. They brought in smileys and googly eyes. They were doing this pranks using the masks. Similarly, they made sure these masks were in single use. So they were either reused or recycled again and not to be thrown out in the streets. Not that they fly and go to the beach and the beach is contaminated. For all the sewage systems to be clean. And to do that, you have to dispose your mass in proper dustbins. Then we even saw back better. It's, Black Lives Matters. Similarly, for environment, it is build back better. So now whatever initiatives we are going to do, we are going to build it better for the future. This hashtag build back better, this scheme or this organization is aimed to prioritize environmental sustainability, social justice and resilience of how people must be given justice when something wrong is happening with them, and how sustainably people have to accommodate few measures. So this Build Back Better, this initiative was basically to bring in environmental measures. Then we have plastic pollution. Yes, air pollution, water pollution, land pollution, noise pollution. Similarly, plastic has gained its own term. You have plastic pollution. It's not considered in the land pollution right now because we're contaminating the land. Wherever we use a water bottle, we just throw it outside. We think that the scavengers out there are the, people who are going to clean the area. These people will do it. But sometimes we don't pick it. These water bottles just lie in the streets, lie in the stations. So for this thing, plastic pollution campaign is about to raise awareness of how this negative impact of you throwing the water bottles just on the streets or just not putting in the proper bins has a negative impact. Few people to, bring it as a song, convert it as a video, people watch it rather than giving you content, this lot of textual lines. So they made this song, like say no to plastic. This song is about like tick 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 plastic tikna paire means the plastic should not survive anymore. We have to remove this from our life. We know like it takes thousands of years to decompose it. When we know it, we have to reduce the usage of this plastic. So when this song was uploaded in YouTube, many people like from that day they started like we'll reduce the usage of maybe carry bags at least. If not, the Tupperware items. Then the next month, few people stopped using plastic bottles. Then they stopped using things which were made by plastic. And that's why a lot of companies, there's like Adidas, they are going to make the products plastic friendly. They'll do it in an eco friendly way. They're not going to use plastic anymore. There is zero usage of plastic. And then there's, plastic pollution campaign. It also raises awareness of how this plastic was reduced during the pandemic. Like we were not using a lot of water bottles. Are we going to travel? Now you go to railway stations, you buy a water bottle, you throw it when it's finished. So now when we were not traveling and things were okay, the plastic pollution decreased. So we understand that when the tourism increases, or when the sector people are in need of water, they buy the water cans and then they don't throw it in the proper garbage can and they just leave it here and there, and everywhere you have pollutants. That's why this campaign was made to make sure the plastic bottles are put in the particular dustbins and not left here and there or thrown outside your cars when you're traveling. The next is like you have some social media campaigns like Nature Now, Nurture Now. These campaigns were made during pandemic where you have to nature now. That is plant a tree now. Whatever you're doing, leave your work and start, and maybe whatever seeds you have at home, crush it, grind it, and start putting in the, you'll have some mud in your area. There's this plant in your home, a kitchen garden. So this nature now, like hashtag nature now, this social media campaign where everybody had to leave their work, whatsoever they are doing, and pick up few seeds, pick up a sapling and plant it. So in this way, a lot of people, when they left their work, maybe hundreds of people, also in like 1 hour, planted these trees. Imagine how well thousands of people every day when they do this, every day, like even if one by 1%, this increase in planting these trees. So this campaign becomes successful. And that's how when you post online that hashtag now I participated in this campaign and I'm helping towards nature now. So people watch it, now you share it to your friends and then they do the same. Like you give a good influence to people to nurture the plants and plant a sapling, leave your work whatever you're doing and plant it. And there was this other campaign about pandemic Pandanomia. So this is where we use to share the latest news and informations. When you go and search in the social media platform, pandemic paranomia, you will get the latest updations and all the instructions and guidelines that the government updated. So this is where when you do using the social media campaigns, aware people that this is a new scheme you're going to bring. It's for your purpose. So this pandemic. Pandinomia was helping people to get aware. Like when they were not really feeling doubt, they had this doubt. Like government agencies, sometimes they can have this hacking, as I said. It's hot targets are the government websites. So here these hot targets are where you have public usage. A lot of people use this resource for freely, where hacking happens. And where people can put in false information or fake news. So we were not confirm about it. And that's where social media, when it was installed, these campaigns gave people the trust that if this government websites are not providing you the proper information, you give this hashtag pandemic panorama, you'll be updated with the correct measures, the correct guidelines that the government is taking. So this is about how they were having an emphasis on renewable energy. They were becoming more sustainable, like using resources now, like not using it to the fullest. Now I said no, like by peeling the vegetables, you can create biogas. So in this way, a lot of many people started implementing in their home where they converted this to the biogas, and they don't have to buy synthetic cylinders anymore. That's how you use the energy again. The energy transition and decarbonization. You reduce the emission of carbon dioxide. Listen, how the carbon footprints were reduced because most of the industries are planning like by 2030, or by 2039, or by at least 2050, we stop and bring like zero emission of carbon footprint, zero usage of plastic, and manufacturing my products. This is what they are planning. So by this support the government provides them with this regular updations that they learn from various countries, you gain the experience when you're, doing trading, like how this country sells their product. And now that they are doing this environmental measures, this sustainable developments, let's bring it in our country also. So when other states or some countries like some islands they watch us, they're like India, it's a diverse country. It's really hard for that particular economy to be sustainable because it's hugely populated. It has a diverse amount of people in it. You see now, Indian families, the joint family, the list never ends. It keeps on continuing. So for that reason, like when they found Indians can also have sustainable measures, why not we smaller countries also start doing it? In this way, they brought in these practices to reduce the emission of carbon dioxide by decarbonizing it. And then by investing and giving some initiatives, some incentives. They say, no, you invest in this particular plant or you invest in the seeds. The future, you open a area, you open a garden. Instead of opening a theater, you open this area where publicly people come and plant trees. So in this garden, when you come after 3 years, you'll see that flowers started blooming. So this initiative, when you use this land resources, not to build buildings, but start to do something like returning nature, like what we used all of these years, it's time that we pay it back. And that's how some land resources they are used to build trees in such a way that if there are buildings now they're eco-friendly, like wooden are sustainable houses where they don't use natural resources and it's artificially made. And in that way, they reduce the uses of natural resources. And in the area, they start flowering plants. They start nurturing it. This is how technological advancements, corporate renewable energy commitments, and a lot of international collaborations was made. Let's continue. As we were saying, the emphasis on renewable energy. How many corporates came forward to reuse the energy systems. Many countries like New York and other various countries who had this vehicle small. So what they say is fishing again, like it's growing again like a baby. Everything is happening again. The process of how Earth is created, no? Newer things are getting formed. There are a lot of things in the ocean that we still don't know today. And there's this thing, they say, no, even in the oceans, you can go and discover a lot of things. So, this pandemic, what we were imagining, we thought it was in our imagination, but in real life, it came out to be true sometimes. So, our imagines came in the reality. Our next topic is about green recovery initiatives, investment in sustainable infrastructure. So now next time, whenever companies build this infrastructure, they are going to plant more trees. They have to build this sustainable cups usage. All the materials that they're going to use can be reused again, and that's how they build a sustainable infrastructure. Then about clean energy transition. Now for you to oxygen, it should be like you need the particular amount of oxygen for your body, and it should be proper way. So all the gases around you should be purified. Like how I said, no, Earth is replenishing again. All these things are regenerating. How everything is happening from the beginning. Due to this pandemic, due to this pause, nature decided to help itself. It started, whatever fault was there, like we humans made, it recovered it. It put a bandage to it. And that's how this clean recovery initiatives help the world, help Mother Earth improve. Then we have like nature based solutions. We're now like in a company that they understand without using this type of chemical, or I have to for surely use this machinery to manufacture my product. So now companies are thinking, when we say no, think out of the box. Now people are thinking out of the store. So here they say that the solutions which are to be given will be more nature based, will be more eco friendly, where whatever things that you're going to do will be connecting with nature. Of how whatever solutions they give. If you're trying to build up a resilient and sustainable, for the problem, you give the solution, like you prepare this new things. Where when you were manufacturing these things, the gases which are releasing from that manufacturing is developing the nature. So in this way, companies are going to transform the smoke that is released by this will become converted in a way that is going to enhance the environment but not harm it. So this is a way where pollution can be reduced. Then we have some circularly economy and sustainable production. As I said, no, long lasting elastic bands. Like this product is long lasting. I can use it for a long period of time just by adding a new feature to it or giving it a repair. I can use this mobile phone, I can use this laptop, I can use my backpack for a longer period of time. They say no, few clothes don't fit you anymore. So what we do, we either recycle it or reconvert it, we customize it. The jean pants are made to jean bags, the oversized t-shirts of your brothers, it's become the new trend. People are wearing it. So the trends in the market, everything is changing. And how like this t-shirt is oversized, but you want to wear it because it's trending in the market. So in this way, many countries, many companies manufacture less. They don't use these dyeing units because now you can wear your brother's hoodie. You can use it again. You don't have to buy newer outfits. If you want to customize it and make it to your style, there are people for them who are going to customize it as you like. Maybe convert the color of this particular hoodie. So people now they don't buy newer things. They say no. Now outfits are convertible. You wear them upside down or you reverse it inside out. It's a new outfit. Are you wear it in position? It becomes a dress. And when you pull up the chain, it becomes a long frock. So how this one outfit you can use in different occasions. And this how clothing industries and apparel companies are planning to design their outfits. They say no, like age by age we grow, we buy newer clothes. Now they are bringing this technology where this cloth will be designed where a kid at this particular person can wear for 5 years even. Even like this cloth is stretchable. As you grow, this cloth stretches and fits up to your own size. And that's how you don't have to buy a lot of clothes. You say that I have become taller and they don't fit me anymore. I want to buy new products. So that reason will get down. For you to be more sustainable, industries are, doing these experiments of how they bring in this new type of clothing, which is going to be stretchable, where you can extend it and use it for 5 years, for 5 periods. So in this way, a lot of innovations are made, not only in the electronic devices, even in the clothing industry. Now food. They say no, now you don't have to have a lot of food. It will be converted to a tablet in the future. You have the tablet like whichever curry you like. There will be different options. Like this tablet is for French fries, this tablet is for salad. So our intestines and body systems are going to change as we digitalize more. We become more different. Like they say, no, aliens, they have a very different digestive system. They only have intake of gases and they can still survive. So our body is going to change. We will not have toes anymore. Due to we have made a lifestyle in a way where we are not working harder, we have become lazier, that our body parts are going to get vanished. So this is what the technology is saying about. Like the overuse of technology will depend on how body is going to get transformed. They say no, evaluation. Earlier people had this tooth, this wisdom tooth when they were born. But now many people are born without it. Like we're evolving, how like from monkeys and then this type of particular species and then humans were formed. And later now, human body parts you will not have hair anymore. You will not have facial hair anymore. Like all these things will be reduced. So here, what I'm trying to say is when we overuse technology, we don't focus on ourselves. So we must understand how to balance and use this technology. Like not use it for our own, greediness and to be very लालची कहते हैं ना to be foolish and self-worthy that for being envious because you are very good looking and I want to be good looking now. I create a lot of products. I use these machineries to modify myself. That's why a lot of people do plastic surgeries. They don't realize that it's not about how you look from outside. It's about how you look from inside. This is what we have learned. Like everybody, irrespective of how they look, how they are, the main thing that will be soul, how well you can connect with me, how friendly you can be with me. So here, when different industries started having the sustainable infrastructures, they not only brought this nature-based solutions but also advanced people's behavior of how we must stop doing this, plastic surgeries and be more nature producive. Let's make, face packs by using natural resources. So this is how you use natural resources and you don't buy products. So when you buy a product, it is packaged. It is like delivered to your home. Like lot of things are used. So to avoid it, just like you use these dried leaves, you mixture it. You make a paste and then you apply it in your skin for it to glow. Similarly, we have become sustainable rather than using this artificialized products. Then we have jobs and workforce development. So this is a type of lifestyle. So there's this international market. They have done this research where firms like IPSOS, this firm, what they do, they report that 9.1% of the respondents are following plant-based diet. As I said, no, like lot of people like to have meat, but it is done by hurting and harming these animals. Now, if you still like meat, it will be available in the plant-based form. Meat is prepared using plants. So you have plant-based meat right now. You can become vegan but still consume the same meat, the same taste will be given to you. And now you'll be more comfortable that this is also living being and they also have the same feelings and emotions. And in this way, we'll bring innovations of how to use these plant-based products to convert. They say now egg is vegan, this is this. We start using more plant-based products in our life and stop harming and exploiting the ecosystem. Like the chickens, the hens, like when humans were not there, they were surviving by themselves. It's not necessary that you have to kill chickens and breed them without their permission and hurt them. So it can be stopped. You can have the plant-based meat. This is how various people can shift their lifestyle. And then the review that the survey says that 21 percentage of people are reducing the meat consumption and have started having plant-based meat. Plant-based meat. So like sometimes you think that this having this particular type of meat will provide you energy, but sometimes when this particular animal or this hen or chicken, they have a lot of chemicals in their body. They're fed with lot of worms and something which when you eat it will food poison. Will have a food poison in your body. So to avoid all these things, sometimes when you have this meat, you can even build in well it's clean or not. And that's why people have switched to eating plant-based meats. They say that beyond this meat, like 74% of the net sale has increased. So now they say no, reduce the consumption of meat and start using plant-based meats. So in this way, like 74% of the industries who were producing meat is reduced, and now people are shifting to plant-based meat. We will think that what about these farmers who are doing animal husbandry? How will they keep earning and have a standard living of life? Now, if plant-based meat is switched from the normal meat, still we can employ people there. It's just instead of using the real animal, all the employees working there can come and work here. So there will not be any disruption in the employment of people. Still they can continue working. We say no, we stop production of milk from the cows. How will the milkman, have a survival in their life? When we start making coconut milk, almond milk, and milk which can be extracted from plant-based resources, they can just shift from extracting milk from cow. We can start using these plant-based resources. Your employment will be same, where you just have to do a switch over. They say no, you update to this technology, you just have a switch over. Similarly, the job opportunities will not reduce but they'll continue. What you have to do is, like from selling this particular meat, we'll switch it to the plant-based farm. This is how sustainable consumption and lifestyle has taken place. Lot of international markets have surveyed that having plant-based meat will provide you with better energy, provide you with good protein. So this is how a lot of countries, like there's this a YouTuber Nash Daily. So his family members and relatives were vegetarian, but he liked to consume meat. So when his relatives came to him and told that there's this person in this particular country, he started making this plant-based meat, started making this milk from coconut, from almonds, from this type of resource. So in this way, he entirely switched his consumption of meat, reduced and converted to the plant-based meat. This is how when your atmosphere, the people around you make you have a change in the lifestyles, will be useful for you. So you understand that you don't have to harm animals anymore, but you will have a better sustainable form of using the resource. The next is about how publicly their people are aware, how they do this activism programs. They say no, there's this animal activist who will protect animals from getting expelled. They say no, the milk of the cow is only for the calf. Like many people, when they uploaded videos online, like during pandemic, they realized that baby, the cow's baby, like for the calf, and we must not consume it. But a lot of regions say that in Hinduism they believe that there's God in Gaumata. So how can we make people understand that we must not use milk or extra cow from it? But what we can do is reduce the consumption of milk and try switching over to it. You cannot tell them like in one day to completely switch to using plant-based milk. But like slow by slower, you do these initiatives and tell people. You make them aware by doing these activism programs, by supporting veganism. You don't have to completely become vegan, huh? You have to become vegetarian in such a way that you don't harm animals. You don't harm the resources. Like everybody has their own privacy. Now you cannot They say no, without permission of the cows, they like make them pregnant, and then it's not happening naturally. They are like forced to increase the production of cows so that they extract milk. That's how business works. So we don't have this opportunity. We don't have this right to do that to the cows. And that's where many people, when they posted videos online, when these awareness programs were made, they understood that this is a time that we must understand it's not about harming animals. It's not about something, but it's your inner development and thinking. Like you're concerned towards a particular situation. How you're going to change yourself and change people around you. When we had the environmental issues, we had to do some social justice and equity and digital activism and youth activism. We saw a lot of schemes where people, like internationally, they survey or how they were engaging youth to become more advanced, to be ready for solving problems. So there is this IFC, like International Food Information Council. So this survey provided that 85% of Americans were cooking at home during pandemic, and this is where, like an example, like Oilo saw an increase in people using applications. They were preparing and cooking from scratch. Like AI, you put it ingredients like what you have at home. You have some carrots, tomato, beans, and potatoes. And you want to make a dish now. This AI app will give you a lot of recipes with the available ingredients in your home. You can prepare a lot of recipes. And there's how in America, 85% of people started cooking from home. They were sharing their experiences of how the surplus food in the house was shared with the community, was donated to people who are in need. They say, no, we must not even waste a little drop of rice. If every single grain, like you collect it, like every year there are thousands of people and they waste this one rice gram. Imagine you collect this thousand, gram pieces. So one full person can have a proper meal. Imagine even wasting a little bit collected, this much waste is produced. That's why they say get the food patient to you. Like we start using the resources properly. They say no, in they force you to eat more now. Stop that. You make them understand that your capacity to eat is this much. You don't want to waste plant-based products. You don't want to waste resources anymore. Because around the nation, a lot of people they don't serve food on their table. Many people go hungry home at night, and that's where we learn about saving food. We had this programs where we learn that if you were wasting food now you were given this penalty. You had to pay 500 rupees, 1000 rupees. Like in public events, when somebody saw that this person is wasting food now, he was asked to pay this pension that you wasted this much food now. Even if you wasted a little piece of apple also, a little pickle also, it was considered the wastage. So you must get that much food that is needed in your plate and not wasted. So this is something people made aware. Like even at your home, we must not waste food items. When you come to college and come to institution and workspaces, still you must spread this thing with the people. They say no. When you do something good, you say thank you to one person. What you say to that person is ask ask this other person to help them, and you pass it on. They say no, like in kindness day, you pass this kindness card to them. So now that I help you, you were kind to me, I give you this card. Later somebody is kind to you, you pass this card to them. So, like before Children's Day on November 13th, every year, Kindness Day is celebrated. So, during pandemic, people who are kind to them, even virtually, they were sharing this digitalized kindness cards, sharing this good positive messages to the people who are helping them, posting reels online of how these doctors, these workers online, were working day and night with their hectic schedule. They didn't think about their us to treat the family members who were affected in the pandemic. So that's where people posted online. They supported people who were working tirelessly, appreciated their efforts, and when this post was shared, the doctors really felt that they did something good for the country. That now they were seen that being a doctor is not an easy job. Even if you're at the borders, being an army person or being a soldier is also not an easy job. Being a teacher is also not an easy job. As a student also, we come circumstances. Like everybody, they have their own difficulty level. But some or other way, they become resilient. They try to come out of this problem and to do things better way. This is how people spreading public awareness. They brought this activism schemes. And then there's this one more thing, like support for environment policies and this initiative. So there is this Eden Tourist. This survey was taken in 2021, where they reveal that the most influencing factor was environment consciousness. So this thing is very trending now. People are more focused on not using plastic bags. So in 2021, people were more focused on the environmental impact. They're focusing on how to save these resources, how to plant trees, how to avoid using these packets or these products which cannot be decomposed and takes a lot of time. So they were avoiding it. For example, like the European Union during the pandemic, they had this recovery plan called a next generation EV. This next generation EV will dedicate 30% of their funding to climate change. They say, no, we do some funding services. We have this funding job which will be used in the future. So here, like 30 percentage of the savings that they did for climate change, they did for this next generation activist, this next campaign, this next generation campaign, where they post this 30% of their funding in climate change action, of how carbon emission can be reduced, how sustainably we can use lot of things, and how like from your home you can start bringing in practices. Like in the filter, when you switch it on, the excess water is, coming out of it. Collect the water. You use it for washing the dishes. Or you plant the trees, the water. Like you give water to the plants. And even in this way, you're able to reuse this water. Even when you cannot drink it, you can reuse to provide water to the plants. And like various other resources where, like many factories, when they were working from home, you know what they had this benefit. They didn't have to pay electricity bills. Rent was reduced. The building, this this you buy this property, you have to pay amount for it. This lighting costs, electricity, this rent facility is reduced. So what we have learned during the pandemic situation is how many factories and companies, in order for them to survive, this work from home was benefiting them. When they had this reduced use of rent and they were working from their home, companies were saving lot of money. So in future, when they wanted to do some schemes, some policies, they can use this savings. And then let's say share few initiatives, few environment policies and initiatives. So there are a few other acts that aim to conserve wildlife. We talked about human beings, we talked about plants. So we didn't cover wildlife. Like when we are traveling around, we go to zoos, we go to the safari rides. So there, these acts are basically for this wildlife, to conserve wildlife. There's this act called Wildlife Protection Act 1972. So it was rebrought in. They said, no, why are animals to be captured in cages? Like they have to live their life in environment. Their forest is their home. For us, elephant, what does they do? And this panda, how they look, they're captured in the cages for our audience's purpose. For us to see in the zoo, like what are the different species of animals in our country, in our world. And in this way, we snatch this freedom from them. We put them in cages. We don't give them this freedom around in the forest. And to reduce these things, they brought in wildlife protection systems. They say, no, don't feed these wild animals, or they'll come behind you. So why do they do this? Is to protect yourself and the creatures. Why? Because sometimes you give them some food item. It's not good for their body. It's not good for their health. You must not do that. So they learned that the wildlife was to be conserved. And that's where they brought this Project Tiger. Like now we understood the tigers are less in number. They become endangered. We celebrate Tiger Day. We make people aware of how tiger is a national animal and we must preserve them. We must keep them still like surviving for a period of time. Like many people, in order for the tigers to stay, they're breeding a lot of other tigers. In this way, the number of tigers are managed. That even if they're not increased, like 20 tigers, 1,000 tigers are always there in the world. So in this way, the dodo bird, this bird were basically in the islands. So once when floods came, and then this birds got extincted. They vanished from the area. Like how dinosaurs, they must be still here with us, like the other animals, but they were not. They extincted due to when there's this new generation processing, when God said that humans are going to be given life. So dinosaurs' life was ended, and they were when they died, this the body of them that are decayed was used as the manure, and with that, new plants grew, new species grew, and as formation of human happened. And there's how like one thing starts, the other thing is made. So this pandemic taught us a lot of lessons. When we think that there's one door open for you, you don't have a lot of other doors to go out. You what you have to do? Break paths. You find roads which is better for you. You travel them yourself. So you understand that this road is better for me. I can close this door and go on roads. Because roads are endless. But this door will open and view. Will give me this particular destination. Listen, our life is a journey, not a destination. Similarly, this door only gives you an area, this access to a destination. But when you travel among the roads, you're having a journey, you're on a continuous path. So in this way, you're able to experience the surroundings, the environment of how people are conserving resources, of this plant, this animal, by themselves to prepare food for them, of how this bird is not, lazy. They wake up early in the morning, find food for their nestlings, and then they come back home and they nest. So they have this proper schedule. So this is how we learn by viewing the nature that how the lifestyle of bird is. They have proper schedule and we ourselves don't have it. So to nurture and understand the lifestyle of birds, we were asked to water few plants. Like we asked to keep water for the birds, keep some seeds for the birds in the veranda, or keep it in the balcony. So for us, like few birds who cannot get food for themselves due to various resources that are exploited, and for them we will provide seeds, we'll provide waters, and we'll we'll have this watch of how like different variety of birds come. Like one day during pandemic we had this wildlife, bird watching, so we had to do it from our home. I woke up like 5:30 in the morning. I went to my terrace. I kept water and seeds with the plant. I came down and I saw that a kingfisher even came. This different type of bird also are coming in the early morning, and that's where you realize that the birds are not yet extinct. They're hiding due to this pollution, due to this noise. They hide themselves, they nest themselves and they don't come out of it. So to protect them, to fly again high in the sky, we must make our factories and manufacturing industries to manufacture our machines to be noise cancellations. Like they don't have this noise to be produced to disturb the nature. Like I know you have this earphones, these earpods, where when you wear it, you will not view the noise around you. They have this noise cancellation policy. Similarly, these machines, when future they're going to be developed, they must not harm the nature. Anybody, like any creature in the nature, the natural resource, they must not be harmed from the sound of this particular machine or this particular factory. So in this way, this wildlife acts, this project elephant, like India Rhino Vision, like we got to know better during the pandemic time. Then like we had these days, no, like Rhino Day, Tiger Day, like Wildlife Day. So in these days, we understood of how and why these days were created. We thought it was a celebrating, for appreciating the efforts, but it was to remember that these species are going to get extinct, and this is thing that we are going to do something that to protect them, not to harm the resources. We take some initiatives from our side. You cannot go in a wildlife and start breeding or taking care of animals. What initiative we as humans can take is whatever resources we use, the environmental resources we use, we make sure we use in the limit. We are not, you know, greedy enough to be using these resources and exploiting it for our own benefit. We have to understand this is for everybody. We must not overly use it. This is limit in everybody. But when you're having education, when you're having gaining lot of knowledge, there you can be limitless. But when it comes to using the resources, using conserving resources, you have to have this limit. That this particular plant, this bamboo tree, we must not use it anymore. And now we are using paper manufacturing is done by the wood pulp of the trees and how many trees are cut every year. So we have to switch to a way in a way that we don't use papers anymore. And now digitally, when it's not harming the environment, but still you don't have paperwork, you can do your work in online. So this way, by reducing the papers, by reducing the use of plant-based, no, paper-based items and notebooks, we can switch digitally. In this way, like thousands of trees will be protected. Like we save a lot of trees now when we exploit the resources. If you would have like the very stage, we understood that this resource is to be preserved. This is something that we must protect it. For all these insights to take place, we must understand that like from the initial stage, if we started protecting the resources, today we're not in a position where you have to, plant more trees and become sustainable. They say no, if you want to be better, if you want to be good, like from the very early stage you have to start working. So lifestyles. Many people, they switch their diet plans. As we saw, they were choosing food options which were sustainable. For example, there are few food options that you can eat for a long period of time. They don't expire. So in this way, when you use the resources of food items which are sustainable, which don't harm your body, which is good for your body, like you understand and identify that this type of food item, this type of vegetable is more beneficial for me. And later, by eating these different food items, your mindset is changed. The way you behave also changed. Like you have overconsumption of salt, overconsumption of chili and spices, you'll always be angry. But when you have limited salt consumption and intake, you have just suitable amount of intake, you'll be better. You must not ask me. Like Koreans say you have this spicy noodles, but they're very calm in nature. This is what where I say everybody has their own capacity to react to the intake of this particular food, intake of this salt, this spice. So we are analyzing of how our food choices should be, our preferences should be. So like in pandemic, I understood like oily food is not for me. I must switch having healthier items. I can roast few things and eat. Like I told you, makhanas. Makhanas are roasted. They're not fried. They're not deep fried. It's not used by oil. So this makhanas is a snack which will fill your tummy and you can avoid having this oily snacks. These makhanas are extracted from the lotus seeds. So you can, add masala, then you add some carrots, some cucumbers, few tomato and few onion, give it a mix, add a little salt, add a little pepper, and you have your own new snack there. So you don't have to use or eat chips, cookies, or whatever type of pack item it is. You don't do that. You start using things which are more comfortable to you. They say no, instead of frying things, people are air frying them. Because when you use oil, like this oil consumption is not good for your body. They say no, this cholesterol increases are due to having over oil consumption. Few people with now without like water in their body, oil is floating. So for these things to be avoided, we switch to air frying by roasting materials, by baking items. So when we do that, we still can munch the same snack, but we don't have to fry it anymore. We don't have to deep fry it anymore. We can roast it, we can bake it. So we can have the same snack in a different way. So they say in a few applams they have to fry it in the oil. Now if you put this applam in the oven, it'll still make it crunchier. Like you can roast it in the oven easily. So if we bring this, new policies in it, we are going to reduce the use of oil here. Only to prepare few vegetables or few fruits or have a massage in your head, oil is to be consumed. And later you can conserve these resources. You will have lesser use of oil consumption. When you switch to different options, so this is how like during pandemic people became more sustainable. They reduced the use of oil consumptions. They understood that this is something which is can be finished. So I must protect this for the future generation. And that's where they have this alternate options of having their snacks, having their food items. Then we have like energy efficiency, we have sharing and collaborative consumption. So here, like overall, what they say is when you shift a healthy lifestyle, like you take a little time, you say that you want to improve your body, you want to be healthier. Now you have consumption of good healthy fruits, you have vegetables. But that doesn't mean having it one week, once a week, twice will give you solution. Like in a period of time, you have to continue having it with regular exercises. You will be seeing this difference that I was able to have healthy food items with the help of exercise. I was becoming better. This is how people they have this form of consumption. They change their lifestyle of how by even having this healthier food items, they can still continue having a good better form of life. My next topic is about like biodiversity and conservation of how I discuss various various tigers reserves are made, various programs are made for these endangered animals. So we understand the value of how this ecosystem, how these animals are extending due to our overuse. Like this, leather is extracted from the skin of animals. Like you made a lot of you instruments by using elephant's trunk. So you use raccoons or this particular animal's skin, this dinosaur's horn to make a lot of things or make antique showcases. But we are using them like we sometimes to get the skin from them, they die. So that's why we have to stop. In order to conserve tigers, we must not make leather out of the tiger skin or leather out of this bear skin or leather or some rhinoceros horn must be not used to prepare instruments. We can artificially also make it. Like cotton is very easy to manufacture. You're not harming animals there. So in this way, people try to produce leather or maybe mix cotton with the available ingredients and artificially prepare this form of leather without harming animals. This is how you can be sustainable. You protect animals and you understand that animals to be endangered is of you because you were using leather jackets, you were using this leather rug, or you were using this form of resource. You exploited these animals. So for that to be conserved, this agencies they came forward. They made this, wildlife protection schemes, this tiger project, and even they had this national wildlife action plan. This action plan told them like how the wildlife, the creatures in that particular forest are to be preserved. They say, no, we go to zoo to see various species of animals and have fun. I think we have went to a lot of zoos and safaris. Now we must live animals live their life freedomly, release them out of the cages and they know the lifestyle to survive by themselves. Like before humans capture them and put them into the cages, they're surviving. So later after we, withdraw this thing, we the zoos are stopped and then you have the wildlife where now you see animals they're moving in the forest, they're having their own lifestyle. So everything is better. So in this way, by this action plan, they support this wildlife animals, all these insects, all these reptiles. Like there's this ESZ. This ESZ are eco-sensitive zones. These zones are very sensitive. They say, no, you are going to open up industry, but there's a forest near it. And when you put up this chemical industry near the forest, your pollution is going to the forest. It is going to affect the wildlife there. And for this to be reduced, they brought this eco-sensitive zones. These zones are sensitive where they have this economical. That is the ecology. This ecosystem is there. This forest is there. So we must not build factories and industries in that area. So we must remove all these industries to be near forests. And then they also had this convention, like this international trade where they have this endangered species, of the wildlife, like fauna and flora, like animals and plants, which are to be endangered. They are now, getting produced again. Let's say no, this particular season only this fruit is being able to be, harvested. This is only what they can do. So now many people are trying how oranges can be cultivated in winter season, how rice like we can grow in North India, and how if this particular species is going to become endangered, we will start planting it more so that we will protect it from full extinction. Like in this area, you will find the species. So in this way, if it's going to be totally endangered, so you start planting, you buy the seeds of that particular plant and you save that plant, that species, that animal to be safe, to be, danger free zone. And this is how a lot of people took initiatives to help the wildlife conservation, this biodiversity improvement. sustainable measures in industries, hospitals, school life. Even we kids from our home, we have to have the sustainable measures of reusing, cycling, and reducing use of emission gases. Like, let's just conclude our speech. Conclude this lecture by recapping what we have seen. Like from the very beginning, we saw how, like in the very first process I discovered when the pandemic came in, how people were responding to it. Many people panicked out because this is something serious, and the leaders must know how, in crisp and clear way, they can give guidelines to the people so they don't panic and they cooperate with it. Then later, after interplay of global response, we saw workspace transformation. How people switched to remote work. They were redesigning infrastructures. People were using cloud based platforms for their servers to increase. They don't have this buffering system or this loading systems, and their network improves. Then we saw the economic impact. When we saw that many industries were declining, they had the economics hit very hard. We saw UK, we saw India, Brazil, South Africa. So due to consumer expenditure or business investment, or due to domestic, collaboration, due to these reasons, their country shrunk, and how UK, after 300 years, they had this 9.8 deficit where their economic growth of the country decreased. And they say that it's the world's deadliest decline ever. And then we saw how economically when people started losing jobs, unemployment occurred, government made new schemes and policies. Atmanirbhar Bharat. We had this Magrena Act, this Mahatma Gandhi Guarantee Act. So this act provided MSMEs, the workers there, to give them surplus loan without giving them a collateral or submitting a collateral in the bank. Few people were not aware of how to use UPI transactions, how to do payments online. So these people were given online awareness programs. They were given these workshops of how this online payment works. And later, for people who still were not able to adapt to it, were given immediate liquid cash. Then we saw how tourism, like in the economic impact, many countries were based on these hotels, these particular airline industries. And due to the less passenger, the guests and the tourists reduced, the airline industry, the passenger cancelling the planes, and how these resorts, they had their occupation rates get reduced, and how then this Boeing aircraft, when they laid off their employees from the country, employees from the company, like the people had to find other job. And then we even discussed about Sarah, a flight attendant, a aerostewardess, how she was resilient enough to overcome this situation. Like her sky was clear, she was flying in the sky, but how she switched to the screen. These dark clouds came. There was this thundering where this COVID came in, her wings were chopped off. She was not able to fly anymore. She had to do remote learning, this remote form of education. Later, of rejections, she recovered. She didn't lose hope. She was still determined to do it. They say no, they're genuine. They want to make this happen in real life. It's not only in the dreams, but they make it true. And then when restrictions were lifted, she was given the promotion. After seeing about economic impact, we saw in education how an education industry and remote learning took place, not only for students, as well teachers and parents had to have this involvement during pandemic. Remote learning was not easy of learning how to use Zoom meetings, how to do submission of assignments in Google Classroom, the delaying of assignments, leaving your mic unmuted and you speak a lot of things with your family members and your friends hear it and then they tease you like we know like what you smoke in the class, your mic was unmuted. Then we learned that we have to use an on a mic when we have to speak. So then we started learning this technology. Later, there are not only one form of education, we have hybrid learning, blended learning, project based learning, flipped classroom, and then even our individualized learning, and then competency based education. Like whichever model of education was suitable to you, you can choose it. Maybe out of the classroom, you have some doubts. You go to the flipped classroom where you see pre recorded videos. Then you have hybrid classrooms, this blended classrooms where the traditional classrooms and online tools were brought together. Like they were fused. There is a blending. Like when you PCs like of plant. You breathe the genes and you create a new one. Similarly, they blended online learning and workspace additions together. Then we even saw how people who are, facing mentally ill, like the children, they were not able to adapt themselves to this remote learning. Different, age groups, like the people who were having junior schooling faced difficulties. Who were having senior education, they're overwhelmed and disconnecting from the classes. So to reduce these disruptions, how the teachers came forward, gave them this motivation, this support, and made them understand, and they came back to the classes. They started enjoying it. And now we discovered like AI. We thought AI is something new. It was already there since 1970s. But we understood there is AI. Now it's very trending in the market. Like you say, no, computer science. It has taken it as well. Like wherever you see, whatever we're using, it has AI in it. Your vision, computer vision, your recording videos, the voices, the text, the speech has computer vision. Natural language processing is, translation services. So AI is used there. Data science is where you train machines. When you feed them data, they learn with experience. This is AI. AI is where you make a machine efficient to work like human. So in future, he can understand the language and understand emotions of human. I miss Sophia the robot. It was, she was made by the Hansen, robotics, this industry. Sophia is a robot. She's a human like. She can, do hundreds of expressions like human. Now you ask her questions. She's fed data in such a way that you ask her the question, like in future, who is going to be, taking over the world? She says that we robots will be taking over you. And then many people got scared, like this is just a robot. We only made it and it's responding to our questions, it's understanding what we say. So in this way, we saw technology was improving. Not only these robots were able to act like humans in restaurants, we had robots serving us food. In hospitals, we had robots who were doing surgeries. And there's a successful surgery where a robot did a surgery of a pig. This pig has this particular infection. And there's a success rate that this robot, like in future, can be used to do surgery. Then we, after seeing about the remote education and the improvement in the education, we saw about how we have to minimize inequalities in the education, the healthcare. A lot of people are struggling. So we must find the people, give them this opportunity where everybody will have access to treatment. Everybody will be provided and served food on their table. They say, no, you're very cozy. You have this very comfortable place that you don't want to go outside. They say to remove your security blanket and come out to the world and live in insecurities. When you do that, you analyze, like even when I have these insecurities, I'm able to overcome this fear. I have this knowledge of technology of how when I was not able to talk to my parents, not able to talk to my teachers, share my concerns and ideas, the social media gave us a electronic form of communication. So when we had electric communication, we were threatened of cyber crimes, hacking, like we had malware, we had phishing, and how the cyber crimes have variety of types. Like as in every individual, every day a user uses internet for even a minute. Whenever you use internet, you just log into it, you register it. So we must know like what applications we have to uninstall. We have to regularly check our settings to make sure that all the unnecessary applications, all the unnecessary access to this particular app is denied. Then we saw that there are a lot of helpline numbers to cybercrime. And then even for coronavirus, they had this helpline desk. So whenever you have this query or problem, you can call it to the number. And then development in the infrastructure, how in healthcare, in energy, in education, in agriculture, digitally, socially, infrastructure is improved. And along with them, long term reforms were made. How in education they're going to provide you with long term reforms, where the support that they give you now will extend for a period of time, maybe this year and next year, it will continue. So this is what long term reforms were. Then we saw about how various institutions, when they were not able to supply goods, they had this breakdowns, like they were not able to bridge the gap. Like when you have a problem, there's this gap made in between. You have to create a bridge, create a pathway so that you can go to this area and reach that particular area. Like your this, this border crossings, you have this bridge between mountains or between seas or between ponds. So this bridge connects two places, are two roads, are two connections that when there's this problem, like how you're going to make a bridge there. When vaccines were developed, the distribution was to be addressed. How people found in this low and middle class countries, these developing countries must be given the first priority. Later, the workspace, the workers in the hospitals are to be dosed with vaccination, then the elderly, and then to the public. Before doing that, we clinically tested of how vaccines are responding, the safety, the protection that we get from this vaccination, and how longer like your immune system responds to this. They say no, you get this vaccine like it'll stay with you for a longer time. Now, after 3 years, after 4 years, you might feel that there's a symptom of COVID in you still. So this vaccine keeps fighting against it. We try to analyze how effective this vaccine is even after years. That's why scientists didn't stop researching. Like that they created vaccine now, it's end of the era. No, like in future that now they have given vaccines to people. Like how, like if in future there's some problem that they have occurring. They get this new injection or they get this new medicine, how this vaccine is reacting to it. So for that they continue the researches, they update the vaccinations, they find solutions that we treated. Then we also saw about we students how we face mental issues. Even teachers were given counseling services. Healthcare workers were provided with this area, this space where they can relax themselves. Like many companies like Microsoft and Google, they gave their employees flexible furniture where they can, adjust how they want to sit, and they're sometimes given their own room. They say no, you give me private space, I'll work better apart from the community people. So in this way, these bigger companies like Google and Microsoft gave the flexibility to their employees that you can work wherever you want, whenever you want, but make sure you complete the goal on time. Complete your task on time. Then we even saw how CSR activities. Companies are not only profits, they increase the CSR activities after pandemic. They not only supported youth engagement or by providing COVID relief measures, they also had this vocational skills. The skills where healthcare products, healthcare treatment was provided to everyone. Nature development, environmental sustainability, giving charity, fundings to people. So this is how you give educational support and you give extra training to the people for them to become proficient at their particular tasks. So they say, oh, you have this very talent, but in order for you to be an expert in it, you will have to work consistently for it. You have to be trained in a manner where a lot of people are guided. Like they guide you, like how you can become this profession or how you can become professionalized in this particular sector. They guide you with all the instances. Then many companies like SMEs, when they had losses in the market, how financial assistance government provided them by teaching them budgeting, allocating their expenses, controlling their spending. And then also we learned of how these companies not only gave us financial assistance, but also make us understand to adapt to this type of environment, this dynamic environment, this environment which keeps changing, how we adapt to it. Later, we saw about how we people, like we humans, were coming forward not only to help people but use technology. Like technology also is needed right now. They say no, community is essential, so is technology. If you want to provide a service to the people, you must know, like in this area, these people don't have access to it. So when you install the satellite services, or install this network systems, then you analyze that this region didn't have the particular resource and how this COVID people, like these agencies, go and provide campaigns there, like mobile units there, and how when people were not able to be treated due to the overcrowding in hospitals, they prepared mobile units. They opened pop-up clinics, like in the town hall, like in the car parking area. Lot of healthcare workers and staff occupy that area to treat people. So, and many railway ministers, when the accommodation of bed got reduced in the hospitals, how these ministers help them by providing the seats in the train compartments. Not only that, bigger companies like Amazon and Flipkart, They were not only doing delivery of products but also medical supplies, finding the remotest regions to supply oxygen there. So in this way, Amazon help people supply medical like equipments to the remotest corners. Sometimes this particular government sector or this healthcare institution is not able to provide this facility. So these Amazon delivery people, how they find our locations. Similarly, they find these remote locations and provide the essential medical supplies. Then we even saw how telemedicine really helped us. Like this COVID pushed up this telemedicine to come forward. Like we have the social gatherings in India, like during festivals. Like how in various festivals a lot of people gather. We don't use hygiene practices. So in this way we contaminate diseases, we infect people. For them to get treated, many agencies, like the people who organize the event, put up mobile units where inside that van you will have computer systems installed, like you have a video conference with the doctor and get treated immediately, like you have a food poison, I have a headache, for some reason something is infected in that area due to the water. So how you will treat yourself, make yourselves and do first aid, so nobody's there to help you. So these doctors by doing video conferences, they guided these people who were affected during this festival gathering of how they can treat themselves by using the medical facilities available to them. We have seen a lot of doctors are now trained to treat patients with available resources. Now there's this fork, there's this spatula. You will not always get medical instruments on road when there's an accident. So doctors are trained in a way that whatever equipment is available to them, they provide treatment there immediately. And how ambulances were updated. Doctors and nurses were always in the ambulance, and even before they reached the hospital, they were able to treat the patients. And we also learned of how this hospital's infrastructure developed by building isolation units. These buildings where only particular doctors and nurses will be there. They will not go to the other block. So in this way, transmission of diseases will be reduced. This building is for the non-communicable disease patients, and this is for the communicable. The emergent people who have to access to the resources immediately. These isolation units were built, and how patients, like there are different patients from different communities coming to hospitals. These nurses sometimes get stressed like continuously. This patient is this annoying it. We understand that this is some disability of that patient and that's why he's reacting like that. But when you're continuously with a lot of different patients, not able to help them, so for these workers they were given special assistance, this counseling services, where they started doing this clown therapy, like people who had cancer, and for them to be encouraged, for them to give entertainment, this clown therapy is really worked out. And later how not only providing proper medical services or filling registration forms to be given treatment, by giving a jadoo ki jappi, by giving a magical hug to that patient. They say no, when you know that your life is going to end, you know that you're going, they say no, the people who are younger, they say no, this angel is going to come in 3 days and you're going to reach heaven. So all these kids, all these patients, they make them live their life double during this end time of their life. And there are like lot of movies that portray. This movie is based on a true story of how this doctor brought back laughter in the hospital. Like usually it will be serious, it will be calm. So for patients, when they have the seriousness around them, they don't have entertainment, they build this thing, they have this mindset they'll not be able to develop, they'll not be able to recover. And they say that when the last leaf from the tree falls, they'll also be vanished from the world. And somehow this masterpiece is made. This artist comes and paints the last leaf, like even when the leaf falls from the tree, it looks like the leaf is still there, and that hope enriches this person, that I have this capacity, this hope, they can enjoy my life to the fullest. COVID taught us how to adapt. I like to end it by saying, like prashansa, we learn appreciation, we learned about this dar, this chinta, this tension, this sadness was removed. We had this Anukulta, adaptability, Swasth Chetana, mental health well-being, health consciousness, Sayog. Thank you, everyone.
Rishika Badhani of Frontline Millennium School has created a remarkable. She has attempted a wonderful record in the category longest lecture marathon by an individual minor female. She was very strong, determined, knowledgeable, and her flow was like a waterfall. Frontline World Records Festival 2023, on account of celebrating 25 years of academic excellence, Frontline School, which was established in 1998, June 19, is now celebrating its 25 years of academic excellence. On account of celebrating this, Frontline World Records Festival 2023 has been conducted from 20th July 2023. Today, the proud girl, Rishika Badhani, has attempted a world record in the category longest lecture marathon by a minor female. What is the topic she has chosen? My God, what a energy, what a passion. Amazing. It's indeed a great pleasure to invite Shri Amit K. Hingroni, Senior Adjudicator, Elite World Records, to deliver his keynote address and declaration. With a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
I have been adjudicating this record today for almost 8 hours. Morning it was 4 hours, and now it is another 4 hours. And I myself found it tiring to be sitting there. Morning, when we started this record, I was very scared of a few things. We have adjudicated many such records earlier where people speak continuously for long periods. And it may seem to be very easy for you, but it's actually very difficult. There are so many things which happen in our body. The legs get cramps, the legs get swollen. We don't drink much water, we don't eat much food. We get acidity, and due to acid reflux, the vocal cords get damaged. Due to speaking itself, the vocal cords get tired, the tongue gets tired. I have been very carefully observing and monitoring her. And I think it is only now in the last 1 hour that I found tiredness coming into her tongue and a little hoarse throat. All through the day, she was absolutely fine, absolutely perfect. I was getting the health feedback from all the support staff, and I was relieved that nothing actually has happened to her. Right through the full day, from morning till evening, she had the clarity of voice. She had the patience to go through all the topics on the screen. and everything was delivered with a smile. She didn't show the weariness or the tiredness on her face at any given time, though all of us can imagine inside her how tired she actually must be. Yes. It speaks a lot about her stamina. It speaks a lot about her determination. The second thing is the book that she is holding. This is the content that she has prepared. A topic, when you actually look at the topic, post pandemic, post COVID pandemic situation, there doesn't seem to be much we can talk about. But she's got more than about 200 slides. How much is it exactly? 160 slides. And those are all bullet points. All the other points were told from her mind. That much of information she has stored. And apart from that, there were so many add-ons. Okay, she was relating her own experiences. So many add-ons. For a person to speak for 14 to 15 hours non-stop, giving so much of inputs, it's actually a very difficult task for anybody. Her presentation skills were excellent all throughout. Her body language, her gestures, eye contact, smile, intonation, everything was excellent. Her English was very good, top class. Her accent was also very good. Most important thing is, first of all, the topic itself is boring. Okay, post-COVID, what is it? Post-COVID pandemic situation. The topic itself is very boring. But to make such a topic interesting for us, to make such a topic, make us sit here for so many hours, 14 or 15 hours, it's a very creditable effort on Rishika's part. And I really appreciate the way she has presented it in a very interesting manner. And not only interesting, but she has given us a lot of knowledge about what has actually happened after COVID. She has spoken for about 14 to 15 hours. We are not declaring the result now because we have certain criterias which have to be followed. There will be some small deductions. So whether we actually approve this record or not will be known only on the 29th or 30th when we have the declaration ceremony. So until then, we will leave you with a little bit of suspense in your heart, maybe a few sleepless nights. Wait for the 29th for the result to be declared, and then we will know whether she has indeed achieved a world record or not. But whether she achieves or not, the one final thing which I'll say is it's an incredible effort by Rishika, and hats off. Thank you. I also appreciate the entire support team which your school has provided, madam. Fantastic support team. They have been here all throughout, including all the people behind the computers, the cameramen. A very great team you have selected for this particular record. Congratulations.
Thank you, Amit ji. Amit ji, I have a question to you. Please, Amit ji. Amit ji, when you were at school, did you experience such kind of opportunities in your life?
This is the thing which I told you yesterday morning when I came on the stage. Very few schools provide a platform to the students to showcase their talents. Not only, we know very well that most of the schools focus only on studies. To prepare for this world record, a lot of your studies would have been affected. Okay, they have to prepare for the record. The entire staff has to prepare for this record. But despite all that, when you focus on such activities, these are the activities which will build them, mold them to be successful in future. It's not academics alone that is going to make us successful. To be able to stand in front of people and speak confidently itself is something which is going to make you successful in life. And your school is provided not only here, but 50 opportunities, 50 world records. It's amazing.
Thank you, respected Amit ji. It's indeed a great pleasure, honor to have Amit K. Hingroni, Senior Adjudicator of Elite World Records, who has an experience of nearly a decade to adjudicate, to ratify world records happening throughout the globe. And we are very fortunate and blessed to have such a senior most adjudicator on evaluating the world record attempt of Rishika Badhani, the topic longest lecture marathon by an individual minor female. Thank you, Amit ji, for your observations. It was really very inspiring on hearing from you that how our girl, how our angel have witnessed this wonderful event. Thank you so much, Amit ji, for your greetings. Now it's time to hear from our respected director. I always call him dynamic director, Mr. Shakti Nandan sir, to please come forward and convey his wishes to the wonderful girl, Rishika Badhani, the future Kiran Bedi, the future Speaker of Government of India. Yeah, yes. And if she becomes the Speaker of Government of India, definitely she is going to rock and all the Member of Parliaments will be under her control. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite our most respected dynamic director to convey his wishes to Rishika Badhani.
So congratulations, Rishika. So when you say she is going to be the future Kiran Bedi, I would say no, she is going to be Rishika. Okay, she is going to set a name for herself. Because I don't think Kiran Bedi would have done something like this when she was at school. Okay, so that is something one only Rishika can claim to have done. So as Sir said, they will take some time to tell whether you have achieved a world record or not. But again, as he said, you have achieved. It has been an incredible effort. This is not something which is easy. I don't think even your teachers would have done this easily or attempted to do something like this, to deliver a lecture on a topic continuously for 14, 15 hours, right? And the thing is, even though there were some confusions in the morning early on, we had some technical difficulties, we had some power issues, so the power went off, but still she was she didn't get deviated or anything. She had the presence of mind to just keep on moving forward irrespective of what is happening around her. Even though there's some chaos happening around her, she kept her concentration and she just kept going on. And that is something really great. And I'm sure when you also said academics may have been affected, preparation may have been affected, but we believe that we are preparing them for life. And surely this feat which she has done today, it's going to stay with her throughout her life. And she I think she would already know that she can do anything, but now she has proved that she can do anything, and she's going to go a really, really long way in her life, and we are incredibly proud of her. We are very much proud of you, Rishika. So I was telling everyone, this is the highlight event of all the 50 events, because this one, it takes a lot of endurance, lot of courage, and she has done it remarkably well. And still she is, I don't think she's tired. She seems like she's so much energetic even right now. So it's something really great. And I wish you all the best for everything, Rishika.
Thank you, respected director, sir. Getting such a dedicated director is not that easy. It's now 1:50 in the morning, and he's here to facilitate, to felicitate our angel of the school. Now I invite our most respected principal of this prestigious school, the lady behind grooming all our children of Frontline Millennium School. I invite Srimati M. Lavanya ma'am to felicitate the girl, appreciate and congratulate her.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. I don't have any words to share my happiness, first of all. When Dr. Pradeep, when he asked me, who can do a lecture for 14 hours, suddenly it struck. Only Rishika can do that. So she proved it today. Even I tried to convince her parents, even the teachers, so many people, whether she can do or not. But I had that confidence. Now she proved it. I felt very happy. Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I want you to be here. I wanted to tell a story, a real story, how Rishika has attempted this record attempt. When I met respected principal and director, and I was explaining about what are the world records which I have personally achieved, what others have achieved, then I told one instance where I did a world record when I was an adult, longest lecture marathon by an individual. When I was my first year of PhD student in PhD College of Arts and Science, I attempted this world record. And when I explained this, then I said, Madam, can you identify a boy or a girl to attempt this record? The next second, the answer was, Sir, I have a wonderful, strong, passionate, determined girl. I will call her. The way she walked into the room where I was sitting, Rudhini ma'am was along with me. When she was walking inside the room, the way she confidently walked, I said, I did not hear anything. I told, she's the only right girl to attempt this attempt. She has proved it, madam. You also proved that you are a right principal and right mother to all the children of this institution by making her the champion of champion, the world champion. Thank you so much, ma'am. Today only I saw his father. But my God, mother. அப்பாக்களை வந்து கையெழுத்து போட சொல்லுங்க சார். ஸ்டில் ஐ ரிமெம்பர் த வேர்ட். அப்பாக்களை வந்து கையெழுத்து போட சொல்லுங்க சார். ஏன்னா எல்லாருமே அம்மாக்கள் தான் வந்திருந்தாங்க. The love and affection and care the mother had for her, awesome. Before talking to the mother, I want a friend in need is a friend in need. It's 2 o'clock approximately. I want all the friends of Rishika to please come forward. With a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come, all of you. Be careful. Yes. My God. Anyone is going to speak just few seconds about the achievement of your friend, Rishika Badhani. Come, friend. All together.
Yeah, thank you very much for calling us here. We not only she is feeling very proud of this, but we are feeling very proud for our friend who has achieved this much big human feat that no one can do. And we are feeling very ecstatic at this moment to call us our friend, and we are very proud of this.
I am really proud of her, and when like thinking about 14 hours, I really get goosebumps by thinking of that. And like for 25 minutes, I can't speak properly, but she can speak really for 14 hours without a gap, and she deserves this appreciation.
Wait, vote of thanks. Still you have time. 2 or 3 more. Still, let us give a big round of applause to the friends as well of Rishika Badhani. Thank you, friends. Yes.
We have a small present for her.
Now I invite proud father and mother of Rishika Badhani to please come forward and share your feelings on the achievement of your daughter. Along with mother and father, I want the grandparents as well. Please. Grandmother? I want the grandfather and grandmother, please. Periyamma, Vanga. Please. Yes, 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 yes. Let us give a big round of applause to the parents for motivating her. Now, we would like to hear from her mother. I met mother 2 times. Really awesome. Give her a big round of applause. Cousin brother. Yeah, please come. Nitesh. So, Rishika's mother will share her feelings about the achievement of her diamond.
Thank you, one and all present over here. So glad today that she has got a platform only from the school, and none of this would be able to done without Lavanya ma'am. She was so confident when I speak to her. She said, "No, you have to take no tension. She will do and show you." I was not so confident about that. All the teachers, everyone who I met, and all the correspondent, everyone I thank Pradeep sir also. As they earlier said that she is a diamond, she proved that she is a diamond today, and she has done brought the laurels to the school. We are so proud. Today we can say that we are a proud father, mother today, because everyone loves the son the most. In this Indian culture, we love the son the most. But today I'm so proud of her that she is my daughter, and I thank all the team and everybody who has supported Rishika so much, all the blessings that has made her proud today, standing in front of everyone. It's really a tough job, and all the content she's preparing from last 2 months, given her full dedication, full determination about this content, and sir loved it so much. Amit sir loved it so much. So this is like, as he said, that is a boring one. But she made that lecture also so beautifully, expressed everything. So we are so happy, so glad. Thank you so much.
I love her so, Rishika. Thank you. Thank you too much. So proud of you.
Thanks all of you. Too much cooperate and cooperation by your team. Thanks.
Proud of Rishika.
The whole family is proud of her. Like from morning, we all were watching her. Like the way she's expressing the emotions. No tired. She was not tired. Her face didn't show the tiredness. At night when I came back from the office at 10:30, I thought she would be tired. I just opened the live and like seeing the confidence. I told mom that we should go back to attend it.
Let us say hip hip hooray to her. Hip hip! Hip hip! Thank you. Now, thank you, parents. I now invite the proud teachers who are behind the success story of Rishika Patani. All the coordinators, teaching fraternity, including the computer department, to please come forward. Teachers are second mothers, second fathers at home, at school. This is the famous saying of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam in his Wings of Fire. They proved it to be so. Do you agree with me, children? Yes or no? Now, on behalf of all the teaching fraternity, one teacher will share her feelings about the accomplishment of Rishika Badhani. Come closer.
Actually, I don't have any words to express what she did today. Throughout, I was here. 14 hours, how we spent even Only 4 minutes I feel like that from the morning till now. Really, Rishika, you proved we are proud of you. Congratulations from our side. I want to tell one thing. When we discussed about it, what she told me, Ma'am, I don't think I can do it. My next generation, my children, they will do. I will give chance to them. Well, very happy, sir. Really, I don't know, ma. You don't wait. You do first, then you give your children also chance. Now she proved it, sir. Today, I'm very happy, really, Rishika, since I witnessed everything from the morning. And sir also, sir, you helped a lot to us to do it, sir. Thank you, sir.
I would like to express one thing. Whenever we are given a target, it is okay, fine. But when we add a rule, it is like a speed breaker to us. So whenever Amit ji is adding one particular rule, no, like I will think, okay, what she'll think now. If they think about that particular rule, I think it will become a block at times. We know we were very confident actually. Like Mass Lavanya ma'am, when this particular record has been discussed, we thought she might be the first person to strike our mind. That's what we thought about her, and she's very very confident. We know. I don't know what about I don't know what she thinks about her, but we were very very confident about her, and she pulled off a great thing here. I don't know what the result is going to be, but actually, we were very 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 happy, and congratulations, Rishika. Thank you.
So I take this as a pleasure because I teach her English. And right from her first class, of course, I remember that was the first class I handled. And I know that she has a spark in her. And I know that she would do it. And Rishika is special in one case, right? She will never bother to just stop anywhere. You just give her something, she will just make it done. And she is excellent. And as a teacher, I want to give her one salute. Yes, because a mother is proud when daughter or son becomes great. Same as the teacher. Now I can be proud. She may tell that she is my student, but now I tell I am her teacher. This is the proudest moment I could just get in. And I just thank our management, sir, ma'am, and everyone, because at this age, I could be a part of a thing that is happening around some 3 o'clock. I never expected this. Thank you, Rishika, for all the things that you've done. And another thing I have to tell, she gives me some boosts every day. Yeah. She shares her cucumber with me, and that gives me some tempo of it. Yeah, definitely. We'll have it, of course. No, I think you know about this. You have come to know about this. I don't think you will be giving cucumber again. No, I saw when I entered there was a conclusion, but I don't think it's a conclusion. It is an inclusion in your life, and this is a beginning. This is the beginning of your success. Somebody said, "Why you are going to the Himalayas?" And that fellow said, "Because it is there. Because it is there, I want to go." No, your record has been set. You will find many people because there is a record. Somebody will try to break it, and you make it. Thank you, Rishika.
Thank you, sir. Finally, Rudini ma'am will share a few words.
Happy for you, Rishika, and I want you to give a thank note to Nisha ma'am. She was the very first mentor for her, so she'll give the thank note now.
Thank you. Finally, the acceptance speech and the presidential address by Rishika Badhani.
I'm not going to thank for 14 hours. Let's just complete in 14 seconds. Thank you everyone for your support throughout the day. Like from the very beginning, every teacher that I had a doubt, everybody came forward to help me. And this is something that I never expected. So I'd say thank you everyone for staying with me this whole day. I think now I realize what's happening to me.
We first of all express a sincere thanks and profound sense of gratitude and in-depthness to all the stakeholders of this wonderful historical event, especially the witness and the timekeeper. And the total witness and timekeeper, the photography team, the mentor team, and everyone. So best wishes to all of you. Best wishes to Rishika for her future endeavors. Congratulations. See you, Frontline World Records Festival 2023. Keep your fingers crossed. The history had begun. Still lot to go. Bye-bye. Frontline World Records Festival 2023 on July 22, 2023. Tomorrow, we'll meet with few more extraordinary feats. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Bye-bye.